Look at this nonsense.
Well, that was all just for Steve there.
That was the Steve show.
That was Steve's show. That's right.
So I'm just hoping. I'm feeling pretty good. And normally, like, sometimes I don't feel good, and I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like something's gonna happen.
So how many shows do you actually have tickets for currently?
7.
So you're not suffering.
Well, no, 6. Okay. But I think Raw is a guarantee.
But even still, if you got nothing else, you're still going to 6 wrestling shows, including WrestleMania.
And I already got tickets to the WrestleCon Super Show, which, as predicted, sold out, and now people are going crazy. Yep. So if I didn't really want to be there, which I do, I probably could parlay my WrestleCon Super Show ticket into an NXT ticket, but I'm not going to do that because I really want to be there because there's some stuff happening on this show that's like super, like the Lucha Underground guys are going to be there, and some other guys like are going to be there. It's going to be pretty awesome, and every year that show's amazing. So, and then the Evolve shows now are getting super hyped up now that WWE has announced like they're working directly with Evolve with a lot of stuff, and then like Kota Ibushi from Japan is now going to be there, and that's going to be awesome. And he's going to be at Kaiju Big Battle, which is always awesome. Super excited for that because that's always fun. That's like the super like the giant kaiju guys, and they have like the French toast man and all the other crazy stuff. I mean, it was just fun because like I explained it to Benson and he was pretty into it. And then as soon as we got there, he's like, yes. And I feel like even you, like if I brought you there, you'd be like, this, I can't really handle, like I'm not really into, but you would be into this. Like everybody I know would be super into this. Like even if you don't care about wrestling, because it is nuts. Like it is cuckoo. It's like the best of like weird Japanese stuff, Saturday morning cartoons, comic books, Mad Magazine, Goofy. It's so fun. And I always try to explain to it. And there never seems to be a lot of people there, which I think is crazy. Because
they just don't know what they're missing.
Like Benson said it was the most fun he had that whole weekend. And like I agreed with him. And this year I think it's gonna be even better. Because they have an actual Japanese wrestler there, and that'll be cool. And I don't know.
How long after you come back is it till you start your job? Do you know yet?
I don't know yet because they said the whole process could take upwards of 3 weeks.
Okay, that's good because that gives you like you don't have to ask for that time off.
And I got like chill out time. Yeah. Because now I'm like I've got to worry.
Yeah, that's good.
Worry free time is like the best time.
It's not gonna be stressed while you're there.
I don't think he's bringing what's the blow up doll's name? Because that's a DDT thing. I think she's the Kota Ibushi and DDT. Like he's famous for they have matches and it's a doll and they wrestle a doll and like just like wrestling moves and like all kinds of like Kenny Omega. Say they like they'll do like where the doll does a move on them, like all kinds of. It's awesome. Really funny, dude. That would be awesome.
That's like that Monty Python sketch.
I don't think the doll will be. Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah,
it's exactly like that.
And he's got himself in a chokehold.
But actually, since we're still on the pre-show, I just want to show you.
You're gonna show me Kaiju Big Battle?
No, well, I can show you. I'll show you a couple things, but let's see. Let me see here. So, Coda.
Okay, so while you're typing this in, and because I saw this on there, it made me think of it. So think of how like amazingly crazy, insane Batman versus Superman was. Like just how stupid and weird, right?
Yeah.
They're already talking about this like R-rated, like extended cut at home.
Yeah.
What is going to be in that? That's going to be what the heck?
One of the scenes they already teased makes no sense.
It already doesn't make sense. So there's just
it makes less sense.
What did they feel that they cut out in that they're going to put back in it?
So already the doll has missile launchers.
It's like a cone on it.
I want to see him do like a move. So yeah, he's like stomping on the doll. But there's like things where like the doll will like do stuff, like he sells moves. Yeah, so he's like selling that the doll. Yeah, like watch the doll does a head scissors and then he flips.
So weird.
Yeah, so that's happening, and I don't know if we'll see anything like that at Kaiju Big Battle.
How did that ever like become a thing?
Who knows?
Is it spelled Battel?
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. Kung Fu Chicken Noodle versus Dr. Cube.
So Dr. Cube's like the bad guy, and then yeah, Kung Fu Chicken Noodle. Yeah, and they got like little buildings, and
Five-finger chowder fist.
Super Potato. Oh yeah, then there's the plantain guys. Paco. He killed Paco. They die all the time, like. Yeah. So that's that.
All right, that's pretty funny.
It's pretty great.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. Love it. I'm really excited. Okay, so YouTube, what's going on? Actually, I need one more beverage. Do you need a soda or anything?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
See my Homer Simpson pants.
Oh, the ones that my son is still convinced that I own. I'm like, no, I don't have that. No, you do. You have those. What's up? Let's see, it looks like. All right. Well, it's getting me excited. I mean, we can't say anything, but this angle gets me excited here. Look at that.
What?
Huh?
Oh. Yeah, you can't give any.
I know, I'm not.
Plus, it's not gonna look like our room.
I know. But still, that was the inspiration. Excited for that. A lot of things to be excited for.
Oh man,
a lot of good stuff.
Do I need to move it this way a little bit?
Get so close to you, otherwise I'm gonna
that's
that's better. I mean, better to see me, assuming that's what people want. My beard is very bushified, so that's going on.
Your beard is bushified?
Yeah. Like just today, I found a really long beard hair that had escaped a trim at some point, and it was like twice as long as the rest. I'm like, should probably take care of that. So yeah, that's where I'm at. What else? So
I was like exhausted yesterday. I feel like I don't know.
It was a long. I was too.
It was rough. Like forcing myself to, because I don't think. Well, Anaheim definitely, like the whole driving an hour and a half both ways every day. That was a killer. Yeah. Not doing that again. No. But I just didn't have the money, and like because I tried to work the math.
Nowhere
and I'm like,
cheap.
There's nowhere there. Cheap, and I'm like, I did park in the $4 parking.
Yeah, like the tall building thing.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That was kind of nuts. But I wouldn't have been able to park in there the other days because it actually closes.
Really?
The one, did you park in Joe's parking?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, they close at like 10.
You just can't like keep going in. They actually close the gate.
Yeah,
now?
I think so. Because it said only until this time. It said from this time to this time.
Well, good thing we didn't get
locked out. That happened to me once. That's bad.
You don't want to do that. That's good though. $4. I mean, because the place next to
it is a bit of a walk.
It's a bit of a walk, but $4.
But there was like some $7 and stuff. So you passed those
and went
on
to
the way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pay $7 when I can pay $4.
I love that because that was like pretty far up Hope Street.
Okay, but to be fair though, there's one right next door to it was $6, but the cheapest one we actually saw on Saturday was $15.
Because on Sunday,
I think Sunday
I saw some $7 and $8.
I didn't see any of that anywhere else. Like that these were the only two we saw that were less.
I think
than 50.
Saturday was that's because it was Saturday.
Because again, we're driving along and I saw them put a 30 over.
But there was a huge. There still was a huge demand for parking on Sunday because that park there on Hope Street, there was like 200. Cool, there was like 200 people waiting in line there because I think they were doing an Easter thing. Like when I was walking. Because I didn't get there. I slept into like 10. Because like I didn't get home till like 1:30. 8:30. Oh, the panel?
The one you did on Sunday, I mean. Oh, okay.
Because I'm like, I don't know. There's nothing I want to do, and I'm just going to like hang out. So I hung out, ran into Anthony.
Nice.
And then walked the floor a little bit more, talked to people that I wanted to talk to. Like I talked to the headlock guy for a while. And like he's going to be in Dallas. And we talked about Dallas. Cool. And that was where he's like, man, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get into NXT. And also because he's very like, if I can do business versus if I can go to a show on my own, because he's like, Ring of Honor might let me like set up a booth there for free. He's like, if they let me do that, I'm going to do that. Because he's a very smart business person. Yeah. Like it's either do fun stuff or do business, I'm going to do business. Yeah. And I think that's how he's survived as long as he has. And so that made sense, but he's also like, I really, really would love to go to that because he's a wrestling fan.
Well, of course.
And then we talked a little bit about it, and like, so no, it was cool. We were just kind of nerding out about all the awesome stuff that's happening, and
nice.
And then about his comic, talked about. He gave me some inside info on what's coming up.
Ooh.
Like some of the wrestlers he's looking at to write, like, because he gets other wrestlers to write exclusive stories for the Kickstarter edition of the books that aren't in the regular one, and they do like little like it would be like a probably like it's like a 5-page comic, but it's written by a wrestler.
Okay.
And he's gotten and like one of the ones that he's trying to get for this 4th volume. So the Kickstarter, this round of Kickstarter is for it's like a remixed version of his original book because he made it on like such a low budget, and now that he's like getting all these deals, his first volume just isn't quite up to snuff, so he wants to redo it.
Okay.
And like
the remaster.
Yeah. And also bridge the gap a little bit more between the books, which I'm like, that's really cool. Yeah. And that's a good idea. But then for the next edition of the story, so he's already got Mick Foley, Rey Mysterio Jr., but then he's talking to freaking Pentagon Jr. from Lucha Underground, and I'm like, that would be because he's like this super dark, like crazy character, and I'm like, what would he come up with for his story? And like that'd be really cool. And like Pentagon Jr. is like super hot right now, and I think that would help, like give it because he's probably like if I had to say like right now who the hottest like non-WWE wrestler is, like for a while I used to say Ricochet or the Young Bucks. Like now I'd probably say Pentagon Jr. Like he's so. Like he's huge, like, and I'm pretty like WWE's got to be like chomping at them because they could merchandise the crap out of him.
Yeah,
like they could sell so much stuff, and that's another where some of these other companies I don't feel like they're like I don't think Lucha Underground is doing as much as they should be like in that because that's where
they're making the real
and that's
money.
Where Vince McMahon like again is second to none, and like because like. Those Rey Mysterio masks, like they were selling those when he wasn't wrestling, and they were still selling like thousands of those a year, like if not tens of thousands, even when he wasn't wrestling for like a few years there, and they were still selling those masks, like and like with Pentagon, like oh my gosh,
what's that there?
Oh, yeah. Aztec were, but they definitely would change him. But I think they would keep the Pentagon because again, his gimmick as it is would just sell so much. Like he already on his own because Lucha Underground doesn't sell his shirts, but he sells them on his own. And you look, there's like people like there's tons of shirts out there, like tons. He sells a ton of shirts and he sells a ton of masks, and his mask. I watched him because when I went to PWG. Oh yeah, there was a semi. It was in the middle. It was in between.
While you're telling me, I'm gonna catch up.
So PWG, I sat like right in front of him, like while watching him. Like it's really interesting watching these guys, like how they operate, like selling stuff to people and how they interact with people. And I watched him. Kid you not, he sold at least 30 masks at like $150 a pop. in the span of like 50 minutes.
It's doing okay.
And like, that's not even counting all the shirts. But then here's also, because he's, again, like, this is where I'm like, these guys have to be like, this is where wrestling, it really reminds me a lot. There is so many parallels between music, because you have to be able to interact with people and market yourself, and also like interact with people, and you can't, and like people judge you based on like, you can't be a jerk. You have to be nice. And like I've seen wrestlers that like they get a reputation for not being nice, and then like they're just standing there by themselves. No one's talking to them. And then someone like Pentagon, he's taken, because like a lot of those guys, like, they won't take pictures for free. Like, you have to like buy something. Right. Pentagon's like, you want a picture? I'll take a picture with you. And I think that I watched him turn a free picture. I would say at least 70% of his free picture opportunities, he turned into a sale.
Oh, I'm sure. And he probably makes way more money doing it that way.
And he had so many people coming through his opponent. I'm like, this guy knows what he's doing.
Yep.
And the Young Bucks, same thing. And they are like expert at like turning a I watched people be like, oh, screw those Young Bucks, and like by intermission we're like lining up to buy a shirt because they had sold on. It's raining.
Yeah, it is
coming down.
It's raining off and on throughout.
So what'd you do for your dad's birthday? You guys go eat somewhere?
So we had a Red Robin, and we just went and played board games at their hotel.
Oh, they're staying down there?
Yeah, they're staying out. My mom's working, doing teaching for a couple days, and then Amy's got a doctor's appointment.
San Bernardino?
So, yeah, like out.
Hospitality way?
Yeah, like out towards, but it's past Hospitality, I think.
So in like Loma Linda?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm trying to remember now.
Where?
Wasn't paying attention. No, yeah, I guess
it's out by Hospitality. They stay at that DoubleTree right there?
No.
Do you see that Hotel San Bernardino? I say that changed into a DoubleTree.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's more or less.
I think it's over there somewhere, but I'm trying to remember even where it was. Janelle drove out there, so I wasn't paying attention.
Is it more like San Bernardino proper?
No, I think it's over by Hospitality. I think it's by part of it's confusing. No, because we got off by the Costco. Now that I think about it.
So by the
there's that new off ramp.
Yeah.
That messes me up. I'm so lost over there.
Well, because now there's Waterman North and South, and then there's the other one.
My whole life that was that way. Now it's all pointed a different way, and I get all confused.
Half the time when I try to go to that gas station, I end up going the wrong way.
Yeah,
and then I have to flip around.
Anyway. But yeah, so we just hung out. We played board games for a while in the hotel, and then came back. So it was good time. My dad turned 60 today.
Yeah,
it's big 6-0.
Big Tony.
Our present for him.
Yeah,
Room Escape.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, but dude, we're doing one of the big LA ones. Yeah. And it's the first time we haven't ventured out there.
I don't know if you listened. Josh did a Room Escape.
Yeah, I was talking to him about it.
And it seemed like it was on the like low end.
Yeah,
but he still had fun.
He did. He said it didn't.
But he also he was saying how frustrated he was because like nobody was taking charge.
Yeah, like the rest of his group, he felt was a little bit of dead weight or some of the rest of his group. Yeah. But no, yeah. How do you describe it? Funny to me. He said it was like, oh dang it.
He was saying some funny stuff on Extra Damage about it.
I'm gonna just. He was cracking me up. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick on Facebook. Or no, he texted me. That's what it was. Okay, I'm gonna look and see.
Well, because he was how like some of the ones in LA are probably like I forgot what he said. He said like the ones in LA are a lot of like out of work or like in between jobs, like, and they're like of professional like costuming and prop people, right. And they're making these other things. Whereas this one that I went to, I forget.
This is what he said. He said it's a little like a church haunted house.
On Halloween. He said church haunted house with like some spider webs and like a little like and then like maybe a little ghost that pops out.
Flashlights or something.
So that's what he was saying.
So he said it was fun, but definitely. So this one we're going to, it's a archaeological themed. It's like in an Egyptian tomb, and you stumble into this like lower chamber, but then the door seals off, and you only have an hour's worth of air, so you have to like read hieroglyphs and open a mummy's thing. And it says the people who like reviewed it are like, if you've ever wanted to be Indiana Jones, this is it. Like, come to this one.
That's like your dream.
Yeah. I'm super excited for it.
Finally. You gonna solve one?
This is it, because this one you can only have 6 people we don't have like strangers messing around with it.
Yeah, it was funny. Like Janelle was a little bit harsher on your extra people.
Yeah.
Because you were like you were like, okay. And then like Janelle's like, they were not cooperating.
Well, again, two of them. We had four.
Yeah,
a couple.
There was
two girls.
but the two girls. Janelle was pretty harsh on the two girls.
I guess. I mean, she's right though. They were annoying
because they had you might have been able to solve it because they had the clues
and we were running around like, who's got this thing? Who's got? I can't remember what it was now, but it was like someone. It was a book about something, and we who's got this book? And we ran around, couldn't find it anywhere, and they're like, and then like 10 minutes later, like, oh, what's this book I'm holding here? Does anyone need it? I'm like, that's what we've been looking for. Why are you holding that book? So yeah, it was. They were a little irritating.
So your parents bought a building now?
My parents bought a building.
Wow.
Matthew's gonna rent from them and do his thing in there.
Wouldn't it be like, I don't know, like wouldn't it be more of an accomplishment if he like did it on his own?
Well, what he was doing is looking around at renting a place, though.
Yeah, but
and he couldn't find anywhere to rent.
Still gotta have your parents intervene.
Well, no, because he's just paying them rent.
Yeah, but
well,
come on.
They were going to do that whether he rented from them or not, though. Like they're,
Can we rent space in this building?
Well, they were using the venue for a live performance.
Is there going to be like an actual what is this building?
I mean, I've seen the outside of it. I haven't gotten a look inside.
Is it a storefront?
It is, but a lot of Big Bear storefronts are old, like they used to be houses, and they've been converted to storefronts. So I haven't seen inside yet.
Is this where we're going to do like Blue Christmas next year? Is this like...
Could be. I mean, it depends. I don't know if it's going to have like a stage. We'll have to figure out a way to... Is it big enough? Like, can we open up Phil and Brendo's Everything But Food store? Well, okay, so it's like
this. Like your parents bought a freaking building. That's crazy.
Well, they have properties all over the place. They got their like weird forest property, and they got the house.
Don't they want to invest in Phil and Brendo's Everything But Food store?
Okay, not to we have a lot of great ideas, and I think that is one. But I think as far as like financial viability, that might be on the lower end.
Hotbox Center's pretty financially viable.
Yeah, but just Phil and Brendo's food store alone. Anything but food store. I'm not.
I feel like this was a possibility, and now
I'm telling you this right now. If we came up with a good business plan and pitched them,
we had a business plan quite a few years ago with our venue.
Yeah, well, we made offers on buildings up in Big Bear. Remember? It was a thing.
Then what happened with all that?
Never, none of the offers went through, and
he better be living. He's not living in that building because he has a job down in.
No, he's living in Apple Valley. It's gonna be part time. So, but the nature of doing it's cool. This
can we turn when he's not doing the thing? Can we use it as a clubhouse?
I'm sure that you could come and visit it. I
don't know. I feel like
I don't know. I gotta look inside. I haven't seen inside to know the space because it used to be a house, but I guess a lot of the internal walls were knocked down. Yeah, that's how most Big Bear storefronts are, along the boulevard. They're old houses that they've been converted. So say imagine your apartment, except all the internal walls are knocked out to make a large store space. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a little different than that, obviously. And there's a couple different rooms. There's a bathroom, obviously, and there's one larger floor space. So I don't know exactly how it'll pan out. But
Steve says it's the No Fills Club. We can have one.
No Fills Club?
Fills up.
No Fills.
Can have one.
You can have one. Okay, yeah. One club. Anyway, it's cool though. I mean, we were talking about his ideas and stuff, and it's gonna be cool if he gets it going. It's gonna be sweet.
I see film festivals.
I mean, that's the thing. There's all kinds of potential there.
Live Radio BrendoMan.
This is where our Live Radio BrendoMan is going to be. Our first one.
Everything But Food store.
Our first one of 2 this year.
Holy crap, you're right.
We're doing 2 Live Radio BrendoMan shows.
We went from 0 to 2.
Yes.
One of them is sponsored by your mom.
Still?
Do we have to put that in the advertising?
I don't know. Whatever.
Sponsored by Phil's mom.
I mean, I think our advertising is going to be our show here because I don't know how. Well, it depends on how many people can fit. Again, I have no idea. We got to look inside this and see.
Yeah, but we're also helping because our fans will come.
Oh yeah,
and they'll do the room escape.
Well, the plan is,
we are helping your brother.
The plan is the people who are going to come do the room escape, and then we'll do the show afterwards.
Yeah.
Because if we're in there, they're gonna see the room escape stuff, so we can't like do it the other way around, you know. So that's the initial plan. So we'll do that. So it's gonna be like a whole like, you know, afternoon, evening kind of thing.
I think it'll. What is happening? Ooh.
What?
Comic-Con Palm Springs commented on your page.
Oh, what'd they say?
They said it's off.
Never mind, guys. You forget all that stuff. Heard you telling everyone.
Mark Ariano posted it, man. But this Pages Manager app is so slow. Oh,
what does it say?
They responded to Steve.
Oh, what did Steve say?
He said, "Well, because I don't know." Oh, he said, "Well, you guys, they don't have much of a schedule posted though."
Okay.
So then he said, so Comic-Con Palm Springs says, "Hello, Steven Espinoza. We are beefing up our schedule as we speak. Please be on the lookout for our new announcements. You will not be disappointed."
Boom.
You, Steve, will not be disappointed.
We're going to talk about it on the show tonight. Like, we got the okay to start telling people about stuff. So it's on like Donkey Kong.
Now it's on.
But we're going to talk about that on the proper show.
Sorry.
Oh, dude, you don't even know. So good. So good. Yeah.
But yeah, I would, but just to say about all that Comic-Con stuff, I was pretty wiped out.
Oh yeah.
Whereas I'm like, if I hadn't had to do that panel, like I would not have gone.
You would have been out, yeah.
I would not have gone. But then I'm glad I did, because then I ran into like Jeremy and Melissa, ran into Anthony. Oh, we went afterwards, like Anthony and I, after my panel. Anthony and I, like the food trucks were still open, and they had this ice cream sandwich food truck.
Yeah.
It's really good. Horchata ice cream. They had like a bunch of like handmade. It was really good. It was really good. And then you could pick 2 different cookies, and they had an Oreo crumble cookie.
Okay.
And then they had a white chocolate. Like, it was really good. And I mixed them, and then I put the horchata ice cream, and they put it in a cup, and it was really great. I really liked it. I like that little, because there was 2 different areas of food trucks. And we spent a considerable amount of time just hanging out. We had like our giant Benview group.
Yeah, whatever that.
That was just our big, like, it was basically all of us yelling about Beavis Doge.
Beavis Doge, yeah.
All of us. It was basically all of us yelling about it. Man, I almost wanted to try and get Benson on the show today. Now that he's
seen it.
He watched Superman 4 this morning.
Yeah, and then he went to go see it.
Yeah, he said he was going to see it today.
Yes.
And like I wanted, because there's no way he liked it. There's absolutely no way.
He said he enjoyed Superman 4.
Well, he said he was going to treat this. It was going to be like Jackass. Like, I'm Matt Benson, and this is Beavis Doge. Like, it was going to be like that.
Yeah.
Like, so who knows? But I mean, come on. Like, we'll talk about it on the show.
That'll be fun to see.
I wanted to discuss with him now that, because even if he hadn't seen it, and he was already actively participating in like how insane everything was, and all of us that had seen it were just like, there was nobody that was even close to remotely like defending anything about the movie.
I want to say it on the show, but I like my premise. And the more that I've thought about it, I was writing on the Biola Movies folder with Jonathan Olson, like was writing about it and stuff. I don't know if you saw that, but I think I have like a thesis for how this movie is going to work, and I've got it. I know the whole thing now, so. We got to talk about it in the movies.
But, so that was fun. And then just talking to everybody about other stuff. I mean, those guys are great. Justin and Nathan. And then, like, their friend Victor, who's, like, also a wrestling fan. And all those guys. They were just all in there talking. Just a good – that's the part of conventions that I can't explain to people unless you're, like, in it. It's just – like, that's better than like going to a panel. Is just hanging around.
It's like summer camp.
Completely nerding out. No repercussions. No. Everybody, passersby were like getting in on the like, it's the only place. Cheryl explained it really well today on Facebook. She's like, after all these years, I finally felt somewhere where I was like home. Like, these are my people, and this is my place. And like, it's especially in those moments when you're all just hanging out and you don't the outside world does not exist.
Right.
We're just in our nice, safe home bubble, and everybody is on the same page.
Yep.
Everybody. Even if you don't agree with each other, we're still coming from the same place.
Right.
And we can just full on, and it's just a fun, great place. Even though we have and I love that we have such a assortment of personalities, and everybody's got their
all
own
of them
things.
Loud though.
We were
picture like
we
8 or 9 or 10 of us in a circle of us.
And like even Derek, because Derek, I've noticed that when Derek was with us, he gets way louder and even more animal. Because normally he's pretty quiet. Like Derek's kind of a quiet person, but like when he's with us, like he's right there. He's right in it. And like when you have like me and you and Benson and like these other like everybody like Nathan, like I remember me and you and Nathan, like people do kind of stuff like what's going on
but
over
then people
here?
like come by and listen for a while, like as if I mean we were recording, so it was sort of doing a show, but it was kind of funny like seeing people.
I felt like we were putting on a little show.
It was like street performance.
Yeah. Like we're really good at just animatedly talking about stuff and being funny. Yeah. Like I saw some like outside laughs.
Yeah, like like in Something About Mary, where people are sitting at the other table, but trying to pretend like they're not listening.
Yeah. Well, we always without fail we get that when we do the megacast.
Yeah.
And this year, like when Andrew got up to like get some soda, like someone full on like stopped him, like what's going on? Like what are you guys doing?
What's happening?
It was pretty amusing. And there was one guy where he kept going by slowly, and I'm like, this guy wants us to like, I think he wants us to interview him or something, but he looked too much like, I don't know. I'm like, not happening, bro. Not happening. Plus we had like a lot of people, and we had like it was funny. Jerry and Jenny stayed for the whole thing, so like, we had like an audience. And
that's awesome.
Anthony was there, but he sat in on other ones. He's like our ongoing megacast audience member. Also, I used him as like an objective audience member, like when I was asking him about things regarding the show, like his opinion on like some of the beef things.
Oh yeah,
and
during the show,
a little bit.
So I skimmed through it. I listened about 50% of it.
Andrew might have cut some stuff out.
Oh, it's possible.
Because I don't know, but we did specifically try to find out who was at fault in the great book club incident, and I think the final judgment from the objective, like both Anthony and Jerry, was that no one person should be blamed for that. Right. Whereas you're trying to blame Derek.
No, I'm not trying to blame him. I'm saying that's
Anthony
what set me off.
We were all at fault.
Whether it's blame him or not, that's what sets me off. Because it's a history thing. It's not just that one incident. Derek has a history of intentionally derailing our show, whether it's in the chat or being a guest. It's what he does. It's his shtick. And I get that, and it irritates me sometimes. That's all.
Well, I think we need to learn more to just kind of...
Well, but here's the thing. When you go as a guest on someone's show, you try to participate in their show, not make it your show. Yeah, but
you also don't... I mean, like, people know what they're getting when they bring me on a show. They know what they're getting when they bring you on a show.
Bringing Derek on the show means he's going to try to screw it up.
He's not trying to screw it up. He's just trying to spice it up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. His spice,
little pep,
is irritating.
Well, we had fun last night.
I had fun with Derek, too, in real life, like I'm saying.
Derek got... See, the funny part is, like, if you take too many shots at Derek, then he gets upset. And because he was like, Brendan was feisty during the megacast. I'm like... Whatever, man. It was pretty standard, like just pretty standard.
What did you dish at him?
I don't even know. Like just pretty. It's just at this. We've been doing this for years now. Like you said, like even it's almost like with the Webcomics Advocates panel. Like some of it, I'm just going through the. Like I'm just doing the stuff that I always do, and I don't know. Like I've been doing it so long that stuff comes out of my mouth that I'm just like it's again like it's just like I'm like this. This is like what this is what you just kind of. You do it so much. Like we could do this, and this is another thing where like you're right. Like, it might look like we're just doing whatever, but I'm like, if you got like 5 random people and had them try and do what we can do, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Not necessarily.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not trying to like be all like we're the best, but like I think there's some skill around. There's some skill. I think there is some skill.
Sure.
And when you think about it, like. We've come from a background of performance and talking and things for years upon years.
It's true.
We have a lot of experience. We know what we're doing, and we hope that we provide you with quality entertainment. And also, you can't box me in, baby.
No one puts Brendo in a corner.
I don't know. I was thinking more about like overly the producing of, and I'm like, just every time I think about it, I'm like, it's the hour and a half split is like a huge thing for me.
We should take it one step at a time.
Trying to do like other stuff, I'm like, no, we're just gonna kind of see what happens here.
I still really like that move.
I don't, and then like it's because like you are like, you have the patience and tenacity to do the stuff that you do, and I don't, and that's just the way it is. And I feel like not that I'm saying that like it wouldn't help, because I'm sure that like that would generate even more, but like there's only so much I'm willing to do to like kowtow. Yeah. Where this is still something that I do mostly for my enjoyment.
Right.
And if I don't enjoy it, then I'm not going to do it.
Well, and I mean, honestly, the reason I did it on the Mandarin Orange show is because I wanted to do some fun little things.
Now, if somebody says, I will pay you this much every month, and you have to produce these segments, and I want these little transition things, and I want Brendo going, I want a music theme where I'm like, I've got the Vader theme, and I'm doing the It's Time, and I make like an actual thing, and then I come up with other things, and like this. If someone's paying me, oh, you bet your bottom butt. Bottom butt.
Not your upper butt, though.
I am making those things.
Yes. Yeah, no,
But since this is like, I don't know, this is like, I don't even know, like this is like half partial therapy, partial just thing that creative expression. So whatever, but I mean it's fine, and I think you know, we're making some.
Well, the hour and a half thing I think is a big step forward, and I like it. And I think that's a good, like, let's get comfortable with that before we go to the next. You know, ease into that.
It is like, but I mean, I guess part of it is I just feel like you're not challenged, but like it's very impressive. Like your podcast is so well produced, so well done. Like my favorite one is the movie time. Every time I hear it, I laugh. Movie time. Like, what the heck is that?
It's just me.
And then you just mess around with the filters.
Oh, like, yeah, like I just
movie time.
I goof around for each one of those. I probably spent 2 hours.
And I know that, so I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. And I was trying because I was telling Andrew, I'm like, you don't understand. Like Phil, this is where Phil does have like an insane OCD, because I'm like, I was telling him about like the Brax things. I'm like, you know, each one of those took him like insane amounts of hours to make, like. Yeah. And I don't have any kind of that kind of. That's why my programming career like stalled, because I'm like like I write the code and then I'm like, wait, you have like debugging code that can take hours and hours and hours, and finding little things and like fine tuning all the things and like all this other stuff, and that's where I'm like, I'm out.
To me, though, the audio things are fun projects. Like,
that's what you and everybody's different.
I'm miserable.
And like exactly, like you like that. I don't. So like again, even just the like.
And I like the challenge of my like recliner chair.
Movie time.
Like just all the stuff I can make that it was whatever I can reach without getting up, except for the musical instruments. I brought my little basket of musical instruments in, but everything else is just. Oh, I can reach over here and grab this. I'm making a sound.
You would have really liked the band that went on after mating season at Spaceland.
Oh yeah.
Because it was a big giant group. As soon as they all got up there, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. and they were doing like a lot of like classic rock type stuff and a lot of like, but they also did a lot of folky stuff. And there was one dude. So I saw him when he was coming out. I'm like, oh, this is good. He had one of those like, okay, what's a pedal steel?
Is
that
like
the
a guitar that's like
side ones?
Yeah, it's like it's on a table and it's just a neck.
This one wasn't on a table, but it might have been a pedal. I don't know. It was kind of like that, but he's doing like he had like the the knobby one,
on his finger?
Yeah.
So just like a slide.
Yeah, is that slide guitar?
Yeah, so it was like a regular guitar.
No, but it wasn't a regular guitar. It was like a flat guitar.
Was it laid down or did he hold it?
Laid down.
Yeah, that's a steel.
That's a pedal steel. Okay, so he
could be a lap steel.
Lap steel. Lap steel.
The pedal you'll actually work.
He didn't have pedals.
Where it could just
lap
be a lap steel.
Okay, so lap steel.
Okay,
so we had that. Then he busted out the hammer dulcimer.
Nice.
And it looked a lot like the one because we had that one,
yep.
And it was pretty awesome. And then they did like some Fleetwood Mac covers and some other stuff, and it was pretty cool. And then they had like 3 girls, which is always good, and then like just like they had like it was really cool. I forgot again, I forgot their name because but it also was really late
to take home.
But that's where like again like that mating season sign was just genius, super genius. Because all I have to do is look at that picture, and I'm like, there it is. There's a sign. It's right there.
There's several bands throughout the years that have done that, and it's where you have some kind of a thing where if someone snaps a picture, they've got your name.
Because then, we've had certain times where they were like, we can't even get there. Like, not only did you not say like where like you have something available, you didn't even tell the audience who you were. Yeah, I'm like, come on,
don't care at all. Yeah,
like come on, come on, guys, come on. All right, we should get started here. It's going to be It's going to be Mr. Oh, we gotta do this and get going. And
no, I said tonight I'm good.
Well, tonight you're good. What about me? I love that you don't care about me.
I checked with you.
Plus, what am I going to say? No.
I don't know. I forgot it was I didn't forget it's his birthday. I just forgot we were getting together.
Everything. What has happened to you?
I have not had a chance to be home for a day since vacation. We've been gone every single day.
I don't know. You're losing it.
It's crazy. Well, I've spent one night at home.
Whose fault is that?
It's family. It's having a family. Went to my grandpa's house. Went to WonderCon. Had my dad's birthday. We had Easter.
Again, rough life. Feels such a rough.
I'm not saying it's rough. I'm saying it's sometimes.
And then it makes you forgetful.
It's difficult to keep it all together.
You're the smartest person I know.
Well, smart doesn't equal good at organization or
but come on,
scheduling.
I feel like you play into this whole thing.
I don't. I canceled on someone else today. We were supposed to meet with this girl this afternoon, and we had to text her and say, "Sorry, I forgot my dad's birthday celebration today."
Meet with what?
Just a girl that wants to meet up with Janelle and I for stuff. Nothing weird. Just like a meeting. I'm not gonna go into detail on it right now.
All right.
A thing. We had an appointment. We had to reschedule. I can tell you about it later, but
it sounds weird.
It's nothing weird. The way I say it, it sounds weird, but it's not weird. We had an appointment.
An appointment.
An appointment. Appointment.
I don't know, man. The whole canceling on people because you can't keep up with you. Can't write things down on a calendar.
Again, I could go in. I'm not going to go into details on it here, but this one is a weird situation. This person is canceled several times and rescheduled.
Bumped up my thing, just because I'm willing to.
You're up late. You're always up late.
Can't take that for granted, man.
I asked you this morning.
But what was I going to say?
I'm going to go to bed early. I know you're going to be
up. Then what would you have done?
I figured something out.
What are you going to do when I have a job? We're going to have to change the schedule, man.
Well, Easter and WonderCon, it's different. This is a mic check here.
Phil's time is Phil. The world revolves around Phil.
I asked. You said
yes.
But
you asked more it wasn't really like an ask. It was this is what's happening.
You're going to check it.
Checking it. Whatever. It's fine.
We'll listen to it just in case. Things happen. You never know. An appointment. There you go. Okay, we're good. But I'll tell you, people have lost valuable things by not checking first.
Yep.
All right. So you're going to do the countdown?
No.
The timer, I mean.
What? Oh, yeah. The countdown.
Whatever. You know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
It said countdown in the chat, and so I said that out loud. Oh, look, community.
I got to delete stuff. Clear out some space.
Look at Pierce. Brr. Oh, dude, I can't wait to talk about TV. There have been 2 of the best episodes of our television shows this week. Don't talk about it yet. But are you up to date on the Goldbergs?
Yes.
Did you see the most recent one?
The magic one?
Yes.
Is that like the most like Phil thing ever?
No, not just that. Oh, well, I'll talk about it on the show. I don't talk about it. On the show. I can't wait to. Oh my gosh. What about the latest Bob's Burgers?
Which was the latest one? There wasn't one this weekend.
The cushions.
Yeah, that was not the. That was a while ago.
The latest. I didn't say like
they already apologized. They apologized at the panel that like because they got their schedules. And like Last Man on Earth, this is like it's on and then it's off for another.
Oh my gosh, what's the deal with that?
It's again. TV scheduling is stupid. This is why I'm glad that I watch these. This is why I watch these on my own because I can't deal with like the TV scheduling.
Ugh.
It's so annoying.
It is. I'm so happy that we are moving towards
even Will Forte's tweets. You could tell he was like he's like this is a freaking like this is ridiculous. And I'm like,
we watched the episode.
Forte is a little salty.
Well, because we watched the episode, we're like yes, and then it's like in 3 weeks. But we're like 3 weeks. We just waited like 4 weeks. It's ridiculous.
Well, you watched the one that actually went out early. The one where it was where Phil number 2's funeral.
Oh yeah.
That's great.
Oh my gosh.
We didn't really get to talk about that, and I already talked about it last week when you weren't here.
Yeah.
But that's pretty awesome.
Amazing.
And yeah.
So good. I love that show. Love it. All right. Let's do it. It's the chair. It was a chair.
I love the Bob's
The whole Bob's Burger. That was so great.
Oh man. Some of at the Comic-Con panel, some of like the future episodes that they're talking about have like sounded so amazing. There's like a Teddy episode, I think in the fall.
Nice.
Because like a lot of the ones that they're doing right now are like not gonna air till the fall.
Okay.
Then some of the ones that I've been waiting for, like the Stand By Gene is coming like in the next couple weeks.
Oh, dude.
And it's instead of a dead body, it's like it's a cow with 2 butts or something like it's like some dumb thing.
Bottom butt.
Yeah,
that's your bottom butt.
It's like it's either a cow or a goat with 2 butts that may or may not exist, and that's why they go on their Stand By Me adventure.
That's awesome.
Oh, it was so funny. I still haven't shown you because I've got videos of them singing, and again, Dan Mintz that's how he sounds when he's normally talking. Because at first I'm like, is he doing this just to be funny? And then there was someone, and whoever I was like, no, that's his voice. And he's just like doing the whole Tina thing, and that's him. That is, he even kind of looks like Tina. He's got the glasses and because like Eugene Merman looks like they all kind of look like. Yeah. But it's like Tina kind of looks like it with long hair. It's really funny. And then John Roberts just goes into the Linda voice at will, and it's hilarious.
There goes the head. There goes the
and
head.
he did the song.
Very true.
Wait, did I do the timer? Crap.
Oh, he said the audio dropped out. Is it? Are we good now?
The audio dropped out for that one.
Is it checked up? Okay, it looks like it's on.
Oh.
When did it drop out? Just so we know what's going on.
Maybe it's something on his end. About 2 minutes ago.
Okay. Well,
that's why we record on our end.
That's right. That's good. Thank you for the heads up, though. Could be. Who knows?
It's raining.
Yeah, it's rain.
Is it raining in Moreno Valley?
Moreno Valley? It must be Moreno.
No rain. No. Then Ukaipa?
Yeah, you're probably not getting much of a drought down there because that was Moreno.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's 1 a.m.
Let's do it.
You realize at the rate we're going, we're going to be done at 4.
Yeah. We should probably start.
Captain Complain over here. Then I don't know.
That's what you just did.
Wow, it's still recording. We should start this. Oh, crap. I went out of order.
Yeah. Record.
Timer. Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Is that like your... And I'm...
Hey, it's a little more laid back tonight. Hey,
it's because we've been talking for 2 hours.
Yeah.
We've been here.
It's been like 2, yeah.
Well, you got here at like 10:30-ish. No, it was like 10:45.
Yeah.
Because you kept changing.
Like 2 hours 15.
And then we're gonna do 3. So,
yeah.
But you're still on vacation.
Well, I mean halfway. Janelle's back in school, but the kids are on vacation.
So then you and the kids just get up whenever.
Kind of, except that the kids don't have a.
Do you have to drive Janelle?
Tomorrow we are because we're going to help out in her classroom.
Oh. So you have to get up early tomorrow.
Yes, but we're getting up early.
So how does that work out? I mean, you're probably not gonna get home till like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, and then we'll get up at 5:30.
How do you function?
And then I'll come back and take a quick nap, and then we gotta go back to the classroom again.
What?
And it's my 13th anniversary today.
You're always complaining about things, but like you do this to yourself.
Complaining. No one's complaining.
You're complaining. You're like, I was going out on this thing. I haven't been home.
I'm not complaining. It's just reality. That's the statement of truth.
I don't know. I feel like you do this to yourself.
I'm not complaining about it. I like it. I'm fine.
Yeah, but you tend to you use it as an excuse about everything.
It's not an excuse.
You're constantly late.
That is true, but that's always been true.
That's not a good thing, though.
I didn't say it's a good thing. It's, again, just reality.
Have your kids ever been late to school because of you?
No.
Because let me tell you right now, I'm going to tell you this as a kid, as a parent, as a child of a late person. You want to know why I'm always early to everything and why I'm crazy about time? Because my dad dropped me off to school late once, and it freaking traumatized me to the point where now I'm like, you know me, I'm like crazy about it. That's what's gonna happen. If you don't want your kid to end up like me, you should be a little bit more mindful.
Well, no, here's what I'm saying. This is why I say it in a hesitating voice. There was only one time when I don't know yet because the attendance hasn't come out. I'm pretty sure we got out of there before attendance, but we were running late. And what happens is on Fridays, sometimes they have assemblies, and assembly days, all of a sudden the parking is crazy. So we get there at the same time as normal, but then I forget because it's an assembly day, I have to park like 4 blocks away. So then we have to run in from 4 blocks away. But I'm pretty sure they're a little more lenient on those days because of that. So that's why I'm just saying. Because on those days, everybody's
child
partying.
Of a late person, it could cause ramifications.
That is one that is not
and also
it's the first thing in the day.
And also not just school, but they start becoming aware of the fact that we're the late people, and it does do stuff to your brain. I'm just telling you. I'm warning you right now. When either Luke or Audrey becomes one of these people like me that's so crazy about time that they're always early to everything, and then they're sitting in their car a lot of times, just kind of hanging out, or they're that weird person that gets to the party first, and then they're just oh, this guy, and that's gonna be your fault. It's gonna be your fault.
The good
thing telling you right now,
they have a good balance because Janelle is much better about it than I am.
But you have had this detrimental effect, and Janelle even admits it.
It's possible.
I mean, you talked about this on your podcast.
It's possible.
It's possible. Listen to you. But in your but you come from your family is way worse than you.
I'm the most on time of my family.
I wasn't even surprised. Our panel this year, your parents come strolling in.
Well, Luke had to poop right beforehand.
Yeah, but even then, I'm not surprised ever about your family.
Yep.
Because I mean,
I come by it rightly. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta break the cycle.
See, my parents are one of two ways. They're either super late, or else they get there an hour early and be like, "Where are you guys?" We're like, "It's an hour early." Oh yeah, but we're here now. That's so
Well, that's also the Vecchio world. Time starts and stops at our.
Again, I come by it rightly. It runs deep.
Well, everybody that I've ever met, as soon as they meet your family, everything makes sense. Like the minute they meet your family, they were like, all the light bulbs are like, okay, it all makes sense.
Yep.
Like for Derek, he'd almost put all the pieces together, and then this year at Comic-Con when we had lunch with your mom, that was his final Vecchio puzzle piece because she like
when she got the
extra shrimp, he's like, oh well, now everything, and also I guess just talking to her, he's like, that was the final piece.
Because he said he would have just like let it go, and my mom did the like.
And then just talking to her and just meeting your mom because she's great. I love your mom, and I think he fell in love. He fell in love too. Like, but it all that was the final piece in his Vecchio puzzle. Because like you met your dad, you met your brothers and your sister, and everybody.
Instantly when people like see my brothers.
Well, yeah, I love.
That's your brother.
Well, I also Patrick. Like this weekend, Patrick, like, you must be his brother.
Yeah, must be the brother. Yep.
Because like,
and my dad comes in. There's the dad. Like,
yeah,
it's very both visually and behaviorally.
Just again, the Vecchio.
It runs deep.
Bunch, and also
talk about a group of loud people.
Talk about like the loudest people.
That's my family.
It was like when my brother's ex-girlfriend like ended up being in like a large group of creases, and like it's just that moment like, oh okay, because she's like I was in a situation where like Brendan was probably like the fourth loudest. And that's a crazy situation. Yep. I remember that was the first thing she said. She's like, you were the fourth loudest person in your family. Like that is insane. And I'm like, yeah. Oh yeah, you got to be loud to be heard in our bunch. And like, I mean, just meeting. I mean, like we talk a lot.
Well, we talk about the table we had at Biola a lot at college where everyone was super loud and like whoever could hang there. That was like step one. Then Janelle like coming to meet my family was like, oh okay, you can hang there. You can probably handle this. And even that was like, because I remember the first time Janelle ever came to visit our house. First of all, it was like super loud.
Yeah. I remember being very intimidated.
Yep.
I was like, "What is this is a crazy town." Like,
and then my brother David, like right after we got there, he came out of the shower in like a towel, and like he's covered.
I remember
he's in a towel.
Is this but then like a common? Because the first time I met your family, your mom was like in the camp shower.
Yeah.
It's like, oh hey.
Yeah. But so David comes out in the towel and he's talking to Janelle. And then he turns around and he's holding like a dish towel and his butt's totally exposed. He's just pinching it together above his crack and then walks back. And Jill's like, ah! It's like the first time she came to my house, she saw David's naked bottom butt. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Big Italian family.
But you got to be able to roll with that because if you can't handle that, then you're not gonna. That's
how the Vecchios roll. Yep.
And it's always funny like when people are exposed to the full Vecchios, which is we had a lot of visitors this week at the panel this weekend, and everybody was like, oh, that must be Phil. So that's Phil's family. Huh? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yep. That's
today it. Today is my dad's birthday, and we got to his 60th birthday, which is crazy.
Happy birthday, Tony.
And then tomorrow's my 13th anniversary with Janelle, so that's very exciting.
Can't believe that, man.
I know. But so today we went to
I'm getting a lot of like flashback photos because Janelle always
all those things pop up.
So there's like I reposted it because it's me and my green hair, our family picture from 2000, and I was like, oh my gosh, we're babies.
Yep.
That was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, young Brendo with your big dog shirt. And at least I wasn't wearing my big dog shorts in those. That was when I had moved on to my Dickies. I think I had learned that from you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, young little Brendo. And then like we're just all children.
Yeah. Now like the Janelle made us pose like a family photo.
Yeah. And then today it was you, me, and Steven and Janelle Cinderella at your anniversary. That was from your anniversary, 2006. That was your third anniversary.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago. We went on that cruise, man.
It's been a long time.
Man. So you're going
so
you're gonna see my Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna see tomorrow. Yeah,
at the Harkins.
New
Harkins.
Yep.
New Harkins is amazing.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
A new movie.
We're taking the kids to the thing now.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Like you've seen? I know you have. Like the goofy cartoons, especially the ones with like football or sports, but football and picture like the little like black dots of the team going across the field, all bunched together, and it all moves to follow the ball. That's how Matthew and I were like observing our family going from dinner to the hotel tonight. But it's just like that. Like we all just clump together and block whatever area we go to.
Well, even at the convention, that was definitely like a thing, and like everybody just going like, I'm like, I guess you don't have to worry about losing anybody.
No, we're all just. So anyway, that's
because I mean, there's like what, like 10 of you guys.
Well, depending on what members. I mean, at the convention there were 9 of us.
Yeah.
And that's just like that's just a segment of it, you know.
Yeah.
Easter we had 12, you know, and that's still not all of us.
Yeah.
So anyway, I love my family. I love my big loud Italian family.
Well, as I've always said, I'm like the Harry Potter, and you're like the Weasley.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's just I'm the redhead.
I was just gonna say it's just reversed on that.
But yeah. So it's always fun and exciting, and also your parents are awesome, and they basically treat me like their kid.
Yeah.
And
well, and they, like you were saying before, like my sisters were all like, "Oh, when's Brendan coming up for Easter?"
Yeah.
But you were at a comic or WonderCon.
So. Now your sisters are in teen mode, so you never know what you're gonna get.
Yep. Oh
but
yeah.
It's nice when they're like back, like when they're sweet, because it's like, oh, I remember you.
They're
like,
not bad.
Not that
teens,
but you know how they
like
sometimes they're just like, I don't care, I'm reading this, or I'm
on
like
my
this
phone
or whatever. But like they were very engaged this weekend, and I'm like, I remember these kids.
The ones that thought you were like a character at Disneyland because that's the only time they ever saw you when they were little.
Oh.
Like, why is
that's
Brendan
crazy
here?
that these, because like the tiny little kids, and now they're like full on. Like, I mean, Melissa's pretty much an adult.
Yeah, well, she's 17 now.
Oh,
yeah.
My gosh,
it's a job.
What is happening?
Yeah, baby Melissa.
You mean your kids cosplayed? It was adorable.
Oh, yeah. They got so many people stopping them for pictures.
Oh, yeah.
They were Link and Zelda, which we're getting a lot of mileage out of this year's Halloween costumes.
Yeah,
I mean everything, but yeah, it was perfect. Everyone wanted to take pictures with them. Super cute.
So cute. And they were just very okay. I mean, I guess we could talk about it now, but the craziest thing, I mean, you have to agree that this was the craziest thing that happened, where we were walking around after we went to the Nintendo booth, and they got their Link styluses, and they were really stoked about that. But then we were walking by, and Audrey's like, "Oh yeah, Ponyo," and we thought she was pointing at one of the toys.
Yeah, we were trying to see.
We're like, wait, what's from Ponyo? And then there was like a sheet with there was like a backdrop with all these different logos.
Right, and she said, "It's not Ponyo. It's not Ponyo. It's the guy that made Ponyo."
And then she points to the Studio Ghibli logo.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy crap.
And I proudly proclaim that I am definitely raising my kids correctly.
Like, that's amazing.
Because Luke was just talking with the lady about all the Zelda games he plays, and then she spotted that, and I'm like, yeah, doing okay.
Yeah.
Doing all right there.
There's You're raising your kids right, and they're cosplaying.
I know. They're already planning next year because they love like having people take pictures. So they're like, next year we're gonna do Mario and Princess Peach because like they're like, that's some of the other most famous characters. So we'll get a lot of pictures of that too. I'm like, all right, so what you guys want to do? So they're planning it based on what's gonna get them the most pictures.
I know.
So,
dude, I saw a like 2-year-old Ray.
Yeah,
it was so adorable. And then I don't know because now she's all over the internet. Did you see the BB-8 little girl?
I didn't see her in person.
I saw her in person because she would be walking around. And you're like, wait, what is that? And then she when she got in it, and she ducked down into the little ball, and I was like, oh my god! And then everybody would just be like, oh my gosh! Like.
Aside from my kids' amazing cuteness, I had a very rare cosplay type moment because I don't normally do this, but I actually snapped a picture. I asked permission, but snapped a picture of somebody's costume. I saw the best powdered toast man I have ever seen.
Pretty good.
It was fantastic.
Stephen King, did you see the Beavis and Butthead they were walking around?
No.
Dude, they were like full on. I don't know how they made these. They were like, they look like the cartoon.
Huh.
I don't know how they were able to see. Because it looked like it was paper mache, but like way better done. And they look like cartoon guys walking around. Like Stephen King posted their picture. And when I saw it, because it was like during winter, I'm like, wait, is Stephen King here? But then it's like, no, he just saw that and was like, that's a pretty big thing.
Yeah.
Steve says there's going to be a wolf from The Walking Dead for Comic-Con Palm Springs.
Nice.
It's like one of the bad guys.
All right.
You see, just got to kind of look like a biker.
That's an easy like. Most I ever do though is just wearing a geeky T-shirt.
Well, somebody joked around because I had my Bayside High. Oh, it was Mark Bolton was like, I like the Bayside High student cosplayer because even Derek was like, oh yeah, the W on the forehead. That's all you got to do.
Oh, okay.
For the wolf
and dirty clothes.
Dirty clothes. But I was like, yeah, I'm the guy that's always just right off camera, like
the extra.
Yeah, and then
student 7.
Yeah, I'm like, because we were talking about like I'd totally be one of those nerd guys. I'm like, I'm the guy that's paying $15 for Screech's spaghetti sauce, like because those guys totally. Or like, because like Derek was joking around, he's like, would you be one of those nerds that was like, because like, so they had this episode where there was a TV star, Johnny Dakota, and he's like, I guess that's like a Luke Perry type guy. And I'm like, yeah, it's probably on par with that. And he came to the school, and then Zach was like selling, he's like, Johnny Dakota used this fork in the cafeteria, $25. And people were like, yeah. And he's like, would you buy Johnny Dakota's fork? And I'm like, I don't see any scenario. She's like, what if it was Luke Perry? Would you buy Luke Perry's hairbrush? And I'm like, would 17-year-old Brenda? And I'm like, no, I've never been in that level of fandom where I like want to buy. That's weird.
That's especially like I could see. I mean, for instance, I talked about this recently. I bought a record producer's music collection, but that's a little like. If
like
it was
when you get into like personal items and hair and
like if it was weird crap. Their director's chair or whatever that had their name on it, I could see that like something that's
or like they're
related to their craft,
like a guitar pick or a drumstick or
an instrument from a musician,
something, drum head, like those kind of things. But when you get into like hair, well, especially for you,
well, definitely that,
or like something they use, like
that's kind of weird to me,
or like because also like how do you like prove that?
Well, yeah, that's like the guy that told me he had.
Well, that was the Neil Peart drumstick.
Neil Peart drumsticks, yeah, which I still have. In fact, I used the Neil Peart drumsticks, quote unquote, on some of the Mandarin Art Show stuff. So, for what that's worth.
All right. Well, anything else exciting you wanted to talk about starting off?
We got a lot more.
We got a ton of stuff. I mean, you got back.
I got back from vacation. We got WonderCon.
If you want to hear the total vacation rundown, that's
I'm gonna do like a best of for
Mandarin Orange Show. As I've always said, is definitely a must listen. I love the fights. I actually channeled my inner Josh.
Yes.
Because you were going off about the freaking recipe thing, which makes zero sense. Makes zero because you're like, you don't combine those foods. I'm like, that's what a recipe is combining disparate foods to make something. Because everything, dude, that's everything. That is so many things. And what do you think is in all this stuff? You're just one of those people that like you don't care as long as you see the end product.
I want to know. That's because like
if you watch somebody make mayonnaise,
I don't like to watch cooking.
It is I can't eat mayonnaise anymore after watching a guy at the fair make mayonnaise. It was that disgusting. But then also like I just think I've always thought mayonnaise was kind of gross. But if I could see where somebody loved mayonnaise and then saw this, like I don't know, it's just really gross. But then like that's everything, man. That's a lot of things. Like and also with sauces, ketchup is a base in like everything.
And sometimes that works.
But it works.
Sauce,
but the fact that before you knew what it was, it worked fine, and then it doesn't. That's your broken brain.
It may be.
And you need assistance.
That's how it's always been.
It
works fine. My system works great.
Your system is crazy, and you might need professional help.
But what's it hurting?
It's hurting. Well, it's hurting your wife because like.
Oh, it's not.
You're like, oh. Like you can't watch her, you can't even be in the kitchen and you're like bugging her about stuff. Like nobody wants
just hits
that.
Me with a spoon and I leave.
I would punch you in the face because like it's ridiculous that you're like that's gross, but then when you eat it, you love it. That's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
I can't explain it. It's Phil logic.
You can't explain it because it doesn't make any sense.
Internal logic though, it matches up. It makes
sense. A coping mechanism for a illness,
maybe,
is what it is.
I'm high functioning, so it works out.
All right. Well, that's what's going on with you. I mean, it was pretty quiet on the home front while you were gone.
Yeah. You got our mail, which we greatly appreciate.
I did. You guys get a lot of mail. It's weird.
Yeah. Which is why when the stupid post office is like, no mail for 10 days. I'm like, no, we got something. Like, we got something.
I want to know where that mail went.
I don't know, but there's no way we got nothing for 10. You saw how much we got. There's no way we got nothing.
That was 11 days.
Yeah, but it wasn't even a particularly like busy. It wasn't like we got a bunch of packages. That's just the stuff that
was
comes.
Normal crap. I don't know. I'm very big on like paperless. It's okay. Today I got the stupidest thing.
Okay.
It was from Covered California, and they sent me a thing saying congratulations for going paperless. I'm like,
no, that needs to be
swear
framed.
to you, I threw it away.
No, you should frame that.
But I was like, I don't think you guys. No,
I'm pretty sure you messed that one up.
I swear to you, it said, congratulations for going paperless.
Now that's irony.
Like, that is crazy.
Yeah.
That's our government at work.
Yeah, good job, guys. Way to go. They have a guy that sends out the paperless.
Congratulations for going paperless. I'm like, I would understand if this was an email format. Congratulations, you're going paperless. Yeah. Now you're paperless. But what if they send like, okay, starting now? Like,
wait. Disregard the last letter. This is crap.
Like, sorry, we sent you a paper confirmation you're going paperless. Now you're going paperless. Yeah. Oh crap! No, we realized our last paper said you were. Oh no!
Starting now.
Like, oh my gosh! I'm like, really? I should have kept it to show it to you, but I was just like,
at least posted.
This is so stupid. I swear to you, big bold letters, congratulations on going paperless.
So ridiculous.
What?
Now we got some good junk mail today. Did you see I posted a picture of it?
No.
This is a big moment.
Oh, for your Mandarin Orange.
I got our first spam physical paper to Mandarin Orange show. And it said to like the office manager, and Janelle's like, "Who's the office manager?"
Yeah, which one of you is the office manager?
I said it's her because the mail's on her desk. She said it's on her desk because it doesn't fit on my desk because my desk is covered in junk.
I think Sergeant Brendo might need to be paying a visit.
I'm scared.
Pretty soon.
You know, like the episodes of Hoarders when the guys come over and they yell at them and like get their stuff cleaned up. That's like
I'm waiting for the official call from the chief.
It's gonna come. I'm trying to like get it back together this week while we got some downtime a little bit, but there's never downtime.
When Janelle makes that call,
I know. I'm scared.
I'm there.
Scared.
I'm there, man.
It just kind of creeps away from it. It starts here and then it.
That's another thing where I'm like, what?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Somehow, I mean, you have some clutter here, but it's always the same clutter.
It's the same stuff, and also at this point, I keep it there for you.
I know. I've been fiddling with it. I was just talking with Matthew about this the other day that I can't do puzzles during the podcast anymore. He said he used to like hearing when we would talk and you were saying something. I've listened to
old episodes and it's annoying because you can't hear it.
Or that I would just like, you'd say Phil and I'd be like, oh, because I was like spaced out on the puzzle. So it's different.
It's better,
probably. But at least I have something to fiddle with, you know.
Well, that's why I keep at least a couple things, and then every once in a while I'll add like some new.
Yeah. This pen I'm liking tonight.
The pen, and then the DVD. I added a new.
Yeah, I've been fiddling with that a little bit there.
Just some other.
Yeah, that Cricket chapstick here.
Yeah, I got that at Lucha Underground.
Yeah,
it's a nice, tasty little chapstick. I'm sure they'll be out in full force because now, like, Cricket's going after the wrestling market because they signed a sponsorship deal with WWE also. And now, like, all their signing events are at Cricket Wireless stores. So,
you'll be seeing more of that.
Yeah. So maybe I'll get because I got like 4 of those chapsticks at Lucha Underground. So I'm sure they'll be all over the place. I wish they would have more like food-based items. Like the one year when they had just Doritos everywhere at Access, that was pretty awesome.
They had Mountain Dew this time. Did you ever get a Mountain Dew?
No.
At WonderCon?
No. Couldn't find them.
Right
I found the Quick guy. But he was out of the bunny.
He was giving away stuff?
Yeah, he was at Long Beach too.
Oh, that's right.
But he was out. They were all out.
I don't know.
I need more stuff. Remember there was at Long Beach they had like the kettle chips.
Yeah, they just kept giving us more and more.
We had like a backpack full of kettle chips.
But the thing is, they're like, here, take more. You want more?
One year it was like 5 Hour Energies. I drank so much 5 Hour Energy I almost threw up. And then there was those weird energy bars that I had like a ton of those.
Yeah.
Well, I remember that was at the Wizard Con, and like those were my snacks. Like I didn't end up spending any money, so it's like, oh, I got these energy bars.
I had a couple, and then I'm like, I can't do anymore.
They were pretty gross.
They weren't that great, and
but they were free.
They were free, but yeah. Anyway, Mountain Dew this year, that was good.
Yeah.
You know what we should do?
What?
We should read some mail.
We should read some mail. I got a couple.
Yeah.
I was gonna hold all the mail, but then Derek was.
And he wanted to respond as me.
Well, he wanted to do the full thing. He wanted the full experience, and like that made sense.
Well, yeah, I think I'm trying to remember because I listened to it. There was one of the letters I wanted to tell someone more about though, or something.
The James Riley one.
Yeah. Because I feel like that one he never got around to addressing it, and I'm excited. And I forget the name of the person now because I'm not looking at it. But whoever wrote in about James Riley, and you're reading the stuff, I'm excited and I want to hear more about your thoughts, etc.
So you're telling him to write in again?
Well, no, I'm like
he already wrote in.
I know. I'm just saying I want a chance to converse with him as well.
Well, I think he's going to start Story Thieves because he read, or maybe he
read Story Thieves and now he's doing
Half Upon a Time.
Yeah,
one of those. No, because he read Half Upon a Time and he said had some similarities.
Oh, that's right.
There's Fables, and there was another one, which I don't know if I mentioned this, but in our interviews with James Riley, I think we specifically talked about. I think even he brought it up.
Well, because there's definitely been a lot of different approaches,
and that's why he said it wasn't where he's like, "Oh, this is." He's like, "No, it's just."
Yeah, but his take on it
is very unique.
I just got my copy of it, by the way. So
of what?
Of the second Story Thieves.
Oh, you haven't read that yet? Gosh,
oh, I know.
What the heck?
It's so far behind.
But you have to finish. You're never going to finish Harry Potter.
I'm almost done.
We're going to be stuck in book club land.
You look on book club.
Forever.
I'm on track still.
Yeah, but you make that up. So you
do.
can always
I've made it up for a reasonable amount of time.
Oh my gosh, I really could come in and like lap you
if you want.
Again.
It's good.
But I don't know. I'm plowing through a lot of stuff while you're on this journey, I guess. But you've got like the longest books in the series looming.
It is a little daunting, I got to tell you.
Dude, they're so fat. I don't know am I just like some crazy savant?
No, here's the thing. I mean, and again, I'm not complaining, but my schedule over the last few weeks because of vacation and all this stuff, it's just been crazy. I haven't stopped.
What are you reading on the toilet?
Well, I got New Game Informer this
week. This is where you need to like streamline your toilet reading.
Also, I read one book over vacation. I didn't want to bring we're book club. I want to talk about a book club.
All right.
I didn't bring Harry Potter with me on vacation
because you had to conserve space.
No,
this is where
I brought multiple books on vacation.
Books.
Should I just tell you now?
No,
I'll tell you then. I'll tell you. Then. There's a story behind it.
It's annoying.
I'll tell you book club. We should do reader mail.
All right. Rocky writes in. Well, because he had made a comment that we didn't talk about. It was for our eyes only. But he says his legit question was favorite Happy Meal toy of all time.
Easy.
Whoa.
I can't think what they're actually called.
The changeables.
The Transformer things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you had like the hamburger and the.
I would say that, but then I was looking up in Dinosaur Dracula, and he frequently like talks about those. Right. And I would say overall, because I don't know if you remember. I mean, of course you remember this.
Well, I'm sure.
I think there was a resurgence. Are Happy Meal boxes back?
Yeah, they go in cycles. They've never really gone away.
Okay, because I feel like they were.
There's times when they go in cycles, but it just depends on the theme.
I remember because some years the box would like play in with and the greatest one of those was the real Ghostbusters.
Okay.
Because the box was it popped open and then you could it was like the warehouse.
Okay.
And like there was an Ecto one, there was a ghost. I remember there was like a ghost pencil topper, and there was all kinds like the real Ghostbusters because the box really played into it.
See, they still do those now with all the stuff.
Some of those especially. But I think I'm gonna have to. So like that was amazing. So it'd probably be a tie. And those Transformers ones.
Those are great. My favorite was the breakfast platter one.
Yes.
With the pancake, but it's like the tray that the pancakes come in. Yeah.
I like that one. I also liked like the quarter pounder with cheese.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. French fries. had the little feet.
Those are great.
And then like just the little robot faces, and like some of them you can even move their mouths.
Yeah.
And
they're real blocky, but they're good.
But it was awesome. And I also, this is silly, but I also like the little Chicken Littles where you could like switch their costumes up.
Oh yeah, they were the
not Chicken Littles, the Nuggets.
Mr. Potato. Yeah.
Nuggets.
Because they were like, remember there was Potato Head Jr. for a while.
Yeah, but that was like after.
I thought it was like around the same time.
These were like but these were chicken nuggets.
Well, here's all I know.
Nugget kids.
They may have come out a while later, but we had them all combined because they were like interchangeable. You could
there was the Nugget kids. There was also the Fry Guy kids, and they also came out with a line where you could change their costumes up.
But I know we had our Mr. Potato Head Juniors and the chicken nugget ones, and they know they were interactive.
Because I had those and the Fry Guy kids, and I think you could change all that stuff, and I really liked it.
Yeah,
those were a lot of fun. There were a lot of good toys. I mean, the original Batman toys. There's a lot. There were a lot of.
They still do some really good stuff, and they're still like in their. We're current on them, obviously.
Yeah.
And there's always junk ones too, but there always was some.
But I loved there was always but the boxes. I remember one summer. Because again, like I'm like going through a lot of old. I remember one summer because we used to go to my grandparents' farm, and it was always great because on the way on the drive, and that's a big drive to New Mexico, we would go to McDonald's and like some other place, but usually McDonald's Happy Meals. So I was guaranteed at least 2 or 3, like during the back and forth run, at least 2 or 3 Happy Meal toys. And do you remember there was one summer, I think it was like 89, 88, and it was there were different vehicles with the characters, like Birdie had like an airplane.
Oh, yeah.
And they were pullback cars.
Anytime you have a pullback car, those were always good ones.
And those were hot. I remember my brother and
Cheese has a yep. And then you got the
were great.
What's the policeman again? I know we talked about this fairly recently.
The policeman is Big Mac.
Big Mac, because he had a police car one.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, those are good.
Because Mayor McCheese is a quarter pounder.
Right.
And Big Mac is the policeman, which also because there's the playground piece where it's like the jail thing.
Right.
And it's Big Mac's mouth.
That's Big Mac. And then you got the Hamburglar.
Hamburglar and Grimace.
Of course, Grimace.
And Uncle McGrimacy. And Birdie. Birdie's gone, right? Like some of them are gone.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen Mayor McCheese. Yeah. Big Mac, I don't think we see those very much.
Well, Big Mac was always Hamburglar. Well, Hamburglar came back in that weird way. But then I feel like I haven't even seen Birdie in a long time.
No, and every once in a while you see Grimace floating around. Some of them have them painted on the walls, but it's very infrequent. So I don't know. But they always, ever since we were kids, whenever there's like a lull in the licensing. I know you'll recognize this when I say this. Whenever there's no Batman coming out, Mario's not happening right now, or whatever. What they always do, like their go-to, is they have Barbie and Hot Wheels. Like they're like, we got nothing. Here's Barbie and Hot Wheels.
Okay, now I'm remembering more toys. Now I forgot what it was. Crap, I was like another classic. Super Mario Brothers 3.
Oh yeah,
dude, the Goomba that you would like push down and it would like
pop up.
Yeah, dude, those were great.
Because back then, like Nintendo merchandise was kind of hard to come by, and when it was at McDonald's, that was hot.
And like those were super hot. Also, just Super Mario Bros. 3 was like such a huge deal, and I feel like that might have been like the tail end of my Happy Meal days because I had started to graduate.
With, like. Quarter pounder. That was my
that was like the graduation
gateway burger.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because that's when and then that's when you because I remember the real because there was McRib, but the real was like the Flintstones promotion because that was like such a huge. I'll never forget the Grand Poobah meal. Like as long as I live, I ate so many Grand Poobah meals. Oh, I love it.
Oh, speaking of McDonald's, did you hear the news?
Monopoly's
coming back.
It barely without any fanfare. Boom, boom. It starts tomorrow.
Yeah, crazy.
You guys ready?
We're doing Lunch Bunch tomorrow.
Well, what are you gonna do though? You're like, you're getting pretty serious about your?
Yeah, here's the thing. We're gonna try.
No large fries.
I
that's
think
where you get all the pieces, man.
I know. That's
what if you split a large fries?
Well, we're gonna ease into it because as the end of the conversation.
You'll have to do the freaking.
We don't know details, but what they have said is that there's going to be an app that you use. So I don't know what that means.
They had that. I feel like they had that before.
Well, you had the online component, but I don't feel like it was.
Thing you just enter a code.
Yeah, but because if you can just scan it with your phone instead of typing in all those numbers. Because I don't know if you have.
Oh yeah, well I think the number into the app, or is it going to be a scan?
I'm wondering if you can scan it. That's like a huge.
That would be amazing.
That would be huge.
I cannot believe we're totally.
This is important.
Yeah, but
I thought it was gone.
But here's the problem, though. The problem is it's never going to be as good as the Best Buy Bucks.
No, that was the height.
That was the absolute height. I mean, we each got like multiple free video games, and we also broke. The best. We were the reason why that did not ever come back. Because I remember arguing with so many Best Buy people because they're like, no. I'm like, show me where it says video games, and they'd be like, oh, you saw the look on their face.
We found the
where
loophole.
They're like, oh crap, because they were like, no music, no
you can't.
There was
no
DVDs,
no music,
and I'm like, and they're like, because they would automatically be like, no video games. I'm like. Show me where it says video games, and you could see where because I remember
pulled up the full
managers
rules.
Would get involved, and they were like, you could tell we're like freaking McDonald's.
Yeah, because for those that don't know, their whole thing was they would give out these $1 to $5 little mini gift certificates, and
you would get if you got a large fry, I think you got 2 of them.
Yeah, and you could get up to 5 on one, so you could get $10.
I remember getting multiple times getting $10 in Best Buy.
Their thing is you could combine them.
Yeah,
but
you could
all of their
them.
Small items it didn't count on because it also snacks and
it was
the snacks, little counter things,
music, DVDs. But again, I feel like this had to have been some crazy oversight because the next year no video games.
I thought we got 2 years,
maybe 2 years.
I think we got 2 years.
No, 1 year.
Oh, I think then we ordered them online.
No. The second year was online, and they made you could only use a certain number per item.
Right, but then we figured out online we could combine it, and there was no one to argue with us.
Yeah, that's right.
So then we did that, and then they just cut it off.
Because I remember using them. I did use them to buy electroplankton because you could already only buy it online.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I've got enough bucks. I think I got electroplankton for free, and that you were like, I want to use my bucks on something else, and you totally
should have got electroplankton. I have it now.
Yeah.
But anyway, their whole thing was that they wanted you to basically put it towards buying a TV or something. Yeah. So it's like a coupon. And we were like, no, we're getting free.
Yeah.
And oh man, did we work that system.
I seriously best games.
Yeah.
We would get more than a few times where you would get $10 in one shot.
Yeah. And then you just walk in there with this big stack of coupons. No.
Show me
where it says.
I think I bought I think I spent $50 in one shot.
Oh yeah, well because we would save it all.
We were also saving up. We were pooling. We were doing all kinds of stuff
because we didn't want to have to go do multiple arguments. So we'd save it up until right before the promotion was over.
Yeah,
and then boom.
Because I remember
with a bunch of free games.
I remember spending at least $50 at once.
Yeah,
and I had just a pile of those things. And yeah, that was Best Buy. After a while, it was like, we're done.
And now they don't even do it. Then so then the next best one was the Coke rewards.
Yeah,
and we banked up tons. We got so many free movie tickets. And they pulled.
I remember. I think I got free Redbox for year.
Redbox.
I had so many Redbox.
We got a year worth of free Hulu because you just got all
free
these 3 months at a time thing.
Redbox, just regular movie. When Janelle showed me that you could just buy movie tickets with the points, I was like, oh, they don't know what they're doing.
Oh, and you get 2 movie tickets and a free soda.
Yeah.
With every one, and we just get the points from there, and you got points on everything.
Yeah.
And then we turn around and buy movie tickets and stuff with it. They caught wise to that.
Because I remember other people even giving me their, like at work, would give me their
because
like
I don't
things. Like, I don't want to do these
well,
codes.
and the thing with the similar thing, like on the Coke, most of the things on the Coke rewards are super expensive, and no one's going to save up and get them. But the movie things are really cheap, so you can get
And the
a
other
bunch.
thing that happened was at work, at 86, we had like free sodas, and I got the secretary to just start giving me like she would cut the codes for me, and so every because she would do the sodas, she'd put the sodas out twice a week, and so twice a week I'd have a giant stack, and I did not pay to go to the movies for like a year.
Fantastic.
But that's gone now.
Well, before that,
it was
Blockbuster.
Well, yeah, the Blockbuster thing was
obviously
pretty nuts.
That's gone.
You got all of them.
Because that one, with the Blockbuster, you'd get 2 free movie rentals, a liter bottle of soda, and a little bucket with popcorn and candy.
Yeah.
And those were like pennies. I mean, that was amazing.
Man,
see, there you go.
I feel like though they've like every year there's like
we find a loophole and they shut them down.
But now there's like even the thing that we're like, well, we can kind of exploit this. It's always getting less and less.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen this year? Is it even gonna be worth it?
I don't know. We gotta try. We're tomorrow. Opening day.
Opening day. Are you gonna be there like right in the morning?
Wait, what do they call it in sports when the people go out and see before the games start?
Mm-hmm.
What is that called? Spring training?
Yeah.
This is spring training right here.
Okay.
You're listening to Monopoly.
Something I did exploit last year, because they offered breakfast.
Yeah.
Well, no, breakfast hadn't happened yet when they did the last time they did Monopoly, but I would go in them because I was on the way to work, I remember. And they would get I think they had some, there's a combo where it's like 2 Egg McMuffins.
Yeah.
And each Egg McMuffin had a thing on it. I'm like, this is by far the most, like, I found that's the thing,
best thing, yeah.
For like way more value because each one had 2 pieces. So I don't know. Again, you always have to check because they always change it around.
Oh yeah.
And they're usually changing it to things they want you to buy. I mean, Big Mac's usually standard, but then they always have rotating items.
To push.
And so
we ate those when they introduced those like deluxe chicken sandwiches. We ate those for days. That's how we got all those Best Buy bucks because they were on all of those things.
Yeah, I remember eating a lot of chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
I remember at work, my friends would be like, "Why do you like those?" I'm like, "I don't."
I mean, they're fine.
I have so many. I have all these Best Buy dollars.
I'm eating free video games.
I'm like, because like when I would be like $5, I'm like, I'm $5 to a DS game, like in a new game.
Well, and the thing is, if you got that $5 or $10, and you spent at that time, it was probably a $5 combo.
Yeah.
So it's like it's free.
Yeah.
If you look at it that way, if you're gonna go get the game.
Yeah.
So
and I remember we were hitting the $5 one enough. Where like on a pretty regular, like probably every other visit is getting at least, and then every once in a while you get the jackpot of like multiple $5, like the $10 and one shot ones.
Yep.
Oh, I can't believe we just talked about McDonald's
Monopoly.
It's ridiculous.
I know. It's fantastic.
And have we ever won like an actual Monopoly prize? Like no, not even nobody does.
No. I mean, it's just. I mean, I'm sure someone somewhere does. I don't know.
I always love like the ads where it's like looking for this. I'm like, do people know how this works?
Don't even like engage someone on that
like
level.
On Facebook and stuff. And I'm like,
oh, combined.
You know how this works, right? Yeah. Like there's like a million. Everybody has Park Place.
Right.
Like, oh, I got Park Place.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, everybody has Park Place. I'm like, you're basically like, hey, do you want free money? Because like if somebody has this,
yeah, sure, that's a good idea. If you get Boardwalk, you let me know. No, but the thing is, so people will say that to me, like, well, you know you're never going to win that, but that's the point. Is the smaller prizes are what the fun is. I mean, sure, it's fun to play.
And also the free, you get occasional free food.
Yeah, you get free food. You get, free soda.
I got multiple of the free deluxe. So it was useful because that's like a meal right there, man. The McDonald's is weird now. They got those like now it's like they're trying to be like you pick your bun and your meat.
So
and all
schizophrenic.
Like what are you guys? You're McDonald's.
Yeah.
Like come on. I get what you're doing, but also it's like you're not fooling anybody.
The other day when I was like I was trying to go to sleep and I couldn't fall asleep, so I was just clicking through stuff, and I read this like 5-page article about comparing McDonald's to In-N-Out and why it's so much better. But they had a really compelling argument, which is McDonald's has reinvented themselves throughout the years, and they're licensing, blah, blah, blah. In-N-Out has the exact same, like,
but that's
5
why
items.
I like In-N-Out.
And that's what I'm saying.
Were they saying that?
No, they were arguing for why In-N-Out is so much better.
Yeah.
Like they have the same stuff. They don't have it's what you're getting. It's always going to be good quality. And
I still don't understand people that don't like In-N-Out fries, but I guess that's just a personal preference.
He did complain about that, and I don't get that either. I think they're fantastic.
Well, I guess I'm like, you like fake fries?
Yeah, you can watch them cut the potatoes.
But some people don't like that.
Yeah.
I guess people don't like that. They like...
I don't know. I like McDonald's fries, too. Don't get me wrong.
Well, McDonald's fries are crack cocaine.
But I'm not... They don't have the direct line of potato to fry like they do.
But that's part of the thing. Like, They don't have all the stuff...
That's
the
fine.
Addictive chemicals that make you crave it fortnightly.
That's right.
I think that's part of it, but I don't know. Who knows? But hey, we just talked a lot about.
Well, he did ask about McDonald's, to be fair, so I think he got his answer.
All right. Well, Stephen Day, this is right up. This is for me.
All right, this is good.
Hey guys, wrestling question for Brendo.
Yep.
Thank you very much. So I heard how WrestleMania is supposed to run over by 5 to 20 minutes this year. I think that's a good thing, so the main event isn't rushed if they mistime the show, which they always do at WrestleMania.
Okay.
But what's it like sitting through an entire WrestleMania? What time do you get to your seat? I've only been to one WWE show, and I hope to go to a WrestleMania someday, but it seems like it could be an overwhelming and leg-sleeping affair. So let me start off by saying first, these things are not for the faint of heart.
How long is it front to back?
So ever since they started doing on the WWE Network the pre-show,
right,
which they have done for years before anyways, but it wasn't on WWE Network. But even now, it's even longer, it seems like, now that they have the network. It used to be like a half-hour thing on like the preview channel, because it's the thing that they do. It's their last-ditch effort to get people to buy the show.
Right.
So they offer this year. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. There's an hour, I guess, pre-show. Then there's an hour of matches pre-show. Then there's 4 hours of WrestleMania, which is running over by 5 to 20 minutes. So that's 4 hours and 20 minutes. And on TV, there's an hour after show, but that's not something.
So you're talking 6.5 hours.
We're talking 6.5 hours. Plus, the thing last year that we noticed, WrestleMania 30, I didn't see this, but I think it's becoming. It depends on the venue and how well they run, getting people in and out. Because there was. If you got last year, I think the show started. So the WrestleMania itself starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. No, 7. It starts an hour earlier. So 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific.
Okay.
So, and then the pre-show. So that meant last year the pre-show started at 3 p.m. Pacific time.
Right.
And we got to. So Benson and I think we got there at 1:30. And we had lunch, and then, but if you were not there, people that got there, because we talked to people afterwards, and so the pre-show started at 3. If you got there so the pre-show started at 3. If you got there later than 2, you missed, because it took them that long to get into the building. If there's depending on, again, there's lines, parking.
Right.
This is why I don't deal with parking at a venue ever, because it's nuts.
Right.
And it's trafficy. This year my hotel I already timed it. It's a 5-minute Uber.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just gonna have them drop me off, and I'm just gonna get out, and it's seriously $3. And I'd rather do that than 1, paying for parking, 2, finding a parking space, traffic.
Getting stuck there on the way back out.
Not dealing with any of that. I found a place where it's far enough away where traffic is not going to be an issue, and I can just walk. Nice. I've already got this planned out, because again, you have to plan. Planning is important, because again, people last year that got there an hour early missed the entire pre-show, and they were mad, because now the pre-show is not just some garbage match. It's usually last year it was 2 matches. It was a tag team match, and the Andre the Giant Battle Royal is in the pre-show, and it's once again going to be this year in the pre-show. Huh. And you don't want to miss that stuff. And last year those 2 matches were great, and people that like waited too long, missed out on that stuff. And so again, I would recommend getting there at least you have to get there an hour before the pre-show.
Really, you're talking 7.5 hours then.
It's a lot of hours, but you're talking to somebody again who I go to Lucha Underground tapings, which is like 8 hours of sitting around.
We do this show, which oftentimes goes into those digits.
I've done, I think the first true test of my strength. Well, also waiting in line at like old school, like waiting in line for concert tickets, midnight showings, waiting in like before online ticketing and things like that for movies, Lord of the Rings, midnights. Like I would get there at like 5 p.m. and then wait there for 7 hours and then watch a 3-hour movie. And then I've done a Button-Up-a-thon, which was 26 hours, 27 hours.
Which is crazy.
So that was crazy. That was, even I had to get up and walk out and go to breakfast somewhere at a certain point, and I missed half of a movie just because I
couldn't take it.
It wasn't that I couldn't take it. It was just one, if I had stayed there longer, I would have flat out fallen asleep. And also I just needed to, it was it was a little bit, but so, and again, it also depends on the comfortable seats, like it's depending from arena to arena. Last year, I did not get up the entire time because one, I didn't want to miss anything.
Right.
And because the thing with WrestleMania is like these guys, I remember these guys, I was like comical. These guys will get up because they kept getting up again. And this is also what I don't understand is these people that go to like, and they just drink the whole time. Cause I'm like, you're paying all this money. You spent half the event in line to get beer. And then like, I'm like, what? That's such a waste of money. And like, I'm like, these tickets, these are $100 seats where we're sitting. And I'm like, you spend $100, spend half your time standing around, and then you're spending God knows how much money on
the beer,
on those like. And I'm like, what are you? Who are you people? And like, but they would get up because they're like, oh, nothing's gonna happen. And then like The Rock came out, and then like, it's not this match, it's gonna be another match. And then, oh nope, it's time for the Undertaker match. They missed every cool thing. They got up thinking that because like they were convinced that Roman Reigns was gonna beat Brock Lesnar. Like, this is over. And I swear to you, I watched them go into the tunnel, and like 10 seconds after they went into the tunnel, Seth Rollins' music hit and he came out to cash Money in the Bank. And I'm like, these guys are like the lucky charm for cool stuff to happen. Like as soon as they leave, cool stuff happens. And so that's where I'm like, I go to the bathroom before, so Benson and I made sure like we went to the bathroom before it started, and then I'm good. And like, and so, because again, like, you never know what's going to happen. And so yeah, I get to my seat. Usually, like, if I get there, like, you get there probably like 30 minutes before the pre-show starts, and it's fun. It's a good atmosphere. You get to know people that you're going to be sitting around for the next many hours.
Yes.
And it is, again, something you got to like prepare for and be ready, know what you're getting into. And bringing people that are also aware of that, because like we were with some people that are like, wait, how long is this? But then they would get up and go and get food and whatnot, and they were cool. But because at first I'm like, are we gonna have this? Gonna be an issue? But it was fine. But just making sure that everybody in your party is aware what you're getting into, because it is a long thing.
It's just similar to going to like a comic convention.
Yeah, Comic Cons, shows.
Yep.
Like, it's not that they're like. It's not like, but it's just, you got to be prepared. You got to know what you're getting into.
Yeah, it helps.
And have a good attitude, because it's easy if you get frustrated or you're getting angry, then it's easy to, like, that can ruin your whole experience.
True.
Or if you're behind or near people that are jerks, like those people, it was hard. Like, it was a little frustrating because these guys seriously got up like every 15 minutes. I'm like, what the frick? Like, even Mike was getting ticked off.
Why are you here?
Like, Mike even, I think he said to those guys, like, why are you guys even sitting down? Like, I think he got so, because we had to keep getting up and letting him through. And I was like, come on. Like, ugh.
That's the worst of the movies too.
Well, one year I remember when Jesse and I went to SummerSlam. At first, we thought we had good seats because we were like right on the aisle. But then like we had to get up every single time people, and it got to the point where Jesse and I were just like we just stood up like half the time because we're like it's pointless. As soon as we sat down, somebody and I was like,
those are long rows.
Yeah, ugh, that's a little frustrating, but it's just part of the thing. And I don't know, whatever. That's just whatever, but it's fine, and I'm excited. And I've also been to longer wrestling shows. Like I think PWG Bola the one night, like I think it went past 5 hours.
It's pretty long.
They did have an intermission. WrestleMania doesn't have an intermission, but
going.
They do have musical acts. Really, some like Kalisto Ryback, these specific matches where you're like, I don't know. If you really need to plan out like your bathroom, if you're the kind of person that has to go to the bathroom a certain time, you can plan.
Yeah.
Because although they don't announce the order of the matches, but you can kind of get an idea, like, okay, when this match happens, I can, or when the dumb musical performance, which is never good, happens.
It's the bathroom music.
It's the bathroom.
All right.
But don't be that guy that de facto uses the women's match as the bathroom, because you're basically reinforcing Vince McMahon's view that nobody watches the women's matches, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I always make a point to stay during the women's matches, even if they're not that great, because again, by leaving, you're just reinforcing the Vince's old, like, wrong views that people don't care about women's matches.
Don't do that. Don't
be that guy. If you're at home, you can do whatever you want.
That's true.
But when you're there,
pause it at home.
Yeah, you can. Although I have had some trouble with a live stream where pausing it's supposed to work. But I've had one time I freaked out because I paused it, and then when I hit play, it like jumped to where and I'm like, ah! But I think they fixed that.
That's good. That's good. Sweet.
So yeah.
All right, what's next?
Man,
what's our next letter?
Running out of time. Hey guys, NTLD here. What's up, Denver?
Not the last dinosaur.
Glad to hear vacation went well for Phil, and here's to a safe one for you, Brendo, this week.
Yeah,
thank you.
We're jumping.
Hope I survive
It's tag team. I'm back. I'm coming back, and you're going out.
Hope I survive my Spirit Airlines, and
it's not so bad. It's really not.
Got a rental car driving in Dallas.
What you're going into. It's not.
Thankfully, I have the Google that will help me avoid all the dumb tolls.
Yes, we didn't pay a single toll on our whole trip.
I've already scouting the parking in the area where I'm going to be going into Dallas every day, and I think I got it figured out.
Nice.
And I'm going to try to make it so everything's close enough because I'm staying in Arlington by the stadium, so I'm going to have to drive in every day to downtown Dallas, but then I'm going to park my car. I found a central location to park my car that I think is free, and or I found some really cheap, like less than $5 parking options if those free spaces aren't available, and then I'm just going to leave my car there and walk around. I might take some outside Dallas trips if I have time, definitely on Monday, because outside in the greater Dallas area, there is a Culver's.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a real Freebirds, like the original Texas Freebirds. They also have Freddy's and Steak and Shake, which we have out here, but they're far away. So I might as well take advantage of it.
Get a little cookie butter.
And I mean, of course, I got to go to Whataburger or Lotta Burger. Is it Lotta Burger?
There's Whataburger.
Whataburger.
There might be Lotta Burger.
No, I think it's Whataburger. Blake's.
The main one that I know of.
Definitely got to get some of that. I think, and then I'm gonna go to some barbecue places. I was gonna try and go to Austin, but I timed it out, and I won't.
It's a pretty good drive.
I mean, I was gonna do it, but. I keep forgetting that it's Central Time, so it starts and so like I won't make it. Unless I left at like the crack of dawn, but because I want to go to the original Texas chili parlor, which is featured in Death Proof, because I just really want to go there, and I also just want to go to Austin, but I think I'm gonna have to save that for another time, because and then I was like, well, maybe I can go visit my aunt, but even that I don't have time.
Yeah.
I don't have time because Benson and I almost didn't make it on time for Raw last year, and that's never gonna happen again. Like, and we thought we were being super early, and the line was so long. We sat because at first we're like, oh, we'll get into this, like we'll get there because we got there early, and then we just walked around downtown San Jose because it was cool, and then like that was a big mistake because we almost didn't make it in time for Raw to start.
Man.
Like, so like I cannot do that again. It was very stressful. Like we sat in this line for like an hour and 25 minutes being like, oh, we're not going to make it. And everybody was freaking out. Everybody. So like, it was like, I'm like, are we in a potential riot situation here? Because like if Raw starts and we're all still out here, people are going to go crazy. Luckily, they managed to get us all in. It was because at the last minute, they were checking everybody for cameras and stuff because they were paranoid about that. And I'm like, it's a live event. Like, what? Like, you're worried about leaks?
Yeah,
like,
what's the deal?
Because Periscope had just happened. So they were freaking out about it. But I'm like, it's a live show that people can watch on. What do you care if people what?
Like, people are always scared of new technology. That's just the
way
things
Periscope
are.
had just happened. So they were like, they were like banning GoPros. At first they were trying to ban cell phones, and it's like, no, you can't do that. So I think like halfway through they were like, this isn't working. Also, they realized they're like, oh, the arena's like a quarter full. What's happening? Everybody was out. There were like 20,000 people that had been in line for. It was turning into a bad situation. So, wow.
Speaking of Dallas, my brother David wanted me to tell you he went to the Dallas Book Depository this week.
Yeah.
Or last week, and he was.
I looked that up.
He said he thought of you while he was there, and he wanted you to know.
I'm probably gonna do that on the Monday that I have free.
He said it's cool. So
I looked it up. It's not too expensive. There's like an actual museum and stuff in there. And this is also super cool.
Yeah.
That episode comes out. The last episode comes out that day, so I can watch the episode and then go there.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's some good timing there.
It comes out that day, and so I'll watch it in the morning and then go there and then go to Raw.
Nice.
And it's all good. All right. So
one line of his letter down there.
Denver writes, well, to start, I help in the 3rd grade Sunday school class at church, and we were going to play a game with little plastic flip frogs, and just being silly, I did a Kermit the Frog voice. There were only 3 in the class, and they stopped and looked at me and started laughing, wanting me to do it again. One girl that comes from a hard family and doesn't participate in anything jumped right into the game. After church, she came up to me to have me do the voice for her dad. I was embarrassed and said no because her dad looks, yes, I'm judging a book by a cover, like a tough guy. He was pierced-lipped, quite muscled up with tats, and I've really never met him because they generally drop off the kids and don't stay.
Okay.
On my way out, he was standing by himself, so I approached him and said his daughter wanted me to do the voice for him. He laughed and said she was talking about it, and then proceeded to say he and a friend were going to start a podcast.
Okay.
I gasped silently, as you say, not everyone can be a podcaster, and said he could use my voice talent.
Kermit the Frog here.
He had to go, but said he wanted to talk next week about it. NTLD podcast,
Dude,
biker Denver podcast. My mind is racing on what type of podcast he wants to start. Till next week, I guess. Yeah.
Hey, jump on that.
That sounds great.
Seriously. I mean, who knows what could come of that? You never know.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you don't wind up doing it. But might as well try.
And then he was talking about some Amazon items from last week.
Okay.
The Batman book, and there was a Death Wish coffee, which is advertised as the strongest coffee in the world.
Ooh.
And he says the coffee is strong with no bitterness and no bad aftertaste. You can get it on Amazon.
I guess you can.
I recommend it if you like coffee.
I do not, but I'm glad for the recommendation.
Keep up the entertainment, and always remember, let them cookies cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you for writing, everybody. I love this story, and definitely do that. I want to hear about it. I want to hear do a show.
You know what else you should definitely do?
I know what you should do.
You should listen to those podcasts, and that upcoming Denver Biker Dude show.
It's going to be there. I know it.
Denver and Biker Man?
Yeah. Denver, the Last Dinosaur, and the Biker Man. Denver, not the last dinosaur.
On Stitcher.
On Stitcher.
Go to radiobrendo.com. Click the Stitcher link. Go listen to all those shows. All the great Benview Network shows. all the other shows. I listen to everything on there. It's amazing. And be sure to thumbs up the show. Rate and review us on iTunes also.
Yes, that would be fantastic.
Really appreciate that.
I had a little Stitcher disaster this week, though. I got to tell you about.
What?
Well, not really a disaster.
Disaster?
I went on there. At some point, like during vacation, I think I was looking at it on my phone. I can't remember which order it was. One way or another, I'd subscribed to my different shows on my computer, and then I went on my phone, or maybe it was vice versa. But one way or another, the way I didn't notice the button, it looked like I was subscribing to shows. I'm like, oh, I guess I didn't subscribe. I went through and unsubscribed to everything, and then I went back in Stitcher, and I'm like, where's all my shows? And I had to go back and like find all my shows and like redo it all. But it still saved the stuff I'd listened to, so it was okay. But I panicked. I'm like, what happened now?
How did you unsubscribe?
It's just because I don't know.
Different color?
It just, I was used to looking at it on the one and it looked wrong on the other or something.
So you're like unsubscribed?
I was like, what? Yeah.
Even though you were in your subscription list?
I just thought it looked like it said I wasn't subscribed.
But they're on your subscription list.
Again, this is user error. I'm not saying it's their fault, but one way or another. Then I went back later and I'm like, why are all my shows? Oh, unsubscribed. So.
Well, don't do that.
Don't do that.
You should definitely subscribe to all the Benview Network podcasts. Also, the two newest shows, Mandarin Orange Show, which is you and Janelle, and the podcast review.
Yes, I saw that.
Brand new show. Doing lots of good stuff.
And there's more new shows on the way.
More new shows on the way. They're also talking about Pick Your Path Season 2.
Very cool.
Kayla Berry's working on her. It's called The Artist Tree,
which
you can check out on Facebook right now. And, you got new Benson's Boombox. They interview Chris's brother, who actually had a stint as a indie wrestler.
Really?
He's now a politician.
Wow.
But he was a wrestler. Yes.
Okay.
That's Chris's brother.
Wow. I had no idea.
But his wrestling name was Regis. It was just really funny. It was a really funny story.
That's cool.
Benview on Spielberg, they just did Always. Apparently, Always is not so always good.
I like Always. I don't know.
It's Audrey Hepburn's last movie.
It is, you know?
I don't know. They didn't like it. I never seen it.
Really?
Yeah.
On a VHS.
Of course you do. That was when you didn't upgrade.
No, I should say I probably had it, and it's, I have the list of VHS still, right?
Yeah, I do.
I'm sure you know that. Why am I saying you know that?
Comic Nerds Unite, Extra Damage, always entertaining. I sent in a reader mail.
Oh, yes?
To Extra Damage, and they read it.
Nice.
And you got,
Mr. Brendo's Wrestling Show.
Mr. Brendo's Wrestling. Midnight Marinara, Nerd's Eye View, which they talked about Zootopia with David and Kayla.
Yeah. And everybody likes that because it's awesome.
Yeah, I have to watch it. We were talking about Pick Your Pickets. Derek, Picture Star with Derek. Yeah. And there's 4 episodes.
What was I was going to say?
One of them's with me.
Yeah.
Pillage Cast, rest in peace.
Yeah.
We did. Derek was joking. I don't know if you heard talk about the Pillage Cast reunion.
Yeah.
And could there ever be a Pillage Cast reunion? And who are you?
I don't know.
Or do we say you're the Duff? Who's your Axl Rose?
I'm gonna come out right now and be honest. I don't know enough about Guns N' Roses characters, folks, to know.
Well, Benson's the Buckethead.
I don't even know what that is.
Buckethead Phil took over for Slash, and he just wears a KFC bucket on his head.
Like in the band, for real?
Yeah, you can't see his face. He's got a bucket head.
So no one knows who he is?
For a long time, for a while at first, people, because he had Slash's hair, so people thought it was just Slash with like a bucket on his head. But it's not. But
somehow this is a corner of pop culture that I just was never aware of.
Well, this was just Axl Rose. I mean, the summary is nobody can deal with Axl Rose, so he has to keep finding new musicians. And now Coachella and other people have thrown enough money at him where they're going to try to make it work. But half the people, it's like going to be, I feel like half the people are like genuinely like, this is going to be awesome. The other half are like, this is going to be a train wreck. I have to be there to watch this.
They're gonna go.
And it's happening. But they're doing other tour dates, but who knows about, I feel like every Guns N' Roses show, like since like 2004 is like very like, it may or may not happen, most likely won't happen. Like if you have like an on base percentage, but on appearance percentage for Axl Rose, it's definitely below 500.
Now, not knowing anything about it, I can tell you right now it would not be Buckethead, because there's no way I would put a KFC bucket on my head. There's no way you could clean the grease out enough to get that anywhere near my head.
What if it was like a fresh bucket? Do you think you
matter.
just went in there and was like, "Give me a bucket"?
I don't trust that.
That's a car. They make noise.
It was an earthquake. I don't trust it. There's no way. Grease. I'm not putting that on my head.
Well, I would put the sounds of "Shut Up, Leonard" in my ear holes in my head. I don't know.
That's quite a recommendation.
Popsicles. We didn't get to do one at WonderCon like we had said we were thinking about because we ended up doing the MegaCast. But you can the MegaCast, as I said, is like Popsicles Plus.
Yeah,
because we're all there.
That's right.
Phil wasn't there.
I wasn't there. Well,
but you can listen to that on the Benview One-Offs feed,
true.
Which is also something you can subscribe to on Stitcher, I think. You can at least go to Benview Network and subscribe to it. BenviewNetwork.com.
Yeah.
You had family things. And
I did. I had to get everyone home.
Yeah.
Because I mean, WonderCon is fantastic, but I do not like it being out in LA. That was not ideal.
No.
Because if we were in Anaheim, Janelle would have just gone back to a hotel and I would have taken an Uber or something. But we're out in the far boonies of LA.
Downtown.
Horrible.
Downtown LA is just not.
Getting out of there, it's so convoluted to drive out of there. I hate it.
That's you're averse to using Google Maps.
No, this is with Google Maps.
I've never.
It is so roundabout.
I don't have a problem with Google Maps.
No, I'm not talking about Google Maps. I'm talking about.
No, I don't have a problem getting out of there.
The way it's. Why is there
just
not
follow
more
directions?
It should be simpler.
It's just every downtown area is like that, one-way streets, and
I like it.
But it's pretty grid.
I don't like it.
I that part was the least of my issues. Because it's just like, go down this street and then there, boom.
It's way more complicated.
I didn't have a problem.
Right.
I mean, Hope Street goes right up to the 110.
Yeah, but we weren't on Home Street. That's where Matthew parked.
Oh.
But Janelle parked right by the convention center, and that's like
a big
one.
One, you just go to Los Angeles Street. And
but there was construction and roads were
There is construction all over the place.
It was a big mess.
But that's why I don't park in the immediate vicinity of the convention center ever. Because there is a lot of closed streets and stuff. That's why even when I didn't park at the Hope Street one, I parked on 12th Street past the construction. Because if you're past the construction, it's just a straight shot. That was your mistake. Well, not your mistake. That was Janelle. But I guess getting to the convention center.
Well, I'm dragging two kids. Yeah, she wasn't going to walk a mile with them down the street. So.
Yeah, because that is not because there's people drive like crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I almost got hit by because people. I don't know if you see this, especially downtown. People don't seem, if they got that green light, they're turning right no matter what.
Yeah.
They're not acknowledging that green. Because I always, like, I almost had to, like, grab a person who just stepped out when the green light happened. Because, of course, this car just came, not even looking.
Yep.
And, like, they almost got hit. Like, I mean, I didn't have to because they were, but I was like, I could just see where if you're not paying attention and you're just kind of like, whatever, and, like, you just get in as soon as you see that green man. And like, because people just, and also people turning left because the no left arrows thing, they're always in a rush.
Yep.
So like, again, pedestrians, you got to be on your toes. Not to mention the barrage of homeless, randos, scary drug, whatever people.
It's kind of a mess. Someone should do a website about how to navigate that downtown area. And if they did that, they could use DreamHost to host that website.
Yes.
That's what I think.
So this is a good one. Well, we warned you.
Yeah, it's time. It happened.
I have to delete this because I still have it on here. You cannot, there's no more promo codes. But you can still save $50. Go to radiobrendo.com. Click the link on our website, the DreamHost link, and you will get $50 off your order.
Still a good deal.
Great deal. RadioBrendo.com. Click the DreamHost link.
Easy.
That's how you get the referral.
You know what else is easy?
What's easy?
Getting things shipped to you quickly via Anaheim. Oh my gosh.
Via Anaheim Prime.
Anaheim Prime. Man, I was on a roll tonight too.
Is that like the non-Disneyland part of Anaheim?
Yeah,
Anaheim Prime. That's like the new upscale area.
Yeah, but all the shops are empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anaheim Prime. Yeah. Dang it. Also Amazon Prime.
Yeah. You can get a free trial. Amazon Prime. 30-day free trial. If you go to radiobrendo.com, click the Amazon Prime free trial link. That gives you the Instant Watch library, which is just blowing up. You want Doctor Who? That's on the Amazon Instant Watch library.
Yeah.
You want HBO shows, which I'm hoping, because I guess Gary Shandling, right before he passed away, had made a deal for the Gary Shandling show to go back to HBO, because that was always like one of the separate ones, like them and Mr. Show. And so maybe that'll be part of that Amazon. Maybe that will become part of that Amazon, because I know it's been on and off Netflix and stuff.
Yeah, it pops up in different things.
And then I owned it for a while, but I think I got rid of everything in the grate.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
If you want to buy it back, though, you could use Amazon Prime.
Use Amazon Prime. And if you already have Prime, you can also just, if you have Prime or you don't feel like getting Prime, but you're still buying stuff, you got good deals.
Yeah.
All the time. Great deals. Go to radiobrendo.com, click the Amazon link, and then make your purchases as normal. Still get the same great Amazon prices. You're just helping out the show. People buy lots of cool stuff. Cool stuff like Green Foods, True Vitality, Plant Protein Shake. Vanilla flavor. Alpha Double Camping Hammock. Hammock.
Someone going camping?
Portable ripstop nylon parachute hammock for backpacking, travel, beach, yard, straps. Stainless steel carabiner. So this is something you set up
just throw it on a tree.
Yeah. I'm just trying to look at.
It's also one of those listings where they put every word they can think of that will bring them up in the search.
I wonder what's the weight limit?
I don't know. If it says backpacking,
400 pounds.
Oh, I thought I was like, how much does it carry? How much?
No, because there's always some hammocks are not really fat. This is definitely
it's a fat-friendly one. Nice.
Because set it up.
Ooh, I like the little strappy thing it has to keep it on the tree.
Yeah, look at instructions.
Nice.
It's pretty good there. That looks pretty legit.
Someone going on a camping trip? Going to backpack?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Let us know what trip you're going on. I want to know.
All right, we got Zombie Hunter assisted opening rescue tactical pocket folding collection knife. Tactical camp. What?
This is another one where it's just every word they can think of.
Zombies?
It's a knife. Oh, but it's got a zombie design on it. Okay.
So this is for killing.
A camping knife, but
it's also
zombies.
for killing zombies.
Yeah.
But it's a nice utility blade there with a zombie. It's $12.
Yeah.
And 75 cents. 440 stainless steel blade.
I'm not allowed to have pocket knives,
We know that. That's probably the best.
It's for everyone's safety.
For you. My brother almost chopped his finger off with a knife like that.
That's bad. Don't do that.
Closed it on a chunk.
Ugh.
Yeah, bad. Duck brand indoor heavy traffic carpet tape. So that's official.
Nice.
Duct tape. Funko Pop. Godzilla. 6-inch action figure. Funko Pop Star Wars First Order Stormtrooper Riot Gear. Vinyl bobblehead.
Gotta love Star Wars.
The Amazon purchases.
Thank you guys for buying stuff as always. We appreciate it.
Yeah, lots of stuff.
Keep buying good stuff.
You should also talk about stuff on the Facebook group. For instance, right now Brian is asking for opinions on Amazon Fire TV, which I don't have one.
Yeah,
I personally, because I guess they have a gaming one, so you can play games, but I don't know.
I don't know anything about it. But someone might. I love our Facebook group. It's super fun.
Facebook group's great.
Okay, it's gonna sound silly, but our Facebook group in particular, in a way, has taken over some of the role that Google, oh my gosh, what was it called? The RSS feed.
Yeah.
Google Reader. Yeah. That Google Reader did. It's a curated stream. Now, I don't personally curate it, but it's people that are my people that are curating. And a lot of times people seek out stuff to show me.
Yeah.
So I just go, oh, what's my news for today?
Steve said that's mine. Are you saying that the duct tape was yours or the knife? Probably.
I'm going to guess the duct tape because the knife.
Maybe he uses the knife.
Uses it for work.
He might use the knife at work.
Yes.
I don't know. Missed that.
All right.
Yes. Knife.
Duct tape.
Or yes, the duct tape. I still think it's knife.
I'm saying.
I think the knife.
Oh, all right. Oh, because of the zombies.
The zombies.
Kill.
He's a professional. You didn't know that?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Professional zombie fighting.
Murder.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, going back to the face group, I mean, you can talk about his professional.
Yeah. Tell us about that. That sounds like an interesting job.
Yeah. But I always find funny things to share, random stuff, big events, big things, usually like related to all the stuff that we talk to. Like also Phil's magical genie that he's hiding because all of his dream projects seem to be happening. The Tick coming to Amazon.
I don't know what I'm doing. Tick.
Chronicles of Prydain.
Yep.
Disney.
The new limbs popping back up. Like
stuff.
Everything I love that went away is coming back.
The Chronicles of Prydain thing is pretty nuts.
There was like 5 days in a row where just like every day something amazing was coming out. I can't. There's more. We could go back.
There's a lot of stuff.
Unbelievable.
We're living in crazy times.
Yeah.
Where it's good to be us.
Yes, it is.
And it's also good on the subreddit group. Well, just subreddit. I guess it's not a group. It's a subreddit.
Yeah.
And that's you can get links to those. Kickstarter.
We got an exciting update for our Kickstarter.
We do?
Yeah.
What?
You know about this.
What?
We are working. We have a venue for our live radio BrendoMan reward. And it's going to be in Big Bear. We've talked about this before, but we actually have a venue now that
presented by your mom.
Presented by my mom and dad because they're the ones that backed it. But also, it's going to be the venue is going to be at my brother's new escape room that he's putting together.
Yeah.
And our plan is we are going to the people that come to the show. If people come out, and we're going to we'll work out the details. We don't have it like set in stone yet, but you're going to do the escape room first, and then we follow the escape room with a live show of Radio BrendoMan.
Yeah,
so it's going to be fantastic.
Good day of fun.
So we'll keep you posted. Now, obviously, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to charge. I don't know if we're going to need to. We'll have to see how it works. Obviously, my mom backed it, so blah, blah, blah.
It's again presented by Marilyn Vecchio, so she makes all those decisions.
Her, yeah. So
we're just the talents.
So we'll see what that's going to look like, but it'll be reasonable if it is something.
Yeah,
and
it's something you're going to want to participate in. Yeah. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Radio BrendoMan fun, and we want some of our listeners.
So it'll be live Radio BrendoMan, but also. To fulfill an additional Kickstarter reward, it'll also be our live BrendoMan All-Stars performance.
What?
Yeah, we owe them a live
record. Something.
No, we owe them a live performance.
We're also going to have to record.
Post it on YouTube. Yes, only one song, not like a whole set. We have to do one song. That's what we promised. So we got multiple. And that one's for everybody. Everyone will be able to see that. So
I'm working on some things.
All right
now.
So that's exciting news.
Sure, check out that.
Yes.
Also, check out our Clicker Heroes clan.
How's that going?
It's going.
Good.
Someone asked the other day where your brother is because he's been pretty MIA.
Which one?
David.
I think he's been traveling.
Well, that's what I said. I'm like, David's a workhorse.
He works a lot.
He does have a mobile. He plays on his mobile, so I don't know. But whatever, it's cool. We're still doing.
Well, he was in Dallas. He was in Dallas and Houston while we flew into Houston and then drove to Louisiana, and then he flew into Houston and went to Dallas, and then we came back to Houston. I mean, he was bouncing around in between, except he was working.
Our paths never crossed.
Not quite.
Well, our paths can cross, and the Clicker Heroes clan the name is Radio Space BrendoMan of the clan. Also, you can check out myvacationpants.com.
True.
Looking for all that practical travel advice. I always use Janelle's tips. Also got out the hot tip on the airport parking.
Yeah.
And I already booked all that. Got that taken care of.
The best.
Also, be sure, as we said before, check out Mandarian Orange Show.
Our 10th episode this week.
So exciting.
Yeah. This last one was extra long. They're not going to all be like that.
But it was good. I enjoy it. And the fights. And
we got a good one for this week.
Got me to type in all caps. So at least you're doing that right. And you know what else we're doing right? I guess this is going to be like we're wrapping it up.
Yeah, this will be like the conclusion.
But,
big news.
Big. I mean, we've been teasing. Huge. I teased about it last week with Derek. If you listen to the Benview
Talked about it now a
Megacast,
little bit.
but
I got the full
deets.
I'm about to unleash some knowledge on
Well,
y'all.
first of all, go to podcastadvocates.com. That's our new group.
Yep.
Podcastadvocates.com. It's like our webcomics advocates group, but for podcasts. It's for fans and creators, bringing them together. We're going to be bringing all the podcast fans and the webcomics fans to Comic-Con Palm Springs, August 26th through 28th. You can go right now, buy your tickets. They're super cheap.
$57 for the whole weekend, 3 days.
Stan Lee's going to be there.
Stan Lee, many other artists.
You know who else is going to be there? Pretty much all of the Benview Network people.
That's right.
Go to ComicConPalmSprings.com. Phil, what are the deets?
All right, well, here's the deal. So we are, I mean, I don't have to go into too much detail on how it came about, but we'll say we bumped into these folks who were running a table at Long Beach Comic-Con, struck up a conversation. You wrote them an email, and then I called them up, and I've been working with them ever since to put together a huge block of programming.
Huge block.
We have put together that in one way or another, we are running 6 panels. 6 live podcast recordings.
Live shows.
And 1 live band.
If you regret not going to one of the live podcasts that we have done, that I did at Smog Castle, one of our other live shows, you've never had the chance, well, now's your freaking chance, people.
All right, so let's go through them here.
Let's go down the list.
So first we'll talk about the panels. So classic, we're going to be doing our Webcomics Advocates one.
Webcomics Advocates.
That's our classic go-to. That's right. You and me and Patrick.
Yep.
And Josh. We're going to have Josh moderating that one.
As long as the cat band doesn't go on tour.
If they go on tour, we're out of luck. But no, I got him hooked in on other stuff too. He's going to be there. So we got that one.
Sure.
Patrick is going to do his drawing one.
Bring your kids.
So you bring kids out. He'll teach other people too.
How to draw
characters.
Teach you how to draw. Teach me. I'm going to learn how to
tell them stories through visual arts.
Yes.
I mean, we probably would do us some good,
after
all this time.
Maybe it would help us.
Yeah, maybe we should. So Patrick's going to do that. That's 2. 3, we're going to do a podcast advocates panel.
Yeah.
And it's going to be similarly structured to the way we would do the webcomics one. We'll talk about our shows a little bit. We'll talk about some of the nuts and bolts of doing a podcast,
and let people promote their show.
And let them pitch their show.
Podcasters in the audience. Who's we talking about?
Let's see. Yeah, we'll go through them here.
Who's going to be on that?
This is
tentative.
It's tentative, but I've got confirmations
verbal
from everyone.
Commitments
written from most of them.
Ooh, written.
But you know how
in writing.
We're talking about 4 months away. So subject
for you wrestling fans in the show. Card subject to change.
There you go.
That's our caveat.
But right now, I'm going to be moderating this one.
Phil the moderator.
We got Brendan is going to be on it.
Yeah.
We have Janelle's going to be on it. My wife from the Mandarin Orange Show. Our friend Cheryl from Movies Made Me is going to be on it.
Yeah.
Andrew Lindy.
Yeah.
Josh Anderson.
Ooh.
And Lizzie and Kat of the Blaze podcast
so excited.
are going to be joining us for that one.
So
that one's kind of a big panel, 7 people.
But it's going to be awesome.
It's the upper limits, but yes.
Times.
So that's 3. Let's see. 4th is, we're going to do a Kickstarter panel.
Kickstarter. You want to find out about Kickstarters? We've got the people telling you that.
So you and I are going to be on that one.
Yes.
We've done a couple. We have our friend Patrick from the Webcomics Advocates, who's also... he's done what, 2, 3?
He's done a few,
something like that. And then we have Madeline Holly. I think it's Holly Rising, right?
From Boston Metaphysical Society.
She's got a great story.
Yeah,
because she actually came to one of our early podcast or webcomics panels.
Yes,
started up her webcomic as a result of that. Then tried to do a Kickstarter, which did not succeed.
Yeah. Came
and talked to us. We gave her some tips.
Got back on that horse, man.
And then did a successful one. And then it's proceeded to do, I think, 2 or 3 more.
And now she got a booth at WonderCon.
And she published a book about doing Kickstarters for independent
she's like our greatest success story.
Yeah.
She's like, if I point to things that hey, people are doing what we're helping people.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. So she's going to be on it, and it's going to be moderated by Matt Benson.
So
if you ever wanted to see what Benson would look like moderating.
Benson.
So that's 4. Then we have a women in podcasting panel.
Yeah,
which is very exciting.
We're pro women.
This is going to have Janelle again on it, my wife Janelle from Mandarin Orange Show. We're going to have Cheryl from Movies Made Me.
Movies Made Me.
We're going to have Lizzie and Kat.
From
the 90210 podcast.
From The Blaze with Lizzie and Kat.
And that's going to be moderated by Kayla
Barry,
thank you. And who does
Artist Tree, and she's the producer of Midnight Marinara.
Yes, excellent, thank you. There's a lot of this compiling all this information and pitching it. This has taken me days of work, so it's good. And then finally, the sixth panel is going to be the Benview Network
Experience.
What did I? No, it's a better name. It's the Stars of Benview Network or something like that. No, It's even better than that. I'll have to look at what I actually wrote, but it's all good. Right. I wrote it all out. But basically, it's going to be some of your favorite Benview people. It's going to be moderated by Andrew Lindy of Nerd's Eye View, etc. Mm-hmm. It's going to have you, Derek, Benson, David King of Midnight Marinara, Josh Anderson,
and Jesse
from Extra Damage. Jesse is tentative.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
He's coming to do the recording. I haven't officially asked him to do the panel, but I think he's good. But we'll see.
You think he's good?
I don't know. Like I said, some of these are tentative here. Then we've got 6 live recordings.
Live shows.
Each night. There's going to be 2 each night. 2 Friday nights, 2 Saturday, 2 Sunday.
With your Comic-Con Palm Springs
all included. So we're going to be doing a live one.
Live radio, BrendoMan.
Popsicle's going to do a live one.
Live Popsicles. We haven't done a live Popsicles in 5 years.
This will be our second one
this will be our second ever live radio, BrendoMan. But I am so excited about live Popsicles.
Oh, yeah.
It's always a good time.
Live Mandarin Orange Show.
Oh, man.
Which will be our first foray into the live. We're going to take,
angry questions from the crowd.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be great. I already promised on there people are going to ask questions and stuff. Then we have Nerd's Eye View with Andrew Lindy. We have Extra Damage. Josh and Jesse. Live show.
Yeah.
And finally, The Blaze with Lizzie and Kat.
Yeah.
Live show.
I'm so excited.
It's very exciting.
This is like a dream come true.
Then to top it all off, we're gonna have a live performance of A+B
doing their video game
Josh and Rachel Anderson doing some video game songs.
They have a song about Pac-Man
and Super Mario Brothers 3.
And they do lots of cool covers.
I'm hoping
they will do a Miley Cyrus cover just for me.
And you guys have heard us talk about them playing shows before. If you
can watch video,
they're
some video online.
Seriously.
They're so good. Rachel and Josh, super talented.
It's
gonna be so much fun. It's gonna be like a freaking party.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, all our stuff is gonna be spread throughout Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Panels during the day, and then the recordings at night.
Late night entertainment.
And the band. I think the band's gonna be Saturday nights.
Yeah. It's going to be so awesome. And let me tell you guys something, if you don't know, if you're coming from out of town, if you're not familiar with the area, August in Palm Springs, you can get super cheap hotels because I will tell you right now, it's going to be super hot, but we're going to be inside, so it doesn't matter.
It's at the convention center and the hotel attached, so it's all inside.
And then, but I mean, you can get crazy. Go on Hotwire. I guarantee you will find hotel deals in the $20, $30 range, and no problem. Yeah. No problem. Get a bunch of friends. There's condos. There's house rentals. There's all kinds of stuff. Palm Springs in the summer is so cheap. And if you're on your way out, you can go check out the famous Cabazon Dinosaurs. Yes. Lots of cool stuff.
As seen in Pee-wee's Big Adventure
and The Wizard and other stuff. Things. And again, Palm Springs is great. There's a water park. There's outlet malls. There's old people eating brunch. And
13 events put on by the Podcast Advocates.
13 stuff.
Also known as Brendan and Phil.
It's going to be so huge.
It's insane, right?
We're all super excited. I know you're freaking out right now. Once again, Comic-Con, PalmSprings.com. Book your tickets today.
August 26th to the 28th.
And tell them we sent you.
That's right. Please do. It's already going very well, but the more they see that we're sending them away, the better this is going to go.
We need it so we can establish ourselves here, and hopefully for years to come, this will be the big. Yeah. We're going to do this. Will be like BrendoMan summer camp.
Yeah,
summer camp with Phil and Brendo.
That's right, because it's going to be hot.
We're going to take it over. We're going to be hanging out in the halls.
Doing stuff.
We're going to be chilling out.
All 3 days.
We got. You want stickers? We're gonna have all the stickers.
Yeah.
We're gonna have stuff. We're gonna have
Things.
hangouts, impromptus.
Yeah. Oh, it's
meet
gonna be
and greets.
so good.
I'll sign your baby.
Sure.
I'll sign a baby.
Well,
Sign a hat.
It's kind of weird, but sure. Why not?
I don't know. Sign things. I'll hang out. We'll high fives. Play some video games. I'll tag DS tags.
Oh, so many tags.
We'll have a tag.
Oh yeah.
Tag fest. Phil and Brendo's
so
tag fest.
Cool.
That'll be a late night hangout. Tag in with Phil and Brendo.
Yeah, totally. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing.
And Steven's asking if anyone wants to go in with the Renaissance. I personally, the Renaissance, it's like one of the more expensive
That's where it's
options.
at. The hotel by the convention center there.
I'm gonna go for one of the cheaper.
But I'll tell you what,
options.
if you want to go in with people, this contact us.
Radio
the
the group might be a good place to do that.
Because I'm pretty sure
Coordinate that, organize that. I'm super excited. I will probably maybe one night I'll host a late night. Maybe we'll do a late night Matt and Brendo's wrestling show.
Who knows?
Since Benson's gonna be there, or it'll just be Mr. Brendo's
Brendo show.
It'll just be me hanging out and talking about wrestling.
Whatever.
And
this is a weekend. If you're a fan of the show and it's at all possible to be there,
you're gonna want to be there.
You're gonna want to be at this because it's gonna be amazing.
So excited!
I was so excited to get to announce this on the show tonight because I've been the last 2 days in particular. I've been slaving over this, and it's just they've been super cool, like accommodating all the stuff we want to do. It's funny because I started off like, yeah, we'll do some podcasting stuff, and then I just kind of, we could add this in there too. And they're like, that sounds good, and I've basically built it up to now we're doing 13 events.
And also, I'm also super happy. We'll get into it a little bit more, but I'm like a huge fan of Lizzie and Kat, and like they're part of this, and that's very exciting, and they're really excited about it. And that's really exciting.
Yeah,
super happy. All of my worlds are like colliding in crazy ways. They just had a show with Jensen, and they brought me some of Jensen's 90210 pins, and I'm really excited about that. They're interviewing April Richardson this week, and I'm like it's all exciting, and I helped. The fact that I helped make that happen makes me feel really, really stoked.
And they're coming out to our event,
and they're so cool, and everybody should support them and support everything. Again, BenVNetwork.com, and Cheryl's gonna be there. And Cheryl's awesome, and LA Podfest is happening in September. Tickets are on sale now. And that's going to be awesome.
Podcast festival leading into that.
Yeah, this will be like a month beforehand. Also, got a lot of stuff happening because there's going to be the Comic-Con Palm Springs, and then Long Beach Comic-Con is like the 18th.
Yeah.
And then Podfest of the 18th of September, and then Podfest is like the 25th, the weekend of the 25th. So it's just going to be like boom, 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 ba-doom.
Boom, 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 ba-doom.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So check that out. And I think that's going to do it for this episode. Stay tuned on Thursday for more of this conversation.
Yes.
We'll keep it going.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. I've gotten pretty positive feedback on the
two-parters. Nice. I like it.
Yeah, there's people that are like, well, I like the old thing. Well, I'm like, you still got it.
On the YouTube. Which is good. And I think that's cool. There's options. It's nice to have options.
As you can tell, I'm very excited.
Yeah.
Also, I think my second wind is kicking in.
Yeah. Oh, good.
It's kicking in. Yeah.
We'll just try not to break your wind.
Oh, I already did that. All right. So be sure to go to radiobrendo.com. Check out all the stuff there. And tune in next time for another exciting episode. Phil?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Thanks for listening. You guys rock.
You guys super rock. Oh, yeah. BrendoMan at Gmail is our email. And use that contact link or whatever. Send us your things.
Do it.
All right. So for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody.
Yeah.
That was episode 216.
Nice. So what do you think, Steve? Do you like the big announcement? Are you stoked? Good stuff?
Oh, he's going.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even so Steve's good, man.
Tapping out.
So good. I know.
We're gonna keep this party rolling.
We're gonna roll it on, but I'm so stoked on this. I can't even tell you.
I I've been wanting to do something like this again for like it's been 5 years.
Well, I'm so glad that it's all worked out. All along, it's always been like, okay, it's gonna happen, right? And just everything has fallen into place. It's been perfect, absolutely perfect. Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. You're gonna be on. What do we say? 4 p.m. One.
That's your decision.
Yeah. But man, it's gonna be good. All 3 days, something at least one doing the 3 days.
I love. This is just random, but I love how you keep on bringing up Michael W. Smith to people that have no idea what you're talking about.
Whatever.
And DC Talk and stuff.
That's fine.
Like you did it like over this weekend, and everyone's like, I don't know which, because you're like, you know where this look comes from, and everyone's like,
if no one teaches the kids, they'll never know.
All right.
It's true. I remember watching that video.
Oh gosh. Well, Steve, it's exciting. This is very exciting.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out tonight. You got to hear it first. You're caught. There you go. Gosh. You and anyone listening to the YouTube feed right now, I suppose.
Yes, last week.
Well, yeah, no, but like right now is the first time I've said the whole lineup. Period. That's true. Outside of you and me and the guys there.
That is correct. Correct, Domingo.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be amazing.
Oh.
What you got?
You want a gummy Awesome Blossom?
Awesome Blossom. No, I'm good. I was thinking about it, but I think I'm okay. But I appreciate it.
Am I like the devil? Eat the candy.
We're kind of like easing back into it. I'm trying to be good. It was, trying to recover from vacation.
But you're still on vacation.
Yeah, but I can't eat like I'm on vacation all the time.
I'm going to McDonald's tomorrow, first thing.
Yeah, but, light.
When are you doing that? Oh, wait, I can't leave the house.
What do you got tomorrow?
Partners says they're delivering my new... Oh, yeah, they totally screwed up.
Okay.
They didn't have my address to send... Correct? To send my... So they sent my new debit card, and, it got returned to them, except I'm like... That doesn't even make sense because you send me all your junk mail and crap.
Yeah,
that gets
so
here.
Got to be in there somewhere. Well, of course they got that right.
I'm so excited for this new job, and I can finally ditch Partners.
You got to get on Schools First. It is the best.
I'm ready to do it now because that was so frustrating.
Plus, it's right here in Redlands.
And they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll just send it out." I'm like, "I'm gonna be gone, so I need it." They're like, "Well, you can go to a partner branch," and then I'm like, "Okay, well that sounds good." And they're like, "Oh wait, no, you can't do that."
You can't do that.
You have to come to Anaheim or to Burbank, and I'm like, so I was getting ready to think about it because I'm like, I can't not have a debit card. And they're like, well, we'll FedEx it to you, but we're gonna have to cancel out your current card. I'm like, well, then that means I'm gonna not have a debit card while it's in the mail. I can't do that. They're like, oh yeah, okay. And I'm like,
aren't they a bank? Like, how have they not? How do they've never dealt with this before?
Well, that's what I even said. I'm like, you guys are a bank. This is all you do. Like, what?
Or this is hard, man.
So then they're like, okay, so we don't have to cancel out your card. I'm like, good. Of course you don't. And we'll send it FedEx on Saturday. It'll get to your house either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
But it has to be certified, so I have to be here.
And if you miss it, then you have to go down to their stupid thing.
Yep. So I got to be here Tuesday.
Was it FedEx? Yeah, it was FedEx. My whole nonsense, right, with the records.
So I have to be here, man.
Oh, dude, good luck with FedEx. Those guys are ridiculous.
I'm here. I'm gonna be here.
You have to sign. If you get a money order ready for some ridiculous amount of money that you don't know because it happened to have on hand.
Well, I asked them about any. They said like there's no.
I know. I'm just saying like that. Who knows what garbage they're gonna pull on?
But if this doesn't happen, my trip is gonna be pretty ruined because I need to pay for my rental car.
Yeah.
I need to have it for like my incidentals at a hotel. I need it for freaking StubHub for when I use a StubHub for Raw or whatever. And if somehow the gods shine down on me for NXT, I need to be there. And like I can't. That will destroy. Also, how will I eat? Like everything is writing on this.
And I love when there's it's no big deal. Just do low.
And I'm like, have you ever not had a debit card for any period of time? Because like think about that. She's like, yeah, that would be horrible. I'm like, oh my god, like. What, did I have to do some exercise with you to like
the fact that they have your address enough to send you junk mail is
but
the most
not
insulting
the debit
part.
Card.
Like,
because I'm like, because they're like, are you sure we have your address? I'm like, I get stuff from you at least once a week. You're one of the only people that sends me things. All your phony life insurance things and other crap. Like, and they're like, well, that is weird. I'm like, yeah, it's weird. A little strange.
It's a little weird.
It's a little weird that I get that, but my debit card, because here's the debit card address. All it had was Brendan Creasy, apartment 4, Yucaipa, California.
And they sent it to that?
Yeah. I'm like, nobody looked and said, that doesn't seem right.
Oh, that's not. Oh, so there's 4 apartments in all of the city of Yucaipa?
Also, how is there 2 separate? Because they're like, well, Visa has a separate thing. I'm like, but who screwed up that, like, that address? Somebody screwed up, and it wasn't me.
You don't have to know what all the subsidiary companies are and call them all. That's not your job.
Because, again, you guys got my address correct to send your freaking junk mail to, but not my freaking new debit card. Apartment 4 in Yucaipa. We only have 4 apartments.
Where did that wind up? Where's that sitting?
That got sent back to them.
Okay.
And at first they didn't think it did. That's why they were gonna have to cancel out everything. So they're like, "Well, your card's still out there." I'm like, "Well, it's not here." And who knows what our post office did with it? They probably put in it's sitting with your
my mail. Yeah.
But somehow, then I guess they checked. I think they actually checked. Like, oh yeah, we got it back.
Apartment 4.
Because at first they were just like, it's like so I'm like, I am so done with you guys.
Schools First is so nice.
Between this and some of the other freaking mishaps I've had with them, where when I got like my identity thefted, and like they tried to like say like they weren't responsible for any of that, and then like they weren't gonna like go release any of the fees. And like they put it under investigation, and like I still had this giant hold on my account, and that was a freaking nightmare. And then some of the other nightmares I've had with them, where it was just like a freaking everything with them has been like a hassle. And the credit unions are supposed to be the best, and like I don't feel that way, and so I'm ready.
It's time.
I'm ready.
All right. Speaking of that, it's time to start part 2.
Oh, freaking banks, man, freaking suck. Banks dumb.
Be dumb.
But yeah, so that's annoying. And I'm still like half expecting to have to drive out to Anaheim on Wednesday to get my card issued. And then I'm like, at what point do I realize that it's not coming? And then I'm gonna have to rush out there.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna dude, if it comes out of that, dude, those people better be ready, because it's gonna be a freaking. They better have a Hulk Buster in place, and I don't know what's gonna happen.
But see, then with Schools First, let's say you do have a problem, you can just drive to Redlands and take care of it. That's like this. It's so
I thought I could survive for a while, but now I'm like but I need Schools First to get on that program.
Yeah. Oh,
and everything.
But it's worth it, and they have the change thing. You know about that, right?
I know, because you won't shut up about
the
it.
Best thing. That's all banks bow before the change machine.
So but they don't charge you anything?
No, in fact, you dump it in, and then it immediately, like, you swipe your card and adds to the balance of your bank account and no charge. It's the greatest thing ever. It was made for me. They're like, how can we get filled?
Man, I remember I remember you teaching me how to roll freaking pennies.
Yeah, because it wasn't taken to the Coinstar thing. They charge a fee. I did. I would make you come in the room and watch shows.
You're like, if you want to hang out, we're going to be rolling.
Roll a coin.
Rolling. and you taught me how to do it. You put your finger in here,
Yeah, you
put
tap the bottom.
and like you gotta be
and then like compare the thing, make sure you got the right amount in there. Gosh, I haven't rolled pennies in a long time.
Forever.
Well, see, now you don't have to roll anymore.
You got the machine.
Get the machine. Ugh.
That was how you knew I was a true friend.
That's right.
Roll those
Come
pennies.
roll pennies with me.
You had so many like trash after like the trash twins.
Oh, dude,
like that was just like. But that's how you paid.
We paid for a whole entire album release. Yep. All right. Change.
What am I doing? Oh yeah. So what are we calling that first episode?
Anaheim Prime.
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
I gotta write that down so I don't forget it.
I was doing so good too. So good.
How many times have you looked at those things?
Many. I know your pile pretty well.
Do I need a new assortment?
Like, what's this ticket again? Oh yeah, it's still Deadpool. Yep, it goes there. Yep. Yep. It's been there for a while.
It's my receipt for something.
Yeah. I don't remember what. That's good. I like it. It changes a little bit. It's sort of like those like pictures, you have to see what's different. Each time it's like slightly different.
Yep. All right. I did it again. I keep clicking off. Oh yeah. Timer. Okay.
Timer.
So record. Timer. Oh, hold on. Get that out.
That's good. It's a special bonus for the YouTube folks.
Yep. Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
It's 2:47 in the morning.
We're starting an episode at 2:47 a.m.
Mr. We gotta only record 3 hours because I'm so tired all the time, not getting any sleep.
Vacation.
Yeah, but you still have to, like you said, you have to get up at like 5:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to be done in time to go home and get the kids ready.
What if Janelle woke up in the morning
and I'm a dead man, so we have to stick to that hour and a half there or I'm in trouble.
There.
Yeah.
Would you ever be able to do the podcast?
I don't know. I might. Janelle's not very bossy about
Would we be allowed
to
be friends? Would that be like we were on probation?
You might be in like friend jail for a little bit. No, Brendan. It's got to draw the line somewhere.
Of course, you blame it on me.
Hey, man.
Whatever, Mister. Oh, I'm gonna be there this time. Oh, maybe no. Make it this time. No, this time.
I texted you in the morning.
Traffic.
It was dude. It was crazy out there. Okay, I got to tell you about the accident we saw. Because of course, once it starts raining, like people just go.
People in Southern California, you would think it was like the freaking apocalypse.
It was at least a 7 or 8 car pileup. First of all,
because they were like, it's like what, like drizzling?
No, it was raining pretty good. For a while.
But I mean, come on.
But okay, so a 7 or 8 car pileup, and the one in the front had been towing a giant, like, super expensive, fancy speedboat.
Yeah.
Like, I'm telling you, this thing probably was a $500,000
Not anymore.
Not anymore. As we were, like, finally, because it's, of course, all backed up forever.
Did it fly off the thing?
It was on the trailer, but it was all jacked up, and they were working on pulling the boat on the trailer up into the, like, tow thing as we came by. So the whole freeway was down to one lane because of this fool. But, yeah, like, I felt bad for him. But also, oh, my God.
When I was driving to WonderCon on Saturday, maybe it was Friday, both days I felt like there was just like an obscene amount of accidents.
Yeah.
Like people on the 10, I don't know. Like there's just so many, there's always accidents. And like I saw one, it was like bad because I saw they were putting away the jaws of life and there was like 3 ambulances and I was like, somebody is dead.
Yeah.
Like somebody's dead.
I'll tell you what's the worst on the 10. I mean, this is like traffic talk here, but they have that thing where they have the old lanes that you can still see.
Yeah.
So in the morning and the evening when the sun's at an angle, it looks like you're going in the lane, but then you realize you're cutting into where the old, you know what I mean?
I've had people almost get into my
I do that all the time. Like, oh, shoot. Like, I thought, So, I mean, that's got to be part. How is that? Why do they do that? Why can't they fix that? How hard is it to make the line straight?
I don't know. Who knows what's going on? That's why they're out there day and night now. They're always out there at night. Maybe that's what they're doing.
I hope so.
They seem to be doing lots of different stuff.
Fix that, man, because that's bad.
It is pretty crazy. It is crazy. Like, it seems like there's more accidents out here than there is anywhere else I've lived.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot more people, I guess.
Yeah, but like, just
not in China.
Well, I mean, like out here in the Empire. That's what I mean. Like on the 10, then living in LA or driving up around. I just see so many, like that stretch on the 10 just seems to like without fail. And it's always when I need to get somewhere. And now I like build in, like I never know. I always leave, like I'll either get someplace right on time or crazy early because like I leave for Lucha Underground like 2 hours early at least because Saturday mornings just seem to be like disaster time, even in broad daylight, no weather, and if it's raining, forget about it. Like, and you're guaranteed accident.
It's because we live in a traffic tidal zone. Because you got the people out in the desert out here who are used to going 70, 80 miles an hour, and
they do drive like nuts.
And then they come into the city where it's all crowded, so they're like, meh, and then we're in that zone where they're like coming from that.
There does seem to be a lot of those kind of
waves
things
are crashing together here,
like rear-ending, people getting smashed because people. The desert people do drive like freaking
out there.
Maniacs.
Well, and I mean the speed limit's 75 miles an hour, so then they're speeding on top of that.
If you're like out in Palm Springs, like I remember when I was driving Palm Springs, I'm in the slow lane and people are passing me and honking, and I'm going like 80.
Dude, in Texas is the same thing.
Texas is crazy.
And I was like, why are you driving so slow? I'm like, look at this speedometer.
Texas
going 82.
Is crazy.
Like,
that's why my grandma grew up in Texas and she was a speed demon. And they all drive crazy because for years and years there was like, I mean, even now I feel like the speed limits in Texas are just optional.
It's like 75, 80,
and also it's just
like
optional.
Standard,
optional.
Crazy.
It's nuts.
So
and then you drive out here, and if you do that, you're gonna kill somebody.
Well, and once the further you get in towards the city,
especially, I feel like the highest place of accidents is right after like Ukaipa, where you're coming down that hill. People come blazing over that hill, and then just like, like, and there's so many trucks.
Because you got the whole.
I saw a full on like tipped over truck last weekend driving to Lucha Underground, full on. And we were down to like 2 lanes, and then God forbid there's like a motorcycle accident because that's just like somebody's.
That's the worst.
I mean that's the one time I saw a dead person, but that was in LA. That was on Coanga. Derek saw a guy. He was okay, but it's crazy. A guy on a motorcycle right by his house in San Gabriel hit a curb and then hit the curb and then went across traffic and just full on a motorcycle slammed right into a road sign. And Derek thought he was dead. So Derek stopped. And then people on the side of the road like see him stop. And this guy's like, "Did you hit him? Did you hit him?" And they're like, "No, stop." Like, ah. And then like the guy's like, "I'm effed." Like he's just yelling. And he obviously, like, Derek's like, oh, he broke like clearly both of his legs were broken. And he's like on the phone with it. So Derek's calling 911. This guy's calling like his wife or his girlfriend. He's like, because like that's the thing with motorcycles. There is no such thing as like fender bender.
I bumped into a curb in your car. You're like, oh, whoops.
No, if you were gonna like
2 broken legs.
Bad things are happening. Like again, like I will never forget the night Derek and I were going into a party after we went to Smog Castle, and we thought it was like something for like Halloween Horror Nights. I'm like, oh no, that's a dead guy. That's like a motorcycle guy with no face.
Yeah.
It was horrific. And again, I say this over and over again, but that was how I knew that all the crazy Japanese horror movies and all the weird, crazy stuff in video games did not desensitize me, because I flipped out and I thought I was gonna throw up, because like I never see. I mean, I've seen dead bodies before, like in like a funeral home setting, or like something like I saw a cadaver once, and I mean that cadaver made me want to freak out, but. Like, and because like they had the freaking handle on it and they popped it up. Like, it was disgusting. But God. This was like,
I'm gonna barf.
Motorcycle guy in the wild. I flipped out. Like, and even Derek, who like doesn't get phased too much, he was pretty like. And that night I fell down some stairs, sober.
So quite a night. You and stairs.
I have stairs,
live in a two-story
slipping, other things. I don't know. Derek has personally seen me fall on my face like at least 3 times.
I've seen you fall flat on your back several times.
Well, that was the flip-flops.
Yeah.
Don't wear flip-flops.
Don't do that.
All right, well, let's get into it. Phil, stuff.
Yeah, so we're picking up here.
I guess that's stuff. I got Phil, stuff to mention.
Yeah, I'm going to mention it.
That's my transition.
That's good. I like it. Well, so I just got back from vacation, as you know. Big vacation.
Is this like one of your longer vacations?
It's definitely one of the longer ones.
Definitely like one of your bigger road trips.
Yeah. Although
you're gone for like 11 days.
11 days. Funnily enough, though, it was like one of the cheaper trips we've ever taken.
Yeah.
Because we got super cheap deals on hotels, $87 round trip.
So the Spirit, you survived the Spirit.
So we survived Spirit. In fact, it wasn't that bad.
But you said there were people like...
Well, okay, it wasn't bad for us because we did our research and knew ahead of time.
Yeah, but just on the plane, there were people playing... Would you say there was people playing movies for their kids?
Yeah, not just movies, like dudes, like because you remember the fight thing, where people got in a fight?
It was over a boombox.
Like there was multiple people just playing music out loud. Like that's a thing.
Why don't people have? Don't people? I wouldn't even want that. Why don't you want headphones?
Because they're like, what's going on? And it's just a guy like, dude. And then this one lady,
I would have been like, I would bring, because you can get earbuds for like $2.
Right.
Go to the dollar store. I would just pass that. I would be like, here.
But I'm like, so I see how a fight like that broke out. I mean, I'm not going to go confront them, but I could see how that would happen.
It's like being on the bus.
It's very much like the bus. So there's a lady like in front of us that in the middle of the flight, and I don't know if you're allowed to do this, but she did like a FaceTime chat on her phone with someone, with like her mom, and it was like at full volume.
Was she on a cell phone?
On a cell phone.
That is not legal.
FaceTime, and she's like, "Oh, we're flying! Oh, look!" And she's like holding the phone up to the window so you can try. Oh, it's been a long time.
Where are the attendants?
Has like a full 10-minute conversation with this person at the top of her lungs.
That is definitely against FAA regulations.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
You can't be on your phone.
No.
I know they talked about you can be on your.
You can
play that, and that took a while for them to let you do that. But you definitely can't have your cell phone on
in full volume.
What if that crashed the plane?
I mean, yeah. Thanks a lot, lady. Your stupid FaceTime talk.
I don't think that would, but it could cause interference. I mean, who knows?
Nothing else. It's so obnoxious.
It is.
She's doing that, and this guy's bumping his music, and this person's playing their kids' movies over there, and I'm like, why? Like, why? At what point did the culture become that? But I think it's just the. Well, it's the bargain.
These are cheap tickets because normal airline tickets, again, all the airlines are owned by like two companies now, and they're just like, we're not going to lower prices. Screw you guys. Fuel prices have gone down the drain. That doesn't mean anything. We don't have to. What are you going to do? I guess what you're going to do if you want to fly, you can go fly in Spirit. Have fun with that.
Yep. And so, so there is that, but. It's not. It's not any worse than riding the bus. It's a less relaxing experience than it normally is, and it's weird that culturally that these people think that's okay. But whatever.
I'm probably gonna win the jackpot of people I sit next to.
Oh my gosh, the seats are not big or comfortable.
I'm gonna get an obnoxious person and a baby person.
Yep. Oh, and there were babies. There were kids crying. It was our kids are angels on airplanes. It's perfect, but there's always other noisy ones around. It's not. They're not the most comfortable seats, but compared to like the old school one we went on, where there was like springs popping out through the cushions and the seats were breaking. I remember my tray back or the tray thing on the back was like broken off and dangling by one arm and stuff. It was a much newer thing, but it looked sort of like it was very chintzy, very cheap. It wasn't like nice, but it was newer and in fine condition. There was gum in one of the seat back pockets and stuff. Like, it's like being on the bus. But you'll be fine. And as far as the luggage goes, know that you're going into it with, just a carry-on. Because people were freaking out about that. But
the backpack's fine, right?
Backpack is fine.
I'm going to be fine with my backpack.
You don't roll it, right?
What?
You don't have to roll it.
You can see it. It's right over there.
Yeah.
I'll be fine with that.
Yeah, because the only one we saw these people have a problem, and she had a backpack, but it's one of the ones that roll.
I can't believe you wouldn't know. They are so abundantly clear on their website. So
she rolled it on and it's a carry-on. She's my backpack. And then they put it in the thing, and because the handle was up above, they wouldn't let her have it. And they said it would be $100. I didn't hear the conclusion because they were yelling at each other as we got on the plane. But
but like they are very clear.
Right. So again, clear. If you know what you're doing going into it and you've done some research, it's not bad. You just have to be careful to, don't walk in. This is not a just walk on and make up as you go.
Yeah.
You got to know ahead of it. Then
I'm ready. I'm ready to do it.
For the price you paid, it is totally worth it.
I can totally fit the clothes that I need.
Yeah.
I got 5 days.
You're good.
I need 5 shirts, 5 underwears, 5 socks, maybe a utility shirt, and my DS, which I'm going to have in my pocket.
Yeah.
So I got my cargos.
Yeah. Oh, cargos are very valuable in this.
I haven't decided if because the cargos roll up more. I might wear my jeans just because they take up a little bit more space.
Right. Oh, yeah. If you're bringing them both, wear it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then because my cargos are very squishy.
Right.
And I might bring both pairs of cargos, probably fit them, and the shirts and the underwear, and I think that'll be good. And then you can also have a book. I looked, and that's gonna be my WWE book that gets signed.
Nice.
And also I can stuff things in there.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm gonna leave enough space in my backpack for my souvenir WrestleMania cup, because that's my one thing that I buy. And then when I get my program on the way back, I can just stuff it inside my WWE book.
Now you can also have you can buy snacks and stuff there. So
where?
In the terminal.
Yeah, you can't.
You can buy them on the plane, but they're expensive.
But they're expensive in the terminal.
Right, but here's what I'm saying though. Not that you need to buy them there, but if you have a cup and you don't have room, you could probably smuggle that on as a drink.
Yeah, but you can't have anything in it.
Why? You
can't bring liquids.
No, but you can have it in the terminal.
Yeah, but I'm just
saying, if it comes to that where you're like, what do I do? You can have a cup. Yeah, just hold a cup. It's a drink.
You can have a cup and a book.
Yeah.
And a backpack.
Yeah. I think you get away with that if you need the space. If that makes the difference,
it'll be fine. Because I can fit. Last year, I actually put shirts
in the cup
inside the cup.
That's true. Well, anyway, but it was cool. Only other incident at the airport was I get this quite frequently. I got not the full on special pat down, but the slight special pat down.
Because your hair?
Sweat.
Yep.
Whenever it's sweaty. I think I show up like a red ring on there, like it's a heat sensitive thing, and they always do pat down, and I always feel bad for the guy because
then they gotta
and they're like, oh, it's the sweat, because they know I'm a fat sweaty guy. That's why I'm setting the thing off, but that's what they got to do. It's their job.
It's gross.
But yeah, both ways I got the sweat pat.
So yeah, I do pretty well in all that stuff.
That's good. You're gonna do great on it. It's definitely it was really cool for us too, because it's we went super light on the packing, so we had way less suitcases than we usually have, and it was awesome. It was so much easier going.
I've been a one-bag traveler for years, and it is great because I remember the nightmare of when I was in China and going there and then leaving, having multiple suitcases. And luckily my mom had got me ones where there was the big one and then you chain them together. But even that still is just like a
and then you got to get onto
a
shuttle.
Going around and then when I was traveling in Hong Kong, one of those giant things, it's like a freaking nightmare. And I remember Jerry, I somehow managed to fit my bags into it when she had the Miata, and oh dude, it was crazy though. I'll never forget just stuffing everything into that Miata, but we made it. And now I'm the biggest I go, unless it's if I'm going to Comic-Con, I might bust out but I'm always one bag, so I might bust out my bigger wheelie, because the train you can just stick it there and then you don't have to worry about it. And then it's pretty mobile. But usually I'm like my little guy, my little wheelie. I can fit everything I need in there. Go pretty minimal on just clothes, and then I got my backpack. And
see, on our
you got kids.
As our kids have gotten older, though, it actually gets easier because they don't require as much equipment to operate. I mean, they can keep themselves occupied with books and video games. We don't have to have all the other things that go along with
toys
it,
and other
supplies, diapers or whatever. It gets easier and easier, and they can carry their own backpacks now, which is cool. So it's easier, but it was good. We had a great trip.
And the older they get, then you can start just using them as pack mules.
Oh yeah. Well, already now. Well, the funny part is, I mean, we put like way more stuff in their backpacks than they need, but that's part of how we got all of our stuff with us is, and they can't say anything. Like I get to carry these kids get backpacks too. I have to pay for their seats. It's not like we get a discount. So, but yeah, it was a great trip. Let's see. So we mentioned on the last show, but we go into great detail on our most recent Mandarin Orange show about our trip here.
Yeah.
But one of the
was great.
It was fantastic, super fun. We narrowly avoided all kinds of floods.
Yeah.
Which was crazy.
Yeah, like the week before you guys, or like days before you, they got some of the worst flooding in history.
Yeah, the day of.
That must have been pretty, like, hearing all that stuff. What was going through your head?
Oh, I was kind of freaking out because one of the things is we never get travel insurance.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
And our logic
this would have been like
this would have been the time. But the thing is, of all the money we've saved throughout the years, if one time we get totally hosed and lose everything, we save thousands of dollars.
I love Benson's thoughts on travel insurance. He's like, it's like the freaking Godfather. Like, hey, it'd be pretty bad if something happened
hope nothing
on your
bad
trip.
Happens.
Like, that's basically
that's
how
exactly it.
It's like a freaking shakedown.
Yeah, so I'm not going to do that.
Be a real bummer. Something bad happened on your trip.
Yeah.
Better give us $50 or whatever.
It's expensive.
It's really expensive,
and you have to insure each part of it.
And also, we were making because we did that. We were making fun of because now there's ticket insurance.
Yeah,
like it's stupid
nonsense. Pay us. Hope nothing happens to your tickets.
Something happened to your ticket. It's like, are you saying my tickets are gonna get lost? Like, what are you saying?
I don't know.
Like,
I'm not saying.
I'm not saying. Or like something might happen at the event. You might not make it. You might not make it to that event.
That'd be a bummer.
What? Like.
Nonsense.
Get some goons chasing you around.
Yeah. So it was raining up until the day we flew in. It was like finally kind of calming down. These horrible floods. They evacuated. They closed down the 20 freeway, but we were cutting across the 10.
It's funny. You were just in Galveston also. Like, and one of the books I read, we'll get into it in Boom Corner. It's about a horrific storm that takes place in Galveston.
Yep.
This is
funny. Definitely like
I was thinking about you guys while I was reading that.
Yeah. So we went from Texas into Louisiana. We crossed over. There's a river that divides the two, and I can't remember the name of the river, but we crossed over that and then stayed in Baton Rouge over here. And like 2 days afterwards, because the flooding had been up north, 2 days afterwards, the flood had moved down the river, flooded the whole freeway we had just passed over, and it was closed for most of the trip. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to get back to the airport to fly back out again. They only reopened it like a day before we flew back.
That would have been nuts.
It would have been nuts. We thought we were going to be stuck out here.
Stuck in Texas.
And then, I mean, we had some rain here and there, but like we avoided it. And then the day after we left, it started raining. It was super heavy again. So I don't know. We just got like a sweet spot in the middle. It was super awesome.
I checked the forecast for when I'm there. It's fine. They are probably going to have the roof of the AT&T stadium closed. Seems like.
Oh yeah.
It's got a retractable.
Nice.
They're saying there's a slight chance it might be open. Probably not.
Well, either way, right? So
yeah, it's fine.
So one other story that we didn't get to tell on the Mandarin Orange show. If you want to hear the whole thing, you can hear it there. But we didn't talk about this at all. I think I might have told you about this. But the last day of our trip, we did a little road trip around. And the last day, we saved like a big driving day to head back to Houston. So we left from the middle of Louisiana, and we had like a 5-hour day schedule.
Dang.
Which is a long drive. Most of the days weren't that long.
Yeah.
But, you know, we kind of stayed around, and then we did like a big just burst to get back. And the kids can read books and play games and whatnot. It's not that bad. However, we decided, and part of the reason it was such a long drive is that we took the freeway on the way back out, or on the way out, and on the way back, we wanted to go down the coast and go through all the little tiny towns, like, you know, backcountry highways. Because we wanted to see the
back on the bayou.
And I mean, literally, we were driving along bayous the whole time.
Some of those drives, though, it's so beautiful out there.
It's gorgeous.
It's
and we
amazing.
Saw the coolest stuff.
It's amazing driving around.
It's coolest old towns and like.
I was so glad I rented a car and did that.
It's all the stuff at Disneyland is none of it's exaggerated. It looks with all from the trees to the buildings to everything is fantastic. So anyway, we had already cut down off this. You know, we're not on the main freeway. We're on like a side highway, and then we went south all the way down along to the coast, and we're driving on this tiny road out there, you know, and going through all these little towns. We're about an hour into it, and Audrey starts barfing in the back seat. And we're like, and Janelle like
barfing on the car.
Well, fortunately, Janelle, our kids, especially Audrey, Janelle calls it the fire swamp. Like in Princess Bride, and then they know that the fire's going to come up.
It's like a cat.
So except for them, it's
like a cat. It is a cat.
It is. It's very much, and it's a different cough than a normal cough.
Yeah.
And Janelle can hear it from a mile away. So she hears that, and all of a sudden she's like, she's gonna barf, and she grabbed. And again, I'm driving on a highway in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
She grabs it had been a bag of snacks that were at her feet. We had ranch bugles that were open in there, some lemon lime chips, and I can't remember some other like amazing. And then we were like,
the chips.
Yeah, all this stuff, and it was like the best bugles I've had because it was like a southern brand. So
it wasn't bugles?
It was, but it was like a different branding. It was a different version, so they're like thicker and they had more powder on them. We got them several times. It was ranch.
Because I've had ranch bugles.
But it was different than the ones I've gotten here, and it had a different like logo on it.
They're still bugles?
But it still said bugle. So I don't know. I haven't done the research to see. But
is it bugle style?
Yeah, in the Moda compared to bugles. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever it was, these were the snacks. Janella just asked me, like, do you want some? I'm like, I'll have some in a little bit. That sounds really good. And she grabbed that and used that as the bag to barf. Now, here's the thing. I can't complain because it went in the bag instead of all over the car and everything. But I'm like, what did we lose? And she's like, we lost the bugles. We lost the Doritos. I'm like, no. Peach rings. Oh. So anyway, she reached her arm back and, she's in the front seat and she reached it back to the back and caught like 90% of it. Some of it got on the straps and a little bit in the car seat, but not too bad. But the problem is, I've been driving for an hour in a country road. There is nowhere to stop. There's a bayou on the right. There's a bayou on the left, which is a water canal, basically. Yeah. And there's no turnouts. There's no town. So Janelle had to sit with her arm over the back seat with her hand covered in barf, holding it as Audrey gagged in it for about half an hour until we got somewhere to stop. Because there was nothing out there. Yeah. Like nothing. And the thing is, like, there was a couple dirt patches I could have pulled over, but then she's like, what am I going to do with all this? I have nothing. So we finally got to this little tiny.
Did you fill the bag?
Oh, my gosh. It was sick. And it turned out like I don't want to go into detail. It was mucus more than like food because she's got this like tonsil thing and we're taking her to an ear, nose, and throat specialist and blah, blah, blah. But we stopped at this little shop. It was the first store I'd seen in like over an hour. And it was this tiny little like convenience store. Mm-hmm. And we went in and I was just going to go in and try to find wipes or whatever to help clean up. And I mean, there was trying to picture like think of a store in Alaska where like they get a shipment in once a month.
Like 4 things on the shelf.
Like there was one thing of like disinfectant wipes. That was it. I wiped that shelf clean. I got a paper towel roll and I think there was like 2 left besides that. And then I got like 1 bottle of hand sanitizer and that was all they had. And that's what we had to like clean up. The lady was super nice, mm-hmm. but she was probably about 95.
Yeah.
Sweet old like Southern like Cajun woman. And you've seen like the trailer for Zootopia, the sloth scene?
Yeah.
I swear she was slower than that. I was looking around like, is this a hidden camera thing? And Janelle's out there like dripping and barf. And she's so sweet. She's like, how y'all doing today? And then she finally rings me up, and then she pulls out a bag and starts to like bag the stuff. Oh. I'm like, no, just I'll take this stuff. And then this guy comes in, this awesome Cajun dude who comes in and starts telling me about he's been out on the bayou and like full on like that. I could only barely understand him, but he was telling me about how he'd been crabbing and shrimping all day,
yeah.
And like I got 500 crab out there, and just really nice guy, just blah blah. But so she stops like mid bag to like listen to his story, and I'm like, God. Janelle's dripping, and I'm like, And I finally like she finished up. I'm like, thank you, and I run out. She's like, what happened? What took so long? I'm like, I'm sorry. Zootopia
happened.
So anyway, we got that cleaned up. We drive along like another 3 hours, finally starting to get into the edge of civilization, and then she starts throwing up again. So basically, this whole drive was supposed to be 5 hours and took more like 7.5 with all the stops and starts and barfs. But
stop, starts, and barfs.
And then we got to the hotel.
Start, and barf.
Exactly.
Start, and barf.
But we made it. It was all cool. And then she felt better after that. Well, she threw up in the bath a couple times too, but then you can just hose them off, so that's easy. And then we stopped at a gas station and some other spots. But the last thing on that trip was cool is there's a place where, I mean, it's the river delta, so it's all spread out in the southern part of the state.
Mm-hmm.
And the only place to get across this one part here, because we were way down the south, is a ferry across.
Yeah.
It's $1 to go on the ferry, and you drive your car up on there, and it's super cool. And I mean, it's cool because we got to go on a boat in the car. It was like the coolest thing ever. We're on a boat in a car, and we had the windows down so we could hear the seagulls. And I didn't know, you're not supposed to roll your windows down on it because we were right by the foghorn thing. Yeah. So I'm like, oh, let's listen to the birds. And then right then it was like, and everyone and the kids started crying. Like, what happened? Why did they do that? And our ears are ringing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. They rolled the window, Daddy. So it was fun. They calmed down after a bit, but oh my gosh. So learn a lesson there. Don't roll your windows down right by the horn. These things are loud.
Yeah, they're super loud.
It was a buck.
Yeah.
So there you go. So yeah, it was great.
Was fun.
Great trip. Fun
Ate
time.
A lot of good food.
A lot of good food.
Ate that po' boy.
Saw 23 alligators.
23.
A lot of shrimp and
crawfish.
You
hold
an alligator. And yeah, it was super cool. New Orleans, the city itself is fantastic. All the buildings are amazing. We've got beignets, Cafe du Monde.
Now you are officially ruined.
Oh, yeah.
On the Disneyland
already
stuff.
I wasn't those weren't my favorite things.
But Ralph Brennan's Jazz Kitchen ones are pretty good. But now, it's over. And same thing with the gumbo. You're never going to be able to have any gumbo again.
I'll tell you, though, my absolute favorite thing I ate on the entire trip was the barbecue shrimp po' boy.
Those are the best.
And I had a couple others later on the trip that weren't as good, but this one, it was at Chef Ron's kitchen, gumbo kitchen.
Chef Ron's is pretty great.
Oh my gosh, it was the best food. It was the best sandwich I've ever had. Mm-hmm. It was incredible. We also went and saw the abandoned Six Flags.
Yeah,
which is cool.
You got closer than I did because they were doing stuff.
We got right up. I mean,
if you didn't have kids,
you
were going in
because Janelle was up on the fence.
You guys were going in there. I mean, come on.
It was raining and the kids were in the car.
But you could see how easy it is.
My gosh.
It's abandoned theme. That's so crazy, right? It's so crazy when you're actually looking at it and it's everything you've ever imagined and dreamed of. You're like, I'm here. I'm at an abandoned theme park. And it's you're resisting every urge to just I want to be this is it.
It felt like I was in Mad Max or something because we actually drove down the driveway into the place, but there's all these cement block things, and I was weaving in and out, going past them so I could drive as far as we could, and then we climbed up the fence and
because I stayed just a little bit east of there when I was staying out there. Yeah,
it was cool. And the craziest part is the sign out in front still. It says you can see it says Six Flags, and then the little letters in there say closed for storm.
Yep,
which is just
they put that up.
Before Hurricane Katrina.
The hurricane hit.
That's crazy. That's still there. Except I think a couple letters are missing.
Well, also, I think the other crazy part is I don't know how much of the around New Orleans you saw, but there's still places that are condemned.
Oh yeah, we drove around a lot.
So you saw there's still and that was years ago. And there's still there's stuff that's clearly been rebuilt, and then there's other things where they just kind of let it go.
Yeah. Well, and then even because a large part, we went to the city for one day and saw some stuff.
You get to the Ninth Ward area, and it's just kind of nuts.
When we did a lot of hiking and trails on boardwalks, and the devastation in the natural part too, because all the salt water came into where the freshwater stuff is. So whole entire forests are gone.
Yeah,
that were there before.
Well, that, and you've got and then you've got the aftermath of the oil rig. Stuff that happened on the Gulf there.
Yeah, so it's just they have just been
they've been pretty destroyed. Yeah.
But it was cool just seeing it. They're very resilient and they've built it back and
best seafood you've ever had, huh?
And oh my gosh. So good. Janelle actually tasted shrimp and crawfish. Neither of which she was super stoked about.
Crawfish can be pretty fishy. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I don't think she meant to taste the crawfish in the first place because she got a pasta.
Did you get the etouffee?
Or Yeah, we got etouffee. We got everything on our list except muffulettas because of the olive sandwich
so
thing.
Weird. You can't. It
hate
doesn't
olives.
taste like olives.
I hate olives.
And you can get it without olives.
Well, every place we went to said you had the olives was like what was the main part of the sandwich. Didn't come without it. And the only one that you recommended was closed.
That one.
But it was closed.
I can't believe you missed out on
I was so
that was
bummed.
the best crab
Because we walked
cakes.
by while it was still
and you
open.
saw those ladies.
Yeah.
And they're like the coolest ladies.
But then I just didn't know it was about to
French
close.
Market's pretty like
because everywhere else there's open until like 5 a.m. or whatever, But
yeah.
Anyway,
that whole area is pretty. Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Did you go by like the Haunted Mansion type?
I mean,
stuff?
we walked all around like the whole. I don't know. I mean, we didn't go to that one specific one you talked about, but we walked all around. We walked up and down blocks and blocks of stuff. We took the
like random
streetcar
like
all
voodoo
around.
stores and all that.
Oh
stuff.
yeah, just crazy. We walked for about 1 block on Bourbon Street.
Ugh.
Which is just nasty.
Stinks.
And yeah, I mean, let alone like the actual businesses there. It smells like human waste.
The hive of scum and villainy.
It's just so stinky. Janelle and I kept laughing like when it does rain, it just must smell like a sewer running through there.
It does. I've been there when it rains.
Disgusting.
Did it rain a lot?
Here's the crazy part. We took the streetcars down there, spent the whole day,
right?
Just hopped on them and went around wherever we wanted to.
Another hot Brendo tip.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Took it around to the parks all day long, just going
Audubon
around on
Park.
When we went to Audubon Park. We got back to our car at the end of the night, like about 7 o'clock. Oh, we got free parking for it too. Most places didn't.
Oh yeah.
But there's a Walgreens there, and I went and talked to the manager, and he said I could park there.
The parking there can be very tricky.
Yep, but free parking for us. So we get back to our car at, I don't know, 7 o'clock at night probably. Mm-hmm. And as we step off the tram or the trolley or whatever, you hear like and all of a sudden it just goosh, and it starts pouring. Like just like in the movies.
Yep.
And then we ran back to our car and it was pouring the rest of the night.
I got caught in that like multiple times.
So it was perfect. Like we had our whole day out there and then.
It's very cool.
Yeah. So it was great.
Streetcars are great.
It was great.
Awesome.
Absolutely great.
Got that Tabasco.
Yeah, we went to Avery Island.
Did you try the ice cream?
Didn't try the ice cream.
But out?
We ordered like 15 things.
They had
on
the ice
menu
cream
there.
in the gift shop.
I know, but by that point, because we went to the restaurant, and we ordered like everything on the menu, and we were like, bleh. But what I did do,
try a little sample.
Well, I did. We went back and sampled a ton of stuff. She didn't have an ice cream sample at the time. I know. I sampled. I had chili. That's where we got the etouffee. We got like a Frito boat. We got hot dogs. We just did like a sample or everything. But
did you get that weird sausage thing?
Yeah, the Bodine.
Thing's weird.
Got that. I liked it okay, but the skin was a little off-putting.
The stuff inside is good.
Yeah, I just kind of scooped it out, but
that's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did. But you gotta get it.
Yeah, but
because all the like super Cajun people were like, "Gotta get that Bodine."
It was great,
and like I was
but
like,
the skin was too thick. It was too. It felt.
Because like
not good.
That's like some like stomach or intestine,
and I know that's on regular sausage.
I know that's what that is, but this is like
usually thinner. Yeah, a little thinner. But the best part is that they have every kind of Tabasco sauce imaginable, and every.
Did you have the like special one?
Oh, dude, I probably had an entire bottle.
How amazing was that stuff?
So good. It's their
the
they
reserve.
Call it the special reserve.
Yeah.
We went in the gift shop and I almost bought some, and they're like, "Let's go eat," and I wound up eating so much Tabasco because basically the food we got there was just to try.
Did you have the sweet and spicy?
Yeah, that's really good.
That stuff is amazing.
Sweet and spicy is really good.
It's so good, and I've only seen it in the store like once.
Yeah, I don't know if I have. They had like all their different stuff out there. I ate so much Tabasco sauce that for the next like 2 days, like the next day we got like Cadbury eggs.
Is that all you
and like I ate one and it just tasted like Tabasco. I'm like, I can't even eat this. It just tastes like Tabasco.
That was like when I burned my mouth with Sweet Tarts once, where I didn't think it was gonna get better. And I go into my dad was in the room and I'm like crying. I'm like, I could only taste Sweet Tarts. And he's like, how many did you eat? I'm like, a lot. I ate like a whole roll at once. And he's like, I think you burned your. I'm like, no, it wasn't hot. He's like, no, you burned
chemical burn.
Chemical burn. He's like, it'll go away after a while. But yeah, you don't do that.
Yeah. Well,
I was crying because I remember we had spaghetti and that was like my favorite thing. And I'm like, I only taste the Sweet Tarts. Like it was horrible.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Because I wanted to try it all, and I had a lot of that reserve. So by the time we were done, I'm like, I don't need to buy the bottle now. I just ate a whole entire bottle at the table.
Yeah, but wouldn't you like to have it at home?
I would, but we also had a very limited.
Did you get the little bottles?
We got the little bottles. Yes, yeah. The kids are very excited about those. They really played with those for awesome. 2 days afterwards.
Yeah. They're fun.
We stopped at a little cool place, this little tourist trap place called Cajun Village.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Those places are great. And we got the kids. They had in their gift shop, they had just these little tiny rubber animal things that were a quarter or 30 cents. So I let them each pick out 95 cents worth of animals. And they took those around. They called them their guys, and they just took them around and played with them. We got a shrimp and a little crawfish and an alligator and stuff. And they just played with their little guys the rest of the trip. That's the only size of souvenir we could fit back in the bags on the way on the plane. So
I guess you got to be aware of that stuff.
So it was vacation. It was great. Then we came back and went to WonderCon.
Yeah, WonderCon was great. I went all 3 days.
Yeah.
You went on Saturday.
Just Saturday.
I finally made it to a Bob's Burgers panel.
Yeah.
It was amazing. It was Dan Mintz who plays Tina. It was Kristen Schaal. It was John Roberts, plays Linda. Mm-hmm. And I forgot the guy's name, but the guy that plays Teddy.
Oh.
And then what's his name? Lauren Bouchard.
Oh, okay.
The creator.
Yeah.
He moderated, and they sang songs. Linda, because I guess so. John Roberts says when they're bored, they just start doing improv stuff, and usually him and John Benjamin will just improv that they're murdering Teddy in various horrific ways, and so she kind of started doing that with the Teddy guy. And it was really funny. But then he sang the hair song.
Oh, which is my favorite.
And then Dan Mintz, he is Tina. Because at first I'm he's just doing this? Is he just been somebody next to me is no, that's him. That's his voice. And he's just and this I recorded so much. I missed the hair song though. And then Kristen Schaal is just so funny and just so great. This girl made little dolls for all of them, and she just she's oh my god, and she jumped over the table, took a selfie with her, hugged her, and got the picture with it. Kristen was just she's so animated and funny.
She's amazing.
And she was just, you could tell they've kind of got their little panel stick down, and it was just really, really funny.
That's cool.
Also so they were joking around about it, but half the cast lives in New York, so they have a New York studio. Uh-huh. So I think John Benjamin, Eugene Merman, and John Roberts all live in New York. Oh, and Teddy, the guy who plays Teddy.
Okay.
And Eugene Merman doesn't go to LA usually because he doesn't I don't think he's very fond of Los Angeles because he wasn't there. And they joked around about how in the New York studio they get because they were genuinely, I forgot who it was. I think it was either Dan Mintz or Kristen Schaal. Was what are you guys getting there for lunch in the studios? I think she genuinely want to know. It's oh yeah, the other day we had sushi. We're getting this, we're getting that, and she was she seemed genuinely kind of upset. She's like, Lauren, what the heck? She's the other day we had a plate of hummus and one sandwich choice. It's come on, New York's got sushi? You kidding me? So that was pretty funny, just hearing their little banter.
That's awesome.
And they were doing all the voices and everything, and again singing the song. It was great. They showed clips animatic because they weren't finished of episodes that aren't going to air till the fall.
Oh,
and
so good.
Oh my gosh, there's one where Tina breaks her leg and she can't go to school. So you remember that episode of Community where they had the prison robots?
Yeah.
So there's a Tina robot with an iPad on a rolling thing.
Awesome.
And so, but then Jean and Louise, so it's just parked in the school at night. So then Jean and Louise, they sneak into Tina's room and get on the computer and they start cruising around the school, via the robot. And then they run into a security guard. It's really funny. There's a lot. Oh, there's a Teddy-centric episode where they discover that Teddy has spent years because we've already know that his ex-wife left. So his ex-wife left him, but then you find out that she left him for a dude that has a boat. So we find out that all these years, Teddy has been building a boat, and then he finishes the boat, and then he's like trying to impress his ex-wife with this boat, and he takes the Belchers out, and it's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Oh, there was so much good stuff. And they also said in the next few weeks, we're finally going to get to see the Stand By Gene.
Yes.
And Stand By Me.
Sounds
because
I
think they said it was either a goat or a cow with 2 butts instead of a dead body, that they're on a search for that. And it was very amusing. It was great. And we also went to the Rotten Tomatoes panel.
Yeah, I heard good things about that.
It was very chaos. A dude that said episode 7 rotten had prepared notes and flyers, and your guy Scott Mance took the flyer, crumpled up, and threw it right in the guy's face. There was a lot of high energy. They did a whole joke where they're like, "All right, we got that big sequel. We don't want no spoilers, so please do not spoil." And even Derek called it. He's like, "My Big Fat Greek Wedding 2." But then at the very end, the guy's like, "I can't believe nobody brought up Batman Superman. Rotten, rotten, rotten," just like yelling it. And it started off like it started off hot. It started off hot with Winter Soldier rotten.
Yeah, that seems like that's got to be trolling. Everyone likes that movie.
There was only one like obvious troll.
What was theirs?
I forgot what it was. Cat in the Hat Fresh.
Oh gosh, that's ridiculous.
It was pretty nuts.
Ugh, like fresh poo.
But yeah, it was funny. But he was funny. He was really funny. Because Derek even saw, he's like, "Oh, this guy trolls at everyone. Can't wait to see what he does." And he busts out, then like Derek's like, "Was not expecting that." Like,
that's kind of out of left field there.
But it was pretty great, and it was fun. It's always fun. I mean, Scott Mance is just always like, he got up on the table a couple times. He's still professing his love for Spider-Man 3.
That's my boy.
There was the craziest one for me was somebody that said Revenge of the Sith fresh, and then went on to say it was the best of Star Wars movie.
No.
Which that was like a lot of yelling.
Obviously.
It got pretty nuts in there. It always does. And then I stayed. Derek left because I guess he doesn't like crazy awesome things, because they showed the full pilot for the Preacher, the new AMC show based on the comic book. And holy crap, I've only read the first trade, but everybody was worried they were going to dial it down, they were going to change things. It's all there. His name is Arsehole, and his mouth is an arsehole.
Oh gosh.
And they did it.
It's in there.
They did it.
All right.
And it's somehow, I don't know how they did this, it's gorier than The Walking Dead.
Wow.
It's crazy. I don't know if every episode it was nuts. And Dominic Cooper, Mr. Howard Stark himself, was there, and some of the other cast members. It was awesome. Great time. I'm so glad I saw it. It premieres in May, but I think they said they're going to be touring around showing the pilot places. So if you get a chance, it was amazing. I know a lot of people worry because they've been trying to make this for years. There was going to be an HBO show. There was going to be a movie. It's been bounced around all over the place, and now AMC did it. Knocked it out of the park. Very impressed. What else? Saturday
we went to a very fun voice actor.
Oh yeah, that is always
those
great.
Are always great.
Mark Evanier. Maurice LaMarche was there. That lady was really funny.
Candy something.
Yeah, and she's been like when they bust out like their classic stuff, you're like, oh my gosh. They did Columbo.
Oh, that Columbo was incredible. Judy Garland was fantastic.
Yeah, and then just like when the guy did the Fox promo, he's like, I did Fox, and they're like, and then he did it. You're like, oh my gosh, like
I know that voice. Yep.
Like just some of the other things, like when he did his Michelangelo, because he's Michelangelo, like. And then like Maurice LaMarche, of course. I mean, he's everything.
Yeah.
And then like because I was hoping he would bust out as Orson Welles, and he totally did.
Yeah, Pea in the Brain.
That was awesome. I mean, Brain is very Orson Welles, but when he busted out his actual Orson Welles,
I'm just saying, like between the people on that stage, our entire childhood is represented.
Yeah, and
Inspector Gadget.
Yeah.
etc.
Because one of them was Chief Quimby, man.
Right, and then the other one did like looping for Don Adams and stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean,
well, then who was it that did he did this because he looped? Well, because I hadn't seen Noah, but you had. But he looped his Frank Langella like
he had one line.
He did it.
Methuselah.
Yeah,
that was fantastic.
And he did that, and that was funny. And
so that was great. Took my parents to that one, which was
fun that's a good like. This is the kind of the fun stuff you get to experience, and they got a kick. I could see they were getting a kick out of it.
Great Nintendo booth this year.
Yeah.
We got to play the Metroid game, the new one, which is the Metroid.
The one that everybody's freaking out about.
It's so much fun. Like, I was told, I'm like, I'm not going to care about this because it just doesn't look that great, but it's really good. Like, it's the best handheld controls I've seen for, like, a first-person shooter. Like,
yeah.
It just works great.
Because Prime Hunters was a little bit clunky.
It's you don't have, it's not touchscreen. Okay. You don't use a touchscreen.
That's good because Prime Hunters, you had to do a thing. I just remember you had to do a thing where you had to loop your pinky around on like the like it got really insane,
especially for like long runs. This one, no, the way they do it because it uses the gyroscope.
Okay,
but a lot of times that can be wonky.
Yeah.
So what it does is you're kind of you move around here and you can lock on and stuff. But you're basically always looking sort of on a level field.
Yeah.
If you need to look up and down, you lock on with the R, and then you just lift it up and down to look and target, and then you let go, and it kind of goes back. And it seems weird, but it works seamlessly. It's seriously the best first-person controls on a handheld I've ever seen. And it was really fun. It was cooperative. So we had like all four of us going through and doing missions and stuff. And I don't know that I'm gonna love it as like a Metroid game because it's a very different feel, but it was just a real fun, team shooter type thing. So. With Metroid items and sounds and stuff,
Yeah.
And then we played the Hyrule Warriors one, which is basically the same, except it's got all the DLC.
And it's got Linkle.
And for playing it, we got little sword, like Master Sword styluses.
Which Luke was a big
Luke was excited out of his mind.
And he also got a Zelda poster.
Plus I got a Star Fox patch.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Then we went to this writing panel.
Where Phil got told he needed to move to Los Angeles.
Yeah, I asked like a legitimate question and they totally shut me down.
Well, these guys, they were all showrunners. And again, it was very frustrating because I feel like they left out like 5 steps on like how to, because they're like, well, so obviously you all want to get on a writing staff. So once you get interviewed, like once you're meeting with me to like hire for this, I'm like, you just skipped like 8 steps.
Yeah, and most of their advice was like advice to other showrunners on how to staff their staff with, like equally. And
I'm like, that's
not helpful to anyone.
This audience, come on, guys.
So after they did their big thing, I asked like, okay, so just to kind of step back a little bit, let's say you've got a script.
Have a script.
How do we get that script in your hand? What are the steps to like?
And he's just like, do you live in Los Angeles? And you're like, no. He's like, well, move.
Yeah.
And then also. You have to know somebody.
Yeah, if you don't know anybody.
If I don't know you, and I'm like,
yeah, that's not helpful advice.
Garbage.
Useless.
As I've said, William Goldman was right.
Yep, like, nobody knows anything.
Nobody knows anything.
And the thing is, like, yes, that is definitely one way to get, but there are, especially in the world of the internet today, there's millions of ways to go about getting something made, and it's ridiculous to say that's the only thing. So. And then the best part, though, for me was that his big thing was, he said, you need to go back to college, get a group of friends, have those people around you, and then one of them gets a job as a PA, and they'll hook you up and blah, blah, blah. And that was his, like, answer. That's the only way to get something made. So we were, like, walking out, and I think you in particular took it extra hard. You were, like, bumming on the way out. But then, and I pointed this out today, like, we go straight from that to our Webcomics Advocates panel, and we had a group of like 20 of our friends and family that came to support us and hung out with us before and afterwards and laughed with us and asked questions and blah, blah, said we did a great job. Like, we have that group of people around us of all different kinds of amazing talents and occupations. And
it's true.
So when you were all bummed about it, but to me, I was like, we have that, man. Like, we have people all around us.
We've got our group.
And not just to take advantage of what they can do for us,
supporting each other.
Yeah.
And I feel like we all genuinely support each other. And I can always feel that when we're at conventions, when we're doing our goofy mega cast and all our stuff, but we're all on the same page. We're all working together. We're all helping each other. When
we get a hookup to do a huge
Tide Rises
Springs, we bring everyone along with us.
Tide rises all ships. whatever.
Yeah,
thing.
one of those things.
Rises up.
Everybody goes up
together.
So it was good. To me, it was super encouraging. The panel itself, I think, went well. Andrew Lindy did a great job moderating for us.
Props to Lindy.
Who's a
lot
good
of fun.
Josh, not substitute. I don't know, substitute. Well, I don't know.
Just alternate.
Alternate. There we go. And we had Patrick on there, of course, with us. Great. We were on at 8:30 at night. The floor closed at 7.
Going up against the Masquerade.
Going up the Masquerade. There was a few other panels in between, but there's not a lot there.
Yeah.
We had 50 people in the room for us, probably up to 20 that we brought with us, but that means at least 30 people that came that we didn't know just for our thing. We had like 8 people, I think, something like that shared, that pitched their comics, and a lot of questions.
Lots of good stuff.
It was great. Very, very excited about it.
I did the full-time creative work and part-time schedule panel on Sunday. It was good.
Good.
It's good.
Yeah.
The usual. It was pretty. It's always. I always do meet cool people on that panel, like in the audience. I met a father and son, and the father he's a full-time IT guy, but he's working on a book.
Nice.
And I'm like, hey, when you finish that book, we do podcasts, we talk to authors, do lots of stuff. And and he was really, and then I met some other guys that were like, we love podcasts. What's your podcast? And I was talking to them, and then we were talking about 10 Cloverfield Lane, and one of them had just come from South by Southwest, so we were talking about that. And then it seemed like all weekend, then the prevailing topic was just, we'll get into it in a little bit, but it was Beavis Doge. Who
Batman
came up
with
v
that?
Superman. That was like Benson, and of course, in the megacast, Derek claims that he's been saying it for months. But yeah,
you and Benson, the first one I heard say it.
Well, Benson and Lindy were saying it when I got there, because I think Lindy started saying it because he's got tired of saying that stupid title.
Batman versus Superman.
Dawn of Justice. Well, then they were saying Dong of Justin. I don't know where that came from, but that was another thing.
I like Beavis Doge though. I think that's pretty funny.
But because it is silly, and then that movie's silly, and we'll get into it. But so there's a lot of that talk. It felt like a common thread of conversation with people.
You'll probably hear some of that on an upcoming special
I got
episode.
some clips. We'll put something together.
Yeah.
And so that was WonderCon. It was fun times. Although, as we've said, like downtown LA and LA Convention Center. LA Convention Center is just a maze of.
It's just a mess. It's not laid out well at all.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of talk on the internet. Nobody had any real problems with the RFID thing. It just, we all can pretty much agree that that's not a practical thing for San Diego.
Scan in and out every time.
When you have like 10,000 people trying to get in somewhere, because that was like not near the level.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
a lot of people, but
it holds you up a second. And you try a couple times to tap.
They did say
times 10,000.
The biggest thing that they did get the most complaints about, and they are looking into for San Diego because they are going to have stuff.
Right.
I don't know what the placement's going to be. They are going to raise them higher because for us tall people, you did have to lean over. So I'm like, you need that, or you need one of the lanyards, the extendo lanyards, but. That, I think they're definitely going to raise them. But I know for a fact that there are tapless RFID solutions. They use them for marathons and bike races. Because when I was helping out my friend with his bike race, we had tapless RFIDs where it registered as they were going past. So maybe they're looking into that. I think
get on that.
They need to do, because I just don't think it's feasible to have those at because I just could not see it at the entrance to the Comic-Con exhibit hall. That's not going to happen.
Or maybe, trying to get out when Hall H empties out. Can you imagine?
6,000 people at once
all waiting in line to tap out. That's a nightmare. That's a fire hazard.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Because already on Friday I didn't notice it as much, but on Saturday there definitely were a couple choke points.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I think, but they did. I watched. They had a guy. When I was going through one time on that tapping out of the bell, there was a guy from Comic-Con he had his phone and he was videoing, just sitting there videoing
to see the process,
see how it's going.
It's a good idea, and I don't begrudge them trying to figure it out. It's in its current form, but I don't know if
they are the sweetest looking badges they've ever had.
Oh my gosh, they're awesome.
They were freaking sweet.
And our pro ones look.
Pro ones look real pro.
Yeah,
real pro.
Yeah.
like super pro. I love every year without fail watching entitled professionals flip out in the pro line that there is a line.
Yeah,
is always very
you're
amusing.
the only person that does something. Right.
And like even Alex, when he was in line because he got program participant badge, which that line is way shorter than the pro badge because they give out tons of pro badges, but program participants that's just for people to do panels.
Right.
And so Alex was in that line and he watched a guy have a meltdown because he's like, I'm doing a panel. I shouldn't have to wait. And it's like, we're all doing panels.
That's like someone going to Disneyland and saying, I got kids, get on my way.
Well, the number one thing, I always say the mantra at Disneyland is, I spent hundreds of dollars. And I'm like, so did everybody else here. But I heard that so many times. Every day, I spent hundreds of dollars. Basically, whenever you say anything like that, especially when I hear these people at Comic-Con, if I just held up a translator for what they actually mean to say, they're like, I want preferential treatment. I am special. I am more important than you.
Yep.
That's basically what all that stuff means. But it never, without fail, every time I'm in line, in the professional line, or in the program participant line at Comic-Con, somebody flips out. And Derek's favorite thing, he's like, I love seeing angry people in costume and even at the very beginning of the con. Yeah. You're like, you're gonna have a hard time. Man. But they're already mad. Yeah. And especially in costume, like it's just kind of like, man.
Yeah.
Some angry people. Derek like feeds on
well, that is funny. Okay, well, so speaking of comic conventions, very briefly, we talked about this at great length at the end of the last episode, but
we were going to be hitting it hard, so just get ready. We won't go into super detail,
but briefly.
But every once in a while we are, but you can get the details, ComicConPalmSprings.com. That's my song. We're taking this show on the road.
That's right.
And a bunch of our other, and all the other Benview buds.
Yep. Live we're doing 6 panels, 6 live recordings of shows.
Not just Benview buds though. We're bringing in some ringers.
Cat and
Lizzie and Cat. The Blaze, Lizzie and Cat. We also got Movies Made Me. Cheryl, she's gonna be on a panel, and Lizzie and Cat are gonna be on panels. They're also doing a live show, doing live radio BrendoMan, live popsicles, live Nerd's Eye View, live Extra Damage,
Mandarin Orange Show. I think that's all those. Yeah, we're doing
A+B in
live
concert.
Show. It's gonna be amazing.
Comic-Con Palm Springs tickets, 3-day tickets are only $57. And
we're gonna be there all 3 days.
And it's gonna be sweet.
Don't miss it.
It's like a radio BrendoMan party.
Yeah, it is. Podcast Advocates is our new group.
PodcastAdvocates.com.
The cool thing, we didn't mention on the last one, but so we have our Facebook page, Podcast Advocates, but also on the website, podcastadvocates.com, you've compiled all of your articles that you've written over the years about how to put together a podcast, how to do hosting, and all the things.
Might work on some more, but I think there's a lot of information.
Well, for now, it's a great
I'm also going to be linking to other resources and things as I come across them, and you can also hit us up on that page. And
so on our last episode, Denver, Not the Last Dinosaur, was talking about maybe doing a podcast. If you need some resources, that's a good place to start.
Denver and Biker Man.
I
think that's a name right there.
That could be the show. Well, so that's cool. What you been doing? What you start to mention, Brendan?
Well, I haven't gone fully public with this. I still won't post it on Facebook or tell my mom until I know it's 100% because I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
But I had a crazy weekend last week. Wednesday, so Wednesday I get a call and they were like, it was from the San Bernardino School District.
Yep.
And they're like, somebody dropped out of an interview for tomorrow. Can you come in tomorrow? I'm like, does it have to be tomorrow? Like, it has to be tomorrow. We got 2 job openings at 2 schools are hiring for microcomputer specialist 2.
Yes.
In 2 different schools. So 2 vice principals are going to be there. This is your chance. And they're like, tomorrow morning. I was like, okay. And I didn't know what to expect. Go there Thursday morning. Go in there. Easiest interview I've ever done in my life. Super chill. Impressed. Everything was just super. I think it was because I was just very relaxed and like I'm like okay whatever.
Right.
Like I'm not even supposed to be here. So like because again like somebody I was just next on the list of the eligibility pool because I had tested
Right.
and so I'm like all right and they were really cool. It was really chill but I'm like whatever and got a call like 2 hours later. They're like we'd like to tentatively offer you a position pending all your live scan, background check, drug test, TB test, and at a prep school in San Bernardino.
Which that is like the sweetest deal.
Boom, boom. 10 months a year. 2 months off. Boom. Full benefits.
Yeah.
Guaranteed pay structure. Already I'm a level 2.
And
the heart and like the vice principal even was like, it's pretty much like helping people get their email working, getting the tablets.
That's like, what you already do with me anyway, so might as well have someone.
Dude, this is it. This is living the dream.
Well, and I mean, without going into too much detail, you sounded like you're going to be making at least comparable to what you were making, except you're living in a cheaper place now-ish. So you're doing well, like as far as that goes.
Yes,
which is awesome.
It'll be awesome, and it'll just be, and then like. I don't know, dude. I'll have summer vacation. We'll be on.
Yeah.
We'll do this.
You're gonna go to Comic-Con and be getting paid,
and we'll be on vacation. We're on the same.
Yeah.
So we'll just be hanging out.
You're gonna be on vacation. You get vacation. You get Christmas off. You get spring break.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be sweet.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
So today. And then, so today I went in and did the fingerprints, the live scan, and I went and peed in a cup and did the TB. I don't have TB.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Tuberculosis free.
But gotta wait. And then it's gonna take a few weeks to do all the other paper.
Which is perfect since you're taking off on vacation.
Yeah. Well, they had asked me, they're like, you got anything coming up? Because we'll work with you. And I'm like, well, I'm doing this. They're like, oh, well, it won't be. We won't even have your fingerprinting back before this time because that's through the Department of Justice. And
so excited for you. This is amazing.
It's pretty amazing, especially since it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, okay. So one more funny little side thing on it. Oftentimes in applications, you put me as a reference, whether professional or personal.
Oh yeah.
And so
you guys got this is a really funny story.
We had this, yeah.
You guys had already been in. You had come from. So you got back from Dallas. Then you took Audrey to the doctor.
She had this thing, and we took her in the morning. Now, again, I mean, without going into too much, it's a longer issue with. It's not like a flu. It's tonsils and adenoids, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. So we took her in for this big old appointment in the morning.
Yeah.
And it was, stressful and blah, blah, blah. But we got done with everything was fine. We're like, let's go get lunch. We're going to go to the park.
Get some Avo
Gobbles. And, called up Brendan. He came out and met us.
Got your mail.
We got our mail from you.
Hey, good time in the park, what we thought.
Yeah. Well, and so we ate right there by the playground.
Got to see the kids. Everything was great.
The kids ate quickly, and they went to go play on the playground.
They barely ate their food.
I mean, barely, because they were
excited. Your kids are at a super picky eater stage.
They are.
It's kind of insane.
But they played for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, Audrey runs over. Oh, Luke got hurt, and so I go over to check on him. Because Luke
we were all just because Luke is a bit of a daredevil.
He is. So he's always
getting like, scrapes and whatever. It's just standard Luke. And then we see
I go over there and there's blood everywhere, first of all. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I look at him and there's a gash like going from his chin and then it goes up and over onto his lip.
Yeah. And so and Luke is freaking out.
Like,
and then Audrey is like losing her mind.
I'm scared.
I feel like you need to train her a little.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
So the funny part is at her doctor's appointment this morning, in the morning, he had said, like, there's a chance you might have to get your adenoids or tonsils out. Mm-hmm. So she's freaking out about that, scared about having surgery. And then she saw this with Luke, and she goes, Daddy, I'm not scared for me anymore. I'm just scared for Luke now. Because sure enough, I mean, this thing is deep. You saw it.
Well, we played it. You, me, and Janelle did a very good job of playing it cool. Because we're like, oh yeah, you probably gonna have to
take you in a little bit.
But both, I'm like motioning to Phil. I'm like, because it feels like we never said stitches because right away, as soon as I saw it, it's game over. Because I remember even as a kid, because I had to get stitches a few times as a kid, and this is like the worst. Yeah, it's the freaking worst. It's so painful, and then getting them out is painful. Ugh. And after you've had them once, then you know how horrible it is.
Right, then it's even worse.
And so as soon as I saw it though, I'm like, oh, stitches. Yeah. And because it was bad. It was because my brother got the same thing, like right on he face planted on his skateboard once. Ugh, but yeah, it was bad. It was
that's
bad.
The thing. He had fallen, like he was climbing up one of those arch ladders and fell through the slats and hit his face on it. That's what had happened. So
we see him lose that could have been like a tooth.
Yeah.
We see him lose a tooth, crack a tooth.
And it was he just hit it on the lip.
Pretty clean.
It was clean.
But it was still like you need stitches.
It was definitely beyond
so it's
normal.
Like right back to the
So we spent all morning in hospital.
Then you get to go to urgent care.
So then we go to urgent care. We wait in urgent care for a while.
He didn't get stitches.
Well, no. So then someone comes out in urgent care and looks at him and they go, oh, we can't handle that here because it's bad enough because it went from his chin to his lip. They're like, we don't have the blah, blah, blah. So then after waiting there for a while, they sent us sort of the emergency room.
Which is like, no.
And so then we waited there for a while. Although they did, because he was cute and little, they sent us back to this like sweet VIP waiting room where they had like a big, like out in front, it's like classic ER. Like,
it's a freaking nightmare.
We're back there. There's like, they put on Cartoon Network for the kids.
Is it like a special kid?
They had like I think it's just, like, because there was an old lady they brought back eventually too. They had like a big thing of like, you know, where like the hotel lobbies where they had like cucumber and lemon water. I'm like, where are we right now?
You're in the like where once they know that you're like legit and
they're like, oh, this guy's not just trying to get your insurance.
Did they check your insurance?
Yeah,
card?
they looked at the insurance.
Oh, you have insurance.
And we've got a legitimate
I guarantee
issue.
you that's what it was.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we're gonna get money from these people.
Yeah, so we got to go back there. We still had to wait for an hour.
Yeah, but it was like way more chill.
Like, I mean, and the guy came out and kept, making jokes with the kids and stuff. I'm like, where are we right now? So
you're in the special. You're in the like,
and so then
definitely like the class. You just got like you're in the upper.
Yeah,
like,
we got to upgrade to first class. So then that we go, they call him back to the room and they call the doctor out, and it turns out the doctor is married to one of Janelle's like coworker teachers, and she's like best buds. Like she goes out with her on like lady dates and stuff. So I mean, now we're like being like super well, like I'm gonna take care of them, you know. And the crazy part is they have this like skin glue,
which was definitely not a thing when we were young,
because this was deep enough it needed stitches. They would have done stitches, but he's like, we'll just do this stuff.
They call it dermal glue.
Yeah. And
Holy cow.
They basically just kind of squeeze it together. It's like super glue. Yeah. They put it in there and they squeeze it together and it sets right away. And it's like, all right, you're done.
Dang.
That was it.
I would have.
Can you imagine how life would have been different
got
as a kid?
Stitches and staples? Like,
yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
I got staples in my head, on my head, and I had stitches on my forehead. I got stitches. You can still kind of see it. I sliced open the mailbox scar. Yeah, there it is. Look at that.
Yeah. Well, and
that was a gusher.
The doctor was saying too that like it's gonna that stuff makes it like way less of a scar.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because it's just like sticking together. Yeah. The funny part is, so it costs us $100 to go in there. That's with our insurance. Which whatever. I mean, it's worth it, but. So
ER is always money, man.
But I'm telling you,
at least it was $100 opposed to like however hundreds or thousands.
Oh yeah. I mean, with the way better with the insurance, and we didn't wind up having to pay at urgent care because they didn't actually do anything. But so he takes the little thing, and it looks like a little like thing of super glue, squeeze it in there and push it there. I could have done that, right?
Yeah.
Like anybody could have done that. But I was talking to Matthew, my brother, who's a nurse, and he said that little tube is worth like $120.
Oh yeah.
And we only paid $100, so we got like a discount. And we got cucumber water, so
okay. You got the cucumber water in the nice little waiting room.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So here's the point of telling this story in the first place. So I'm in there sitting. Luke's still bleeding. He's
because then I'm texting you,
and then my phone starts getting blown up, and it's Brendan like, I need you to call in for this reference, blah blah. And I'm like, because I'm the one. Only one of us could go back to the actual room, and Janelle does not do blood.
Yeah.
So I'm the one that was back there waiting in the room, and I'm like, I'm kind of in the ER right now. But it worked out. I was able to get out and call her.
Fine. We all got it all
good.
taken care of. Got my reference.
But it was quite an adventure.
Because I was worried they were going to call my other employer, and then I still feel like that might be the bottleneck that's occurring
right.
with some of my other jobs. So I don't know, but hey, now we're all good.
It's all good.
We're all good in the hood.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
It's gonna be awesome. WonderCon was cool. That's like we already talked about that.
Dallas.
And leaving for Dallas on Thursday, and
so we'll have some.
Gonna have a lot of hopefully I got to see Shinsuke Nakamura wrestle live. If I didn't, you'll hear the story.
When we hear from you, we'll know.
Me sitting in the. I'm gonna be as close. I want to hear. I hope that I can like stand somewhere where I can hear inside the building. But I'm gonna be watching on my phone. But I want to. That pop is gonna be so crazy. That's one of the things that I just want to hear, and I want to hear his music. I want to hear what they do for his music because I know they're not going to. My ringtone is his New Japan music.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be different. He already said, but I want to be there. I want to see it. I want to feel it. So like, even if I'm standing, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I might try to somehow sneak into this place. Like I don't.
You might not be able to do the next. They're going to be arrested.
I'm not going to get arrested.
We'll do like a live chat from jail,
from Dallas,
live from Folsom Prison.
But I'm not gonna do that. I have to be there. I have to figure this is something. This is gonna work out. I have faith.
All right.
I have faith that it's gonna work out. If I can, like I joked around, if I can somehow transfer some of my Comic-Con magic, because I feel like I have a giant store of Comic-Con magic. If I can somehow transfer some of that to Dallas. Every WrestleMania experience I've had the last 2 years has been very positive. I feel like a lot of good energy. Even Benson was like, this is almost feels like when we're in San Diego, all this stuff is happening. Like when we just randomly had our Roddy Piper experience and some other things. So I feel like I'm just good mojo, being nice. I feel like that's a big part of it, is just being nice, being friendly, talking to people. You never know what happens when you talk to people. Maybe some Japanese dude talk to him, and maybe he's got an extra ticket, maybe something. Or it's like, I was going to sell this ticket on the street for $400, but I like you, and I will sell it for $25 face value, Mr. Brendan, sir.
Maybe you just say, I like you, and I'm going to give it to you.
And maybe I'm walking around on Friday, and I see Nakamura on the street, and I'm like, Nakamura-san, you're my favorite wrestler. And he's like, here you go, Brendan, ticket for you.
And then he high-fives you and says, come hang out with me.
Oh. That's not going to happen, but it would be pretty cool. But I am going to go to Access on Thursday night, and that's the first night, and maybe they're giving away stuff. Who knows?
Who knows?
Because I have been at the Access. They have like this whole NXT ring, and they do like trivia contests and other giveaways. So I don't know. Maybe if when I go up to Access, and what if he's signing or somebody is signing, and the first thing out of my mouth is like, I really want to go take over on our tickets, and they're like, well, we've got something for you. I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know. But I do know that I really. But I know there are 100,000 Brendos.
Yes,
in Dallas.
See, because normally I would
I'm
say
not a unique Starflake. There are a lot of me's, and they all want to be there because this is a huge thing. As Steve Espinoza said in the chat, this is wrestling fans, Beatles on Sullivan. This is a huge deal.
Yeah.
And I'm also excited for WrestleMania. I mean, again, the consolation prize is I have awesome seats. I did the seat view again because you can show like people take pictures all around and the view from my seat, and I get all excited when I see the view from my seat because I'm like, oh my gosh, like I'm so close. I've never been this far down at a WWE event. And I'm like, I just get kind of giddy, and it's gonna be huge. And also, they showed the first view of like because that screen, it's the biggest LED screen in the world that goes across the stadium, and like that's gonna be crazy. And then just like the sets and the entrances, and the New Day might come out on flying unicorns, and.
Whoa.
I'm gonna freak out the whole time. It's gonna be 5 hours of me yelling really loud, and then also all the other shows. Right now, I'm at 7 shows, 4 days. If I get out if all my cards land straight. 8 shows, lots of cool stuff, lots of cool, awesome things. WrestleCon, I'm excited. I've been emailing with Marty DeRosa from Wrestle in Depression, and he's like, yeah, just come say hi and talk, and it'll be cool.
Nice.
And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah, I'll come talk to you and Colt Cabana, just maybe talk and chill out. And so that's cool to see Colt Cabana, and I can be like, hey, like I'm the guy that helped with, because I helped him with one of his podcasts on Facebook. Yeah, that's right. So get a little chit chat. I don't know. I got a few other. I'm planning. I don't know.
So are you going to do a Matt and Brendo's wrestling show or Mr. Brendo's wrestling show to follow this up?
It has been over a year since our last.
This is like huge.
I know. I will see what happens. I'm gonna bring my recorder.
Yeah.
And maybe I don't know.
I'm telling you, you have some sweet momentum there.
We gotta do something. And I'm just excited about going on vacation, going on a trip, staying at an extended stay. Sometimes those can be good. Sometimes those can just be okay. I mean, it's fine.
It's usually not terrible.
I don't need my bed made every day.
It's not made at home every day.
No, that's how I feel about it. I had a question.
All right.
Because you guys were talking about that hotel that like came and knocked on your door.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Why don't you just put up the do not disturb?
We did. They just kept.
They ignore the do not disturb.
It was on the checkout day.
Every other hotel I've ever been to, they don't even come on the checkout day.
Exactly, and we said that every time they came. We're checking out today. We don't need anything now.
They're not supposed to come till you're out of there.
3 times on checkout morning.
That dude, I would never. I would not stay there.
She said the thing to the lady at the front.
That's not cool.
No, it was not. It was not. It was
especially on checkout day.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They started at 8:30 in the morning.
Every hotel I've ever been to, they don't even bother because then they just do it after checkout time.
What are they gonna do? And the worst
they must be trying to turn those rooms over real quick.
Except their place was empty.
So what are they doing?
Like 3 cars.
Those are just lazy. Those are just people that want to go home.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we paid till noon.
Yeah, that's not
They called us at 11:55 and said, "Are we charging you for another night?" We're like, Jen's like, checkout's not for 5 more minutes. And she's like, well, are you staying or not?
Oh my gosh.
I was like, no, we're coming down right now. Like I had to come back into the room to answer the phone.
Ugh.
So irritating.
That's annoying.
That was really the only
I've never had that kind of thing.
It was bad.
Especially I'm a huge fan of the do not disturb sign. But
no, it was
that's crazy.
Outright.
All right, well, we got to do some lightning rounds here.
We do.
It's book corner time.
All right.
All right. I've been reading a lot of novellas that came with this one. I got this Subterranean Press. I've been reading books from it for a while now.
Okay.
I've already talked about some of them, but I finished it out while you were gone because we got the Harry Potter stuff. So I finished the last set of books from the Humble Book Bundle. And I finished one. It's called The Merchant and the Alchemist's Gate. Okay. It's about this merchant that has a gate where when you go through it, it's in the past, or you can go through it one way to the past, one way to the future. And and then there's some short stories about people that use that gate, and they're all interconnected, and it's really cool.
That's cool.
So it's like a time travel thing. Brain's Gold is this fantasy story about this world where there's these guys called messengers, and it's this world where there's this giant mountain and it's a mine, and there's it's also a world where after nighttime demons come out, and so they have these wards, and then it's this guy and he's going up the mountain and stuff happens and he fights a snow demon. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Right. It takes place. This guy has this greater universe, and this is just a novella set in that universe. And it actually did make me want to check out some of the other actual full-on novels set in that universe. It's pretty cool. And then the last book that I read, it turned out to be a scary book. I thought it was going to be another either sci-fi or fantasy, but I forgot Subterranean Press does everything because this one was scary. Not super scary, but kind of scary. Okay. And it's called, I guess it's the name of the type of tree, a jacaranda.
The ones that have spikes on them.
Yeah. So it's the name of so there is this jacaranda tree, and it's a mythical tree, and it takes place in Texas and on an island, and they chop down the tree and then build a hotel on top of it. So it's a hotel jacaranda, and then the hotel is haunted and stuff is happening in the hotel. People are dying, and a priest and a Spanish priest and an Irish nun are in there to try and figure out what's going on, and a Texas Ranger, and then all these other guests that are like drawn to the hotel, and then you find out why they're drawn to the hotel, and you find out what's going on, and it's really creepy, and there's a hurricane, so they can't leave, and they're trapped, and stuff happens.
Sounds good.
It's pretty cool. And I'm still reading, so I have a plan to finish Complete Book of Screenwriting.
Okay.
And I realize it's the only way it's going to happen. Like I said, sometimes you need to bring it into the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
And I haven't been doing that. And my physical books, I usually only read those in the bathroom. So once I'm done with The Will to Whatevs, which is Eugene Merman's book that you let me borrow, I'm almost done.
It's funny, right?
It's really funny. It is weird how many typos there are. Like, I don't think somebody really proofread that.
No, because it's published by a real, looks like a real publishing
There's like
thing,
some like blatant typos.
But I think part of the problem is that he has such a weird way of phrasing things.
But like,
I think someone just gave up.
Yeah, but I caught like at least like 6 or 7
a lot,
typos.
Yeah.
But it is still a lot of fun.
It is.
And I love like reading it in Eugene Merman's voice.
Yep. You totally just hear that the whole time.
It's a lot of fun. It's so goofy, and especially combining it with having just read Tim and Eric's Zone Theory, which is another like even more extreme version of like the parody self-help book.
Right.
Like, imagine this for Tim and Eric. It's just like this plus like way dirtier and disgusting and filthy.
Yep.
But it's pretty funny. And then, so now that I finished all those other ebooks, I moved on to another. I got this in the story bundle a while ago. It's because I read the Designers and it's a Designers and Dragons, the 80s. I already read the 70s.
Right.
It's like it's a I guess not documentary, but like
a book-umentary
book about the history of like role-playing games, and this covers the 1980s.
Sweet.
And the rise of like steampunk games, and further, because this is post the whole Mazes and Monsters, that whole incident, which brought D&D, which was like the greatest thing that could ever happen to D&D. So this is after that and the huge boom, and then there was a crash, but then there was the rise of cyberpunk games.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk, because at the time it was this whole new world.
Shadowrun type stuff.
Shadowrun and that kind of stuff, and everything was cyberpunk for a while.
Yeah.
And
Oh, and
there was also that Neil Stephenson book, Snow Crash. You read that yet?
Sounds really familiar.
It's like it's like a virtual world type situation.
Maybe not.
If you liked Ready Player One, it's like a must read.
I love that.
You should definitely read Snow Crash.
All right, so I did not bring Harry Potter with me on the trip.
Why?
And you're gonna like either laugh or be mad. I don't know, but Janelle got the whole box set from her from the thing, and it's like a really nice one that's got like a big picture on the bindings, so that when they're all together. I don't want to like mess it up. Books get like jacked up on vacation.
Just take the dust jacket off.
No, the paperback.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to get messed up.
That's what books are meant to.
So when I put together the Goodreads thing and planned it out, I knew I was going to have vacation then, and I intentionally bumped the date back so I'd have time to finish it. I'm almost done with it now.
Books are meant to be read.
No, but not in a nice set, though.
Oh, gosh. You and your obsession with physical stuff.
I know. But I did bring some other stuff. I read this book called Blind Mountain on the trip, and I picked it up in particular because when I read the book jacket,
is it about a blind mountain?
It's about
is it a ghost?
It's a father and son who are out on a backpacking trip, and there's an accident, and the father is blinded, and the son has to help him get back to civilization.
So it's like The Cave, but on a mountain.
So it's got some of that element. It's got some survival.
Did we ever figure that out?
It depends on who you ask, because people down there will say it's both correct. I say The Cave because that's what it says.
Yeah.
But
I saw a really good Facebook meme, even though I hate Facebook memes, where it's like, you should never make fun of somebody for mispronouncing something because they might have learned it by reading.
It's true.
And if you're reading something like
Matthew has like his entire vocabulary is like that. Like he'll always pull up something.
Because it's like I read it. Like how would I know? Like so.
They're probably smart.
English is so ridiculous.
I've had a few of those. Like I remember I used to say inevitable. And people are like, what's that? You know, like it's gonna happen. You can't stop it. It's inevitable. That's because that's what it looks like on the page. I don't know. It means you can't stop it. It's inevitable. You're gonna do that sometime.
All right. Line down. Do they die?
Oh, well, do you want to spoil it?
No.
They make it.
They make it.
But you know, they go through a journey. But because the description on the back kind of sounded something similar to something I wrote, I wanted to like read it and make sure that I wasn't like it's totally different. I mean, aside from the very basic premise. A story about a... Well, no, I just mean someone getting trapped in the wilderness and surviving type of thing. So, but I mean, you know, that's not like that. The basic idea isn't that uncommon. So anyway, that was fun. And then I have read some Harry Potter since I got home, and I'm almost done with Prisoner of Azkaban.
So good,
really good. And I'll give full review as I finish it. And then I also started reading. I got Janelle a copy of Bossy Pants, which is Tina Fey's book.
I have it in my cupboard,
and
I haven't finished it.
She finished it, and so she gave it to me to read. It's really funny. She's a great writer, and it's awesome. So I recommend it.
Why'd you whisper that?
I don't know.
We're running out of time
because we only have 1 minute and 40. We can do this lightning here.
New movies,
because we talk about this a lot on our special.
Yeah, I'll see what I can get from that.
All right.
I think the first part, because Andrew had dropped my recorder, so I think the first thing that I did with Justin, I think that might not have made it.
Work. Okay.
But the rest of it, I think is good, and we talk about it a lot. But I'm just gonna say that Beavis Doge, Batman v Superman, Department of Justice. We did go to the brand new Harkins Theater, Department of Justice, because I had to deal with the Department of Justice. Whatever. It's a stupid title, and it's a stupid movie, and it's so stupid that it's funny, and then when we were on the way home and we were really pulling it apart, we're like, this movie not only ripped off Dark Knight and everything, it ripped off Superman 4, which is such a weird choice of things to rip off.
I've thought more about
it. There's even more in Superman 4. As Jonathan Olson pointed out, like they do the full-on, like he gets called in and that happens. It's insane. It's completely insane what is happening. And also, this movie is a hot mess, and I'm going to put it on wax now. I'm putting it on wax because I tested it out at WonderCon. All
right.
This movie jumps around more than House of Pain.
That's right.
More than House of Pain. It jumps around a lot. It's all over the place. There is so much random stuff happening. And the moment you think you figured out like what is happening, they go to some other crazy plot. And the way they introduce the Justice League is easily the top 3 stupidest things I've ever seen on a movie screen. Aquaman's introduction specifically, but then the more I thought about it, the more Derek was raving about it. The Cyborg one was really stupid also. They were all stupid, but the Cyborg one especially, Derek was like, that one was like CW, like what? And it was just this. But the Aquaman one, Aquaman was almost all the things we've been joking about and making fun of. Basically, like is even stupider than that. And as stupid as the trailers, like certain things in the trailers looked, it was even stupider in this movie. And I don't know how you do that. And
so my take on it is because I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. In that it was so bad, it was fun going like.
And it was nice being in a brand new theater.
That too. I enjoyed watching it in the same way I like watching Plan 9 from Outer Space or The Brain That Wouldn't Die or The Beast from Yucca Flats.
We had quite a few times. I remember at first I wasn't sure where you were headed in this movie because I respect the fact that you give movies your full effort to enjoy.
Fair, there's some good elements.
But it was probably like an hour in, and I'm not sure exactly what moment where you lost. Where I think, but I just remember at some point because there was a few times where I'm like, and you were like laughing a little bit, but then there was one point where we both. Like you were, where I realized it was off the rails for you too, and then we were both every once in a while just looking over each other, like
laughing.
This is insane. This is insane.
And I said it on the thing that Jonathan Olson wrote, but to me, I think what makes it work as a terrible movie is that they're coming at it totally sincere. They're doing it like we're making a fantastic movie, and because it's this misguided, unnecessary sincerity of, brought to this horrible mess, it makes it's funny.
Yeah.
Because you know they're trying, but it's terrible.
I also feel bad. I did see that there's a misguided campaign out there to get Zack Snyder off of Justice League, and I'm like, dude, that boat is long sailed.
Oh yeah.
As I discovered,
huge.
It made $170 million. Although I heard it has to make like $800 million to like break even.
Well, but it's 400 international already.
Yeah, whatever. So it's gonna get there. They're fine. But but I don't see this as being because that movie was so long and so boring. I cannot. There's no way I'm ever gonna watch that director's cut. There's no way I'm ever gonna. I'm not gonna sit in this. The thing that I remember coming out of that like great theater because we were the first. It was the theater had opened that day.
Yeah.
And it was brand new theater. The sound, like, it was crazy. The sound was amazing. Everything was amazing. And my takeaway was like, it's gonna be really great when we go see Civil War here at the end of next month. That's gonna be awesome. The Civil War trailer was by far the best part of the whole experience. Loved that. And the red, oh my gosh!
And we talk about it in great detail, hopefully in the special.
And some major spoilers, but really, I mean, come on. It was completely nuts. You saw Zootopia.
We saw Zootopia on vacation. It was
I've heard nothing but great things. You also saw 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Oh, that's right. I guess we didn't talk about that yet.
I talked about it with Derek, but you hadn't talked about it.
That's right. Well, awesome. I love that also. John Goodman deserves an Oscar. Please give him an Oscar.
I was 100% correct in my prediction of what the movie was going to be.
Were you?
Yeah.
Well, don't spoil, because that one, like...
Just listen back.
But yeah.
Well, not about specifically, like, the John Goodman situations.
Oh, yeah.
All of it.
Just
but
the other stuff.
Basically, like, how it was going to tie into Cloverfield and why things were the way they were. But I mean,
he was so terrifying.
He was amazing, and there were parts of that movie where, and you probably know what parts where I was freaking. I was like I had both ears covered, freaking out. It was intense. That was an intense experience.
There's a shot, and this won't spoil anything, but because you can tell from the trailers, it's very intense. But the way that it's framed. You see like the girl and the other guy, and then you just see John Goodman's hand in the lower right-hand corner. And the way it's tense and shaking is the scare. That his little hand is a better actor than most actors out there.
Derek did make a lot of jokes about comparing me to John Goodman in that movie and some of his moments of hulking, because he hulks out. So there's some Hulk out moments, and I'm like,
there's worse people you can be compared to.
So I'm like, but I'm not crazy.
No, I hope not.
But dude, that was so good.
It
was great. And they set up for future things. And if you want to listen to more about it, I highly recommend this. I think it was last week. He on the Nerdist, they had JJ and the director, and it was really great. And so real quick rundown.
Super
lightning round time. WWE Network, NXT, awesome, very excited. They showed the moment when Nakamura, they finally showed, because they taped this a while ago, when Nakamura's face popped up on the Titantron, Sami Zayn's in the ring, and it's the loudest response I've ever heard in that arena, in the NXT arena. And it got me all excited all over again. And all he does is he's like, NXT, Sami Zayn. I am Shinsuke Nakamura, Dallas. Like, I think that's basically what he says. And everybody is just going nuts because nobody knew. That was like the bombshell. Nobody knew he'd been signed at that point when they had taped that. That was when the news got out, was that this happened. So like, I can't imagine what it would have been like for people being in that arena. They went crazy. Okay. Lucha Underground last weekend was Aztec Warfare, so it's the ones that I'm not at.
Okay.
So it was super exciting watching it. And it was also like, oh, I wish I was there. And I missed this past weekend Lucha Underground because I was at WonderCon, and I heard stuff happened.
Oh.
And I'm like, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I'm like 2 episodes behind now, I think.
There wasn't any this week.
Okay, then I'm just wondering.
But I think it's not the season finale, but it was like a
mid-season.
Well, no, they already had that. I don't know what this is, but it was a big episode. It was great. Holy crap.
I want to see it.
American Crime Story, this last week's episode, Derek had told me about it, and then I'm like, oh my gosh. So I rushed home after WonderCon and watched it. it's this episode specifically, this last week's episode was just about the jury and that whole situation where they're like sequestered for 8 months, and like one of them genuinely went nuts, and then there was this whole thing where they kept getting dismissed because of ways they had lied, and then like Cochran and Marsha Clark started like just this war over, and then they're like can you imagine the situation? You get stuck in a hotel, you can't go talk to any of the hotel guests, you can't go in the pool, you have to they had a special dining room, they can't watch TV in their room, they're monitored constantly, you can't talk about the case with anybody, including other people, you can see your spouse once a week, and they have a TV room where they can watch for like 1 hour a day, and it's like videotape stuff, and they have to, so they're fighting over Martin or Seinfeld, and then just like it was horrible. Crazy. It was a crazy town. And then it's also about how they do the DNA evidence. And again, this is where you're watching this and you're like, if this had happened now, that would be the moment where he is guilty, because it's like, here's the DNA, it's everywhere, it's that. But because it was so new, they were able to like cast suspicion on it in a way that would not happen now. Would not happen. It's crazy when naysayers still bring up that Fong dude, and like it's like, well, he tampered with. I'm like, if you read what actually happened, he didn't. This was just the defense, just basically like running interference because they didn't know what else to do, and because it was such a new territory, it worked. That would not work now, because again, that number does not change. It's 1 in 179 million.
Yeah, that's basically nothing.
That is
statistically, it's nothing.
That is a conviction right there, my friend. So the other big thing was Robert Kardashian finally is like, he probably did it, and he has this whole moment. And according to Kris Jenner, that's what happened. He had like this whole breakdown, and like he's like, this is my friend did this. And let's see, 11/22/63, 7th episode. We only have one more episode. As Jerry and I had texted back and forth, they went off the rails quite a bit. But as I said, yes, from an adaptation point, it went off the rails, but they're still hitting the major beats, just in a very, very, very different way. But the major beats are still there, and I feel like now we're right back. We are following, at the last episode, I think we're going to follow the story pretty much exactly. It'll be interesting to see what they do for the very end, but right now it ended with this last episode 7 ended with Oswald sighting the rifle.
Okay.
So
you're there.
They were there.
Wow.
Boom. And I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
Vinyl, incredible. People seem to not be into this show. I think that's crazy. This week, I'm an episode behind, but last week's David Bowie.
Nice.
They had a cover of Life on Mars that was incredible. Ray Romano, great on this episode. Whoever they got to play David Bowie. And then they got this guy to play Buddy Holly that was like, because they do these moments where they show somebody singing a song, and it's usually the same, it's like a lookalike of the artist, but it's like these surreal moments, and he's in front of Coney Island, and it was awesome, and it made me listen to Buddy Holly for like a day. But it was really cool. For a minute, I thought it was James Marsters who played Spike on Buffy, but it was some other guy. But yeah, it's really good. And holy crap, the Goldbergs!
Okay, so here's this great new episode. Magic episode is fantastic. But I don't know if you noticed this. This is like the most amazing part of this episode.
They were playing Fireball Island. They were
playing
Fireball Island in the beginning. That was amazing. Also, like Barry is becoming for me like the dark horse of the show.
It was great.
And then his interactions with Murray, and then his whole thing, because I don't know, I really related to the Barry storyline in this episode. Just like all your friends are moving on, and you feel, and you have because I feel like when you're getting to that point in high school, everybody does kind of have this panic moment where you're oh crap, like it's real now.
I remember thinking like everyone around me knows what they want to do, and I don't know what I want to do.
Exactly. And everybody has that panic moment. Yeah. And I think it portrayed that all very well. And man, it was really great. And also, like, I still, it was pretty cool that I got to see Haley Orantia.
Yeah, that's cool.
It was cool. Yeah.
All right, Mega Lightning. I'm caught up to date on Yumi and the Apocalypse, and it's nuts, and I really like it.
Yeah, I want to watch it.
And I think you would enjoy it. Goldberg's, we said, and the new Bob's Burgers.
Oh yeah,
with the fart seats.
Yeah, I had talked about that before, but
you talked about it, but I hadn't. But it was great. All right. Oh,
Daredevil season 2. I'm like 9 episodes in.
Everybody likes it.
It's amazing, except for Benson. It's crazy.
Well, I like Super Mario Brothers movie, so take that into account.
The Punisher is so good. Elektra's so good. Everybody's not so many ninjas. But it is. There is some of the most violent things I've ever seen. And like,
I've heard this from a number of sources.
It's cray. All right, let's do it. It's time. It's time. It's Mama Duke time. So last time you weren't here, but we got a little bit of. It's like a medium. It was an in between.
Well, it's sad. Marmaduke's crying the entire time, so that's sad.
He is crying the entire time, which is odd.
And it's no joke. It's just like
there is no
being
punchline, but it is kind of cheese.
And it's very much like a Marmaduke is people, like he's sitting there with the kids.
Yep. We're I don't know. So maybe we're on the mend. Maybe he's back on the mend.
But it's still everyone crying the whole time. It's still a little weird. So it's a little. All right, let's find out what we got here. Okay, Marmaduke's sitting there. He's tied to a tree and he's eating a bone, crunch, smack. And this little, like, I don't know, runty dog. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Is that a poodle?
I don't know what that
Whatever
is.
That is. Some little dog comes up.
That's a bad drawing of a dog.
It looks like a little alien.
It looks like he scribbled.
And the little dog comes up to him and says, "Ruff." And then Marmaduke looks at him and goes, "Woof," and drops the bone. And then woof, 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 woof. And they're running around in circles. He's chasing the dog around the tree. And then all of a sudden it stops. And Marmaduke has wrapped himself so that the rope is, like, tightened up around the tree. And he's, like, trapped up by the tree. And the dog steals his bone and runs away with it.
I'm worried that we're back to no punchline.
This feels very much like, I'll tell you what this one is.
This is a standard.
This is I'm a dog owner, and oh, look, dogs chase each other around. That's funny because it's dogs.
Marmaduke's a big dog.
Marmaduke's a big dog. That's basically.
We're back. I'm worried.
Did we lose it?
Did we miss? Was that it? Was that the window of, like.
I don't know. I think there's hope.
No, you can't.
You can't sneak ahead. I want to.
I feel like that was it.
We got a no punchline. Look,
we've had
what dogs do.
No punchline.
The last one,
was like a transition, though.
It was. It was no longer being
he's just crying the whole time.
But it's just everyone.
But he's crying over ice cream.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty much like I feel like that's pretty in the wheelhouse.
Whereas this is just dogs chase each other.
And Marmaduke's
a big dog.
And he wrapped himself around the thing. Dogs.
Dogs, everyone. All right. Janelle's going to get up in about 29 minutes.
What's going to happen?
I need to go home.
If you're not home.
She'll just call again and she'll freak out. I think that's good. So you're going to be gone next week, so we're going to have some special things coming up.
Yeah.
We'll have a special WonderCon type thing.
There'll be a WonderCon type thing, and then there'll be another thing.
Another one. This will be a first for Radio BrendoMan.
You and a special guest.
This will be the first Radio BrendoMan without BrendoMan.
First ever.
Ever.
I don't know how I feel about that.
That's fun.
Sometimes you gotta let your babies. She also John Roberts also sang the Porcelain Baby song. My little babies. Porcelain babies.
On Brax, every single strip on Brax had Brax in it until like 450, and finally we did one with like just Manny and his girlfriend or something.
Yeah.
So
yeah, mix it up.
Yeah, but
gotta mix it up.
I have a very special guest. I don't know. We shouldn't tell yet, right?
No.
Very special guest that's going to be coming on to host with me.
I think people can probably figure it out.
They probably will. They're very smart, but you have to find out next week.
Find out next week.
So, yeah.
Radio Brendo-Man.
Thank you for listening.
Be sure to go to radiobrendo.com. Don't forget Comic-Con, PalmSprings.com.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
BrendoMan@gmail.com. Go to radiobrendo.com and click all those links and Amazon and whatnot, DreamHost, all that stuff. So I think that's going to do it.
Yeah.
For Radio Brendo-Man, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. Chair farted.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's very like
freaky show. It's your chair.
Oh, it's just not usually like that. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
What?
That weekend when you guys left, where you were like texting me, and I was like, "I'm sorry, I missed your things because I." So I don't. When you guys left, I was complaining about my neighbors because I had just gone to sleep, and like you were texting me about the something.
Okay.
And
oh, I remember that now. I remember what I was texting you about. I remember.
So
you said something.
They fought. I think this was like the fight to end all fights because they fought for like 4 hours. I didn't go to sleep until like 5 in the morning or 6 because they were. I think he left. Like I think they broke up, and then But then no. Well, it's not over.
Okay.
That day they broke up, and then she cried for like a day, just like nonstop. Like I'm talking like it sounded. I thought there was a baby. Like I thought there was a baby in there. It was crazy. And then he came back, and then they got back together, and then they had like the loudest sex I've ever heard in my life. To the point where I actually like went in here because it was just I felt so uncomfortable. And then they fought again like a few days later, and she started crying again. And then they got back together. This all happened while you were gone.
The weirdest.
And it's so loud. So I don't feel bad about being loud in here at all.
Here's a question for you then. Once you're established in your job, you want to stay here, or do you want to like look around?
I kind of have to. I don't know. I don't want to move again.
I'm not saying you have to. I was just curious.
Probably, at least for a while. I mean, I'm on a month-to-month now, so I could move anytime.
I don't know.
But I don't want to deal with moving. Moving
but
sucks.
But within Ukaipa wouldn't be that
bad. But even then, it would still suck.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I have enough stuff where I'd have to get it. I would definitely do movers, which still wouldn't be that bad within Ukaipa.
No,
but I still would have to pack up things, and like it's annoying. Maybe I would, because I would throw away so much stuff. I don't know. I don't know.
I just been wondering because.
Well, I'm so like, dude,
it
was horrible. Like you texted me, and I had seriously gotten like 2 hours of sleep, but I'm like, that's probably Phil. I should probably see what's going on. Oh, it was because I was getting a text from you, and I thought you guys were leaving, but you ended up not leaving. I don't remember. It was something, and then we were talking about the Zach thing because that was all happening.
Yeah.
And again, and then I was messed up for like the rest of the week because I seriously did not go to bed until 6 in the morning.
Oh man!
And it was a freaking nightmare.
So I'm super stoked on the Zach thing. Now that we're back from all this stuff in the next.
Well, I got that outline, so if you want to take a pass at that, and then we'll start plugging. Because I mean, seriously, like, what are we looking at here? Like 20 pages max.
Yeah, because he said like somewhere in the 10, 15, maybe 20-minute range.
We're looking at like 20 pages max.
At most.
Because a lot of it isn't. It's like, because I mean, like the last half is not even really like dialogue. I mean,
right, just some action
and then whatever's going on in the chat thing. But I liked ending it on like a funny note where he realizes that a million people are looking at him in his underwear.
Well, and it starts out, kind of on the funny.
But I love the end where it would just be, oh crap, and then that'd be Lashaw's him turning off, and then that can be like you can do a little and like then no credits. Oh crap, and it'll be a classic. Oh, Brendan, like, oh crap.
I think it's funny
because it looks like where he just looks. He's like, I guess I owe you guys some pizza or some dumb line, and then he looks and it's like 1 million viewers.
Oh, dude, I think it's such a perfect little like short idea. Yeah. It's gonna cost him nothing to make.
Nothing.
It's perfect.
And you can film it all at once.
Yep. He needs 2 actors. Depending on how
he's already got all that. He's got a cinematographer.
Yeah, it's great. He also sent me links to all his movies.
Yeah.
I haven't watched them yet because he just sent it to me. I'm excited to see. All right.
See ya. I guess not for me, not for you.
Yeah.
Don't die. Don't die. Ugh.